hold up. Let's not start with this. What's a good song to start with? I could. Let's run classic Bimbus Nimbus. Sam should have started like every stream with last month. Alright. Okay. Oh yeah, I didn't pull up chat. Hey Clara, what's up? Hey. I wanted to water a couple things. I'm gonna start with I saw it had the Invincible Part 2 video come out. I was like, oh shit.
We're not the best superhero team on the planet.
Season
We're
2
family. And like any family, we're all messed up in our own unique way.
My day's going good, Claire.
We go around saving lives while ruining them at the same time.
We will rebuild more. Count on that.
Your people must need your strength.
I'm sure they got it covered.
Oh, so he's gonna stick around for a little while? Alright.
Tremble before my unlimited power! No.
Mark, I need you to go to space again.
What? I just got back.
We got a ship
So he just like doesn't go back to Earth for a little while? Alright.
full of those Sequid things coming in hot. If they get their tentacles on Earth, they'll be pulling our strings forever.
We told you we were too powerful.
I guess we're all fucked.
Pretty much
Mere
daily.
moment on Earth turn you into a weak, sentimental traitor. Answer me.
What's the occasion for such a fine suit?
I'm visiting an old friend.
Dude, how do you not see this guy in a suit with all this shit going on, and you're not gonna ask a little bit more questions?
It is good to be home.
Die fast, assholes! My pizza's getting cold.
Your family's legacy is blood.
I'm streaming on pretty much everywhere, all at once. I should probably pull up TikTok too. That's what I'll do. I forgot about that.
This is over. I'll never let anyone ever.
Why is it going fast? Alright, fine. That was weird as fuck. Alright. I don't know why I did that.
This is over. I'll never let anyone ever hurt my family.
Oh damn, what the fuck? All right, so we're having fucking negative invincible or some stupid shit. I'm excited. The first part of season 2, good as shit, actually. Fucking great. It was so good. It didn't have a ton to it. I wanted to see what this was. To catch a Kick Predator. Which I was like, I don't know. I know Kick doesn't have as like strong of regulation and stuff on stuff. By the way, what's my name? Gavin, by the way. Nice to meet you. Clara. But yeah, like, I didn't realize, like, I know Kick is a platform that doesn't have quite as much not monetization, but what's the word? Like, they're just not as moderated. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's like, I'm not sure exactly how to feel about it, but I don't know. I'm curious to see how this goes.
Kick streamer.
Or what this is.
This is Riot LOL. Omar is his real name. He's a 20-year-old Kick streamer, TikToker, Twitter/X user, whatever you want to call it. And here's him about to get a girl that's clearly, let's say, not of age to expose herself live on his stream. But before we get there, let me tell you about a website called Kick. Kick is a live streaming competitor to Twitch, started by these three dudes, one of them being a live streamer named Trainwrecks, who left Twitch to start Kick because of their inconsistent policies. Now, Kick is fairly new and more lenient on what you can and can't do on there. That's why some of the most controversial figures have made Kick their new home, giving Kick this persona of being the place for the troublemakers, the rebels, the place for free speech where anyone can say anything and anything can happen. Hey, even people in my field, some OmiTV and Omegle creators have also moved over to Kick. Also, OmiTV is an Omegle alternative that everyone's been using since the original Omegle shutdown, but for the sake of this video, I'm just gonna call it Omegle because it's basically Omegle.
Thank you. Yeah, I had no fucking clue what OmiTV is. That helps a lot, actually.
Let me paint you a picture. Creators on YouTube that live stream Omegle content have to cover the screen because it's always unpredictable what you're going to see on there. Not gonna lie, some of the things you see on Omegle could get your channel terminated just like that. It gives you a little bit of a perspective on how Kick operates. Alright, now let's talk about Riot LOL. When you first enter Riot in a bunch of these Kick creators' live streams, you get a warning saying you must be 18 or older to view this content. Keep that in the back of your mind going forward for the rest of this video. Fair warning, this is going to get very serious very quickly, and I definitely understand if you want to sit this one out. But here we go. Riot live streams for 3 to 7 hours every single night, sometimes even longer. His content can...
Okay, that's crazy. He live streams for how much?
Of 3 to 7 hours every single night.
Damn, I'm not even at that. Fuck. Okay then.
Sometimes even longer. His content consists of just trying to find girls on Omegle. Like, it's literally the main focus of his content for hours on end. And after
So just like straight cringe shit, it sounds like? It sounds like he's just pulling straight cringe shit, right? Like, I think just trying to... Whoa. What the fuck just happened to my entire... What is going on today? Alright, are we chill? Okay, I think we're chill. Sorry. Anyways, we're back to the content.
Dozens of his VODs, you start to notice a pattern.
Oh yeah, just Omegle, like, trying to hook up with, like, people shit is, like, just weird. Because the vast majority of people on Omegle are significantly younger than, like, 18. They have to be, right? Like, that's just the audience base. Like, I'm an 18-year-old. I don't really want to talk to just random people, right? Like, I don't know. It's just not something that I ever could see ending well.
Hello, my name's Omar. Nice to meet you.
I think, like, promoting your music and stuff through it's fine, but, like, trying to, like, get girls on it is fucking cringe as shit.
Hi, Omar.
Nice to meet you, Tits. Where are you from, Tits? Hello, Tits. Oh, my Tits. Hello, Tits. My name's Omar. Nice to meet you, Tits. Where are you from?
You can't just, like, call random people tits on that either, because it's like, you know, again, you're gonna get a fucking 15, 16, 17-year-old, right? Like, you can't just, like, do that shit. I don't know, bro. Why you being weird? What the fuck?
From tits. All right, let me tell you where I'll take you on a date. Let me know if it hits. All right, I'll pick you up. I'll pick you up. So I'll pick you up, and then we'll get some sushi. We get some sushi. We get sushi. We'll get sushi. All right, and then I don't really fuck with like boring dates. You know what I'm saying? They gotta be like fun, right? Not awkward, not corny. I don't like the boring dates, you know, where it just feels like unorganic and it's just like cringe.
The boring dates, again, picking up somebody and then going for sushi, and that's it
And
so far.
awkward. So I like to do something to break the ice. Oh, probably like a carnival. A carnival. Okay. So like play some games.
At least he's consistent. Bro's got a script and he's reading it every fucking time. That's crazy.
Games. Ride some rides. You ride me. And then like I'll win you a cute bear.
He tries to quote-unquote rizz up these girls by saying the same lines over and over again just so that he can eventually get their Snapchats, so that he can build up his Snapchat roster.
Dude, my roster is actually nice. No.
And that's it. That's his content.
So it's
Is
shit.
what I thought. Until I saw this interaction. He started the conversation off by doing the same old shtick. The more they talked, the more the girl was opening up to him, telling him about a toxic and abusive ex she had. I'm going to spare you the details. And let me remind you, she has no idea that she's saying this in front of a live stream full of hundreds of people. And the worst part is that she seemed very...
Yeah, that's crazy too. It is crazy to like record, like it's random people online and stuff, right? Thank you for the follow, King of Da. But yeah, it's crazy to think that like, you know, again, you're just, oh, it was good. I'm just chilling. I'm watching YouTube today. But like, yeah, like they just got fucking weird. Or you're just recording somebody, right? Like while they don't know that they're being recorded, they have no info on any of that. Like, yeah, that shit's cringe as fuck.
out of it. She was slurring her words, jumping from one conversation to the next, pausing in the middle of talking just to examine the room while blinking.
So that's what I'm saying. Wow. Anyway.
A Kick predator? So Kick is a live streaming platform basically like Twitch. So just like a predator, child predator. Like, yeah, that type of shit. It's, I don't know. This guy, so like he's going on essentially Omegle and just like trying to quote unquote rizz up random girls and like, I don't know, just being cringe as shit, not telling them that they're being recorded, like that type of crazy shit. And then just like immediately saying, hey tits and like stuff like that. And it's like, okay, like you don't know if that girl is 17. Like what the fuck, dude? Like Skeeter Jean? Who the fuck is Skeeter Jean?
Wait, would you say?
Oh, nothing.
And after that, she told Riot that she was drugged by someone at a concert that night.
Can I tell you something? I was at a festival, but no, not at a festival, but at a concert.
Oh, he's doing like pedophile hunting? Yeah, similar. This, I think, is just like a one-time thing that I don't know. Let me see. I don't know what this guy's channel is. I'm curious. Maybe he has like a bunch of stuff. Oh, this guy's done Omegle content, it seems like. But like he's not doing like cringe shit Omegle stuff, right? Like this is fine. Teleporting on Omegle. Oh, like whatever. Spider trolling. Guessing people's names correctly. Like just, again, throwing shit at the wall. Falling for jump scare prank. Like that type of thing, right? Like that's fine. Totally okay. So I think this is just a normal Omegle creator that like found bald guy trolling. But yeah, I think he like found another guy who was doing fucked up stuff on Omegle as opposed to, you know, like him not doing fucked up stuff.
Foo Fighters, they came in where I live right now. This guy, he came to me and he gave me this kind of cake. He said like, hey, take these, you're gonna feel so good. So I ate them with my friends, but I ate one completely. There was weed in this thing.
Yeah, fucking, yeah, of course.
I still feel fucked up. And
he's really good at talking to people too. Whenever he's off his script, he doesn't have shit, it seems like.
Yeah, whatever.
But the entire time she was saying all that, Riot was constantly looking at the Kick chat. And all they were saying was, ZZZZZ. She's yapping like crazy. She's hot, but talks too much. Omar doesn't even seem amused. And after seeing all of those comments, it sparks Riot to say this.
Alright, dude, listen. I'm not gonna lie. I can't do this anymore, bro. The curiosity is just it's like spinning in the back of my head. It's killing me. Like, dude, listen. Let's go. Fit check. Come on. Spit check. I'm not gonna lie, that's like enough talking, bro. I'm about to fall asleep. Yeah, let's go.
I don't want to get too
Wait, it's like getting so hot in my room again. Hold on. So, you know, I'm shirtless. Your
What the fuck is wrong with him?
shirt is on. This is a really tough situation, you know.
He proceeds to cover the screen.
What the
We
fuck,
should get on the
dude?
same page here, you know. Can I see your like?
Why am I doing that? Because I'm f***ing high that I'm doing that, but it's so f***ing embarrassing. Like,
Set it up.
What?
Let me see. Damn. Holy shit. I mean, you said you had a fat ass, right? I mean, like, at this point, can I, like, you know.
No way.
Can I see it?
And then the audio goes silent for a few minutes. And then he comes back and does this.
Bang! I'm the GOAT. Join the Discord, boys. I wish there was a way I could, like, cut out my version, because, like, I'm not gonna lie, chat. On God, I was about to risk it all. I get done around here, boys. Is that fire? I'm not gonna lie, that was the baddest girl I've ever bagged.
What you just witnessed is the main
What the fuck, dude? Like, okay, that's just like that's basically harassment, right? Like, that's just fucking awful. Just like hopping on Omegle and then just running that shit. It is being like, yeah, let me see your tits is fucking crazy. Like, that's insane shit.
main reason why I'm making this video. He goes on Omegle just to get girls to expose themselves so that he can secretly screen record it and post it onto a Discord server under an NSFW
No fucking way he posts it afterwards, too. That's fucking insane. He then posts it? Are you kidding me?
channel. That is his content. And it's all done live on Kick. And the worst part is, that was an example of a girl that's of age. Here's one
that isn't.
That's not.
Overall team, and I didn't spend a single Oh my.
Oh my god, my bitch was just like out. What the hell?
Yeah, like, I mean, like, why are they not more out is a real question. I mean, like, what time is it? You know, it's already demon hours. Wait, listen, how old are you? I'm 19.
I swear, if I ever try that shit, my music career will go straight to the Yeah, seriously. Like, if I ever did anything like this, I would get fucking screwed instantly, right? Like, but because this guy's probably just because he's hot, he probably gets away with it on Kick. Also because Kick doesn't have, like, moderation whatsoever. And, like, I'm literally live on Kick right now as well, but, like, I don't know. I'm just attracting more viewers to my shit, right? Like, might as well go live everywhere. But, like, as long as I'm not doing fucking weird shit, like, I guess it's fine. But it's like, I don't know, like, if I did anything like this, I feel like I would instantly get, like, destroyed. But, like, it's fucking crazy that, like, there's a community of people who, like, or just watch this and are just like, yeah, this is okay. And, like, this is the first guy to, like, say something, right? Like, this is fucking insane.
Oh, I'm 16.
You said 18?
Yeah.
He has this little trick that he likes to do. It's kind of a manipulation tactic where he goes like, you're 18, right? As if it's gonna magically turn this kid into an adult, but
Right, and it's like, you know what? Like, you don't get to just, like, fucking dap up the prison guard on your way into jail and be like, you know what? Actually, like, real slick with that one. She's really 18. Like, you got around the law real easy with that one. Fucking idiot. Like, that doesn't save you from shit anyways. Even if it was funny, it still doesn't do shit to, like, help your case. Like, I don't fucking know.
Last time I checked, that's just not how that works.
You said 18?
Right.
Yeah.
Like, doesn't matter if she told you she was 18 or not. Like, you still should be, like, even if she never explicitly said she was 16, which she did. But, like, I don't know, you're still
18,
fucked.
Yeah.
Like, even legally
cool.
and
Alright,
morally.
So, I don't see an issue here.
And just like before, he proceeds to cover the screen.
It's like, you know, it's kind of like, I don't know, it looks really hot in your room. Like, you need to, like take anything off or, like, Damn. Holy. Wait, can you like shake him a little bit? Damn. Dude, add my Snapchat. I'm not gonna lie. Holy you're bad. Alright. Okay. You added my Snapchat. Please tell me you added my Snapchat.
I'm going to right after.
Alright, bro. Peace. Good night.
And when he comes back,
Oh my god. Chat, she said she was 18. What are y'all on for? Nah, chat, I'm not gonna lie. That was a fucking dub. I got like 2 clips of them. Bro, like she just like took off her shirt and we were just vibing. Like, well, like, I didn't even know. Nah, that was crazy.
Yeah, like that's just fucking crazy.
Easy, chat. Holy.
And he's gonna post
That's
it after.
like, I'm
like,
not even trolling.
No fucking
The
way.
best dub I've gotten yet. Alright, chat, it's in there. Join the Discord. Let me know if they're W, fire, or mid.
Yeah, he's like, guys, it's in the Discord. Go look at the actual child porn that I just posted. Like, go check that out. She very clearly said she was 16, and then he like pulled that shit back too. So it's like not for lack of awareness. That's fucking crazy.
Chat, they were nice, right? Go look at the Discord. We just got a huge dub. I could have brought that. Honestly, dude, chat, if I wasn't streaming, I could have got that to do everything. Chat, like, dude, everything, bro.
there's no care, no remorse. To him, it's just
Crazy.
content. When in reality, what he just did is, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it, possession and distribution of CP.
100%. Like, possession, creation, and distribution of CP. He fucking recorded it too. Like, bro is literally cooking the meth and distributing it, right? Like, he's doing he found everything with like any sort of pedophilia charge, and he's like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking do all of them, right? Like, bitch saw the list and was like, yeah, I'm gonna find every single one of them to do, and I'm gonna do it.
All done live on Kick. And to all the weirdos out there that are like,
Crazy.
well, the age of consent is actually 16.
Give a single
I
shit.
got 2 answers for you. Riot, who is based in Miami, as he publicly states on his
100%
profiles and
needs to be
also on
locked
his
up.
streams.
Like, what the fuck?
The age of consent there is 18. And regardless of the Romeo and Juliet laws, where in some states 16 is the age of consent, 18 is the age for pornographic material in all states. So any age under 18 is CP. And it doesn't matter if the girl takes them and sends them. It is still CP. And
Yeah, that's still child porn.
if you
Like,
really
what the
want to
fuck,
be
bro?
on that age of consent is 16 thing, well, just roll the clip.
I like your glasses. I mean, they're fake as but they look good on you.
They're not fake.
Are you nearsighted or farsighted?
Far.
Okay. That's good then. So like when we're up close, like you went in for a kiss, like you won't like headbutt me or some dumb, you know? Alright, you're actually like, really pretty though. You're like wifey material. I'll take you on a date, you know? Not gonna lie. Alright, rate that date 1 through 10. To 10? Wait, how old are you? Oh my god.
You're gonna skip if I tell you my.
I mean like you're 18, right? Wait, say your age.
You're gonna skip though.
Would you say your age?
15.
Okay, so I'm gonna. Yo. Alright, okay. Hey, cops, I promise. I swear, age is just a number. I'm gonna ask you again, okay? I'm 19. How old are you?
18.
You're 18. Nod your head if you're 18.
Mhm. Yeah, that
Alright,
shit's gonna fly.
You know,
Nice one.
alright, can I get like a fit check? Alright, I'm not gonna lie, dude. Like, I'm a really transparent guy. I just kind of like skip all the bullshit, you know, because it's like, nah, it's just like a waste of time. To be honest, can you just like,
No
okay,
way.
when you stood up,
You
I was
know,
really only looking at one
actually.
thing. To be honest, can you just like show me your on some chill shit? I know it sounds crazy, but if you think about it, this could lead into something great, you know?
I'm not on here. I don't do that.
Word. Damn. Alright then. Well, I mean like, wait, why not?
Not like right away.
Alright, well, let's just wait a second.
Like, bro is literally just like emotionally taking advantage of a 15-year-old girl. Like, that's fucking crazy. That's actually insane. Like, he is literally just doing pedophile shit on main and posting it and just being like, hey guys, like, here is all of the evidence that any cop ever will need. Right? And like just fucking posting it. And it's like, dude, like, A, what's the thought process here? Because it's like, there's no way he thought this was gonna work long term, right? Because it's like, this model doesn't work long term because eventually you get in trouble for this shit. I don't care if you're on Kick or not. Like, eventually, something about chickens posts this video and you get fucked, like, so hard, bro.
Alright, so, you know, it's been, like, not right away, and the curiosity's just killing. Alright, dude. This is what like, can I just hear it, bro? Like, real shit.
Yeah, I thought you were cool.
All right.
Just wanna see stuff.
Chat, that's the shit I do for you guys, bro.
This man pressured a 15-year-old to flash for them, his viewers, that for some reason.
Okay, pretty sure that he isn't on Kick anymore, because if you look up Riot LOL, he's not. Nothing pops up, not even a little bit. I mean, if you do Riot L, some things pop up. Yeah, he's fucking gone. He's not on Kick anymore. I mean, that's good. They at least took a
Didn't
stab.
want to see that. Also, we have no idea how old Riot's viewers are behind the screen, so they could be a bunch of toddlers or a bunch of grown adult men, which is
Or like, yeah, 40-year-old
concerning in
men
so many ways.
watching
but
that shit,
I'm getting ahead of myself.
trying to
Riot
get
streams
CP in the
for
Discord
hundreds of
server.
people
Like, what the fuck,
every
dude?
single night, who, let's be honest, are only there for one thing and one thing only: the girls. Not the creator.
No,
the
he's
girls.
fucked.
If you remove the aspect of girls from more than half of these Kick creators, they would have no content. They would not.
I completely agree. Let's do a little experiment. Watch this shit. Watch this shit. So like, if I go to kick.com, I'm gonna scroll down for like half a second, and we're gonna go just chatting. We're gonna scroll for like just a little bit, right? And we're gonna see if we can find a hot girl, right? We're gonna see if there's some girl that is very explicitly like trying. Oh my fuck, dude, that's crazy. That's the first result. But like, I want to click a random account. Yeah, he probably deleted his account because he probably deleted it or got like insta banned, because like whenever nothing pops up, like that's what's. Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, I mean, that's what, like, all of these are, actually. We don't even need to click on one. Like, that's just... And there's nothing wrong with, like, having a female on your stream, obviously, right? But, like, I mean, that's what Kick is at this point. And I'm live on Kick right now. I'm live shitting on Kick. That's funny. But like, yeah, I don't know.
Not know what
it's fucking
to do.
crazy.
Therefore, their views would go down. Besides being an absolute annoyance in society and doing or saying the most controversial things just to get their 5 seconds of fame on Twitter for the day, if they're not doing any of that, well, there better be a girl on the screen, because then these talentless creators would have nothing. Now, it's one thing to work with these creators, which I don't know why you would do that, to each their own. But it's one thing to work with these creators by collabing or doing these E-Date streams that a lot of them love to do. But it's another thing to not even know that the explicit stuff that you did for someone was being live streamed, secretly screen recorded, and posted elsewhere on the internet. And I would add in a
Isn't it also like just straight up illegal to record somebody doing something explicit without their knowledge anyways? Like that is like that's also illegal on top of everything else. Right? On top of just straight up being a pedophile.
additional level of fear if you are a child having all this happen to you. What I've shown you are 3 examples from Riot's stream, each interaction only lasting around 5 to 15 minutes. He streams for 3 to 7 hours a night, and he's been doing this for 5+ months now. So it's safe to say that there's multiple.
Yeah, like how are you even able to do this for 5 months, right? Like that's fucking insane. That's basically about as long as I've been streaming. I think I've barely been streaming for a little bit more than that. And like bro got away with doing pedophilia like and child porn distribution on main for 5 months straight.
Multiple girls. Actually, no, I'm gonna say it. Multiple victims that right now don't know. They don't know that they were on his streams. Riot has lots of connections and knows a lot of Kick streamers, slowly trying to grow his audience bigger and bigger on Kick's platform. He's
Wait, bro fucking talked with Ice Poseidon? That's crazy.
even started to get recognized
How
on
are people
Omegle.
platforming him?
Wait. You know me? You watch my streams?
And what strikes me about Kick streamers is their sense of humor.
When I meet girls in person, I get nervous and how do I get better?
You gotta just push yourself. You gotta like be like, oh shit, now it's time.
If it gets really bad, just get the roofies.
No, what the?
I thought that's where you're going with that. Did we get married?
I'm good, thank you.
Don't make me use the roofies, please. Like I ran out of them. Like let's just make this easy, okay? Since I'm like famous, fans. Would you like to hop on? You know, we make a cool little movie.
Yeah, absolutely not.
I just ran out of reviews, okay? Like, let's just make this nice and easy. Where the is my sleepover invite?
She burned it.
It's okay, I was gonna slip it in while you're sleeping either way. Hold on. I accidentally beat you. Nah, I'm tweaking, bro. You think I actually beat one?
Yeah, like, that's fucking crazy. Talking about rape consistently on main also. What the fuck? Like, dude, how are you, like, actually looking at every sex crime you can commit and, like, being like, yeah, like, those are all chill and I'm gonna do all of them and joke about doing all of them. And I promise it's funny. Like, what the fuck, dude? Get, like, a life, you know? Like, do fucking literally anything else. Fucking, I don't know, play a video game. Like, do something, dude. Like, hell, like, get like, racist. I mean, that's better than, like, sexually assaulting people and distributing child porn on main, right? Like, Jesus Christ.
That's fucking weird.
Harassing,
like,
not assaulting.
To make a joke about, like, someone beating women? Like, not gonna lie, that's weird.
Stop being soft, bro. It's a joke.
I'm not soft. All I'm saying is it's a little weird. I mean...
There's a difference between, like, being soft or, like, even making, like, a harassment joke, like, you know, in the presence of, like, friends or something. But, like, this is also just a random girl. You don't know, like, if she actually has, like, gone through some amount of trauma with that type of thing. As much as it's just a joke, like, you have no fucking clue how that impacts somebody. You're fucked. Like, I don't know, bro.
All dark humor is weird, but that's the funny in it.
So what was I supposed to say? Beating women doesn't really, like...
No, I'm saying we were with you. We played some class fuckery on you. It was funny because we were sitting on a call. He saw me talking to you because I was screen sharing. So I was like, dude, you should quit there. Like, and then, yeah. But then, I don't know.
He labels this as...
And then he fucking said, kill yourself? Jesus Christ, dude. Listen. I'm not gonna say I haven't told a random guy that was, like, griefing on Valorant to kill himself. But, like, at the very least, I had, like, reasoning behind it, you know? And it was a video game, and it was, like, you know, that's, like, at the very least standard practice there. And the guy was griefing and, like, already saying slurs and shit, right? But, like, that's fucking crazy. Telling a random person face-to-face to kill themselves that, like, you don't know. You know? Like, even in, like, road rage, that's, like, different, right? Like, that is a different situation because, like, you are pissed at that person for a reason. This guy had, like, no motivation, got, like, called out for making an inappropriate joke, and then told her to kill herself. Like, that's fucking crazy, bro. The thought process there is just not... There is no thought process there.
Dark humor. Where's the joke? It's especially concerning when you are actively trying to build a community as an influencer. And this is how you influence your audience.
If you guys want, honestly, the script that will work 1,000 times out of 10, it will never fail. No matter on the girl, the situation, no anything. This textbook Riz, it works every time. You grab a little, I'm not gonna say it. You curry that into a cup, and you just give it to her, you know? And then from there, it's cake. I'm kidding. Holy, that was crazy.
He's so comfortable saying this every single night on his streams.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, even a like, that joke isn't, like, a joke. But, like as a one-time thing, that's, like, not even that funny, right? Like, come on, dude. Like, at the very least, if you're gonna make, like, a sexist joke, be funny about it. Like, at the, like, bare minimum, be funny.
That it legitimately gets me concerned about any girl that gets remotely near him. He also has a private Discord server for any person that makes clips from portions of his kick streams and posts them to TikTok.
Hey, by the way, Chad, if you do not know, I have this Discord where we chill off stream. It's called Out the Hood, okay? We put so it's just like my mods and a whole bunch of clippers. It's where I end stream, I go in there and we just kick it and we just do, like, I'll do, like, Omi Discord streams are fucking crazy. We gamble a little bit. So if you want in the Discord, you know, just make a little TikTok page, post some of my clips. Each video they get 75k views. I cash out be like $30.
He hypes it up as a place where he can be more relaxed, where he doesn't have to worry about saying or doing the wrong thing on stream. If this is how he acts on Omegle on stream, it's scary.
Can't imagine off stream, yeah. Honestly, though, like, making a Discord thing and then kind of, like, paying people to, like, do your clips for you, not necessarily a bad business model. Just saying.
Scares me to think how he acts on Omegle off stream. He even has a running gag that he and his chat do every single night. And these are from one-off occasions where Riot tells these girls that he's a streamer.
Wait, chat. 1 in the chat if you're smashing, 2 if you're passing.
Someone said 3.
Oh, 3? Oh my god. It's really bad.
Why? 3 is babe?
So they like you a lot, apparently.
There's a lot of 3s in here. What is 3? I need to know what 3 is.
Don't worry about it. Oh my god, chat. It's just an inside joke. Don't worry about it. 3 means, think of a word that rhymes with grape.
Oh.
So I think they like you. Like, they like you a lot. Stop saying 3, chat. You wanna know what 3 means? It's crazy. I don't know how this inside joke started, bro.
I don't know how this inside joke started. It might be because I've cultivated a community where I like talk about raping women all the time, and like, you know, I'm just a horrible person on on stream and on camera, and like I talk a lot about like abusing women and raping them and assaulting them. And what was I talking about? Oh yeah. They wanted to rape you. What the fuck, dude? Are you kidding me? Like, that's not something you can just have in your chat. Dude, I ban people for saying, like, racist shit in my chat all the fucking time at this point, right? Like, it's happened relatively often where I just get somebody saying some racist shit, and it's like, dude, like, you're letting people say that they would rape a real-life girl that is on your real-life stream that you don't know the age of. Isn't better if you know the age of her. Just saying. Still bad, but like, are you fucking kidding me? Jesus.
Oh, but what's like a word that rhymes with grape? So everyone spamming 3, I think, really likes you. You know, like really likes you. Oh my god, dude, dude, that 3 trend is crazy, bruh. We literally started some, bruh. I bet most streamers are so confused now, cause I swear to God, I've been opening chats and I've been seeing 3s when baddies come up, and the streamer doesn't even know what the it means.
They spam 3 for any girl that they think is rapeable. How is that in any way funny? So
remotely
where is
acceptable
Kick in all of this? There is actual criminal activity happening on their platform, and they're not doing anything about it. Riot is a verified account on their website, by the way. So I feel
he's fucking verified? Holy shit, dude. No fucking way.
Kick should be quick to notice this. Where is Kick staff members to moderate their site and ban him instantly? Well, luckily there are Kick staff members. But Riot is friends with them.
Bro has Kick on his side. Oh god, I got Andre on my side. Hey Andre, are you still in the chat? I have a question. Alright, Andre, if I had sex on stream, would I get banned? I'm just kidding, bro. Our goal is to keep everyone safe.
Yeah, fucking right.
I agree, man. Chat, now read the first letter of every word. I'm kidding.
Riot is so good with them that he's comfortable doing his brand of humor directly to their face in chat.
I'm always on my best behavior, Andre, don't worry. Oh, I remember you. Hey, Andre's in my chat. Can you shake ass?
What?
Andre said he's me. Shake some ass, bitch. Quote, word for word.
Isn't this chick 15, dude?
She, like, I
Yo, Andre, really? She's 15. Andre, she's 15. What the f, Andre?
What the fuck? Dude, it's like delusional. He has like an actual like Kick mod guy, right? Like some guy who can actually has authority to do something in his chat, and the guy is like fucking in on it. Oh, that's so goofy, asking a 15-year-old to shake her ass. What? Are you fucking kidding me?
So these are Riot's true colors, and it's all done live every single night on Kick. Now, why would Kick give their stamp of approval to people that think this is funny?
Chat, those are not loyal. Don't ever cuff a girl, okay? Oh my, what's your name? Hey, listen, you're really pretty, but can I talk to the one in the middle? No, I'm kidding. Alright, that's insane.
Now, I had to blur out.
Okay. That was mean. That was horrible, right? Like, absolutely horrible, little funny. But, like, only funny thing he's ever done.
Who Riot was actually talking about.
Was it a kid? Was it a fucking kid?
Because it was a baby.
See, God damn it. Yeah, like, now it's not funny. Jesus fuck, dude.
An actual infant. This type of content.
Listen, we're not clipping that. The fuck? Okay, hold up. So like, Bish fucking actually was like, you know what? I want to see the baby. Listen, mama. Like, what the fuck is your problem, dude? That's actually fucking insane. That's so crazy.
This creator, Kick as a platform in general.
You just shouldn't make that joke. Doesn't matter who you are around. It isn't that funny. You know? Like, at the end of the day, it just isn't funny. You know? Like, it doesn't matter. You never should look at a baby and sexualize it. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, that's just gross. That is so gross, dude. Like, just absolutely fucking disgusting. Like, what a piece of shit. Ricky, you fucker, don't say Ayo, alright?
Has, in my opinion, gone on for long enough. It has shown itself time and time again to be a platform full of dangerous and harmful people. There are more creators like Riot out there. But that's a story for another day. But in the meantime, let's catch Riot. Because I have a few questions I would love to ask.
Wait, no fucking way. Is he gonna talk to him?
Him. I tried to connect with him on the original Omegle, and this happened.
Really, dude? No fucking way, bro.
Now that I got your attention, can I ask you a few questions, man?
Yeah, sure. I know that girl, by the way. I saw her before, but yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, man, how are you doing? How's the kick streams doing?
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, how's the kick streams doing? So before I can even get to my main question, he skipped me. So I guess that's it. But do you remember that girl from earlier? The girl who said that she was drugged at a party and Riot still got her to expose herself? Well, I managed to find her on Omegle minutes after her interaction with Riot. And I told her everything about him in his stream. She still seemed clearly out of it, and I couldn't help but feel so terrible for her. She was so easily manipulated. But she told me that if she were to connect with Riot again, that she would give him a piece of her mind. And I'm proud to say that she did that.
Dude, why are you still on here?
Okay, first of all, like, I'm not f***ing dumb.
What do you mean?
I'm not dumb. You know, I was watching your f***ing live, bitch.
What? How'd you find my live?
I found your live.
Wait, how though?
Oh, you
like it?
know.
Are the shoes fire or no?
I just want to acknowledge how dumb of a question this is. You just got a girl to unknowingly expose herself in front of a live stream and then have her body put onto a Discord server. How do you think she's going to react?
Are the shoes fire or no? Mid, good, shit.
You f***ing are a psychopath.
Oh, yeah, for real?
Yeah, and you shouldn't be doing that.
Wait. I don't get it. Interesting.
Now, this is the moment.
What the fuck do you mean? I don't get it. The fuck? You know, you can't just I don't get it your way out of this shit, dude. You're in some deep shit now. Like, you did real life pedophilia. Bro, you're into some deep shit. You don't just do that and then get away with it, right? Like, holy fuck.
This is the exact moment that I feel like should be studied by so many human psychologists. Because right now, Riot's brain cannot compute why this girl possibly wouldn't like his streams. He's also trying to figure out who could have possibly have told her that he's a streamer. And in the craziest display of luck and perfect timing, as he's still in this state of confusion, guess who connects with him again? Yo, man.
Ooh, he fucking instant skipped, too. What a fucker. Dude, he's like actively trying to avoid getting caught here. Holy shit, dude. He's like actively doing his best to make sure he isn't caught on this. Like, he knows what he's doing. Holy fuck. I can't like he understands the gravity and like everything about what he's doing, and Bish is still like on this shit.
Suavemente. That was the guy? That was the same girl I just saw, bro. Skipped her.
And now, everything makes sense to him. He finally connected the dots. And because of that, he proceeds to close Omegle, listen to his Spotify playlist, and plays Fortnite. But during that entire time, he's playing
Wait, can you just play copyrighted music on fucking Kick? Hold up, that alone might switch me. Holy shit.
He's texting his people.
Hey chat, what's that YouTuber's app? The guy that you guys kept saying I kept skipping him? What's his app? Something about chickens? No, it's not even that. It's just like I'm not even being entertaining either right now. I'm just that idea of news bugging me out, you know?
And he ends the stream like this.
I'm gonna go clear my head, bro. Like this is actually bad. Hey, like it's really, really bad, bro. I'm like low-key scared. Oh god. I love you guys, okay? I love you guys. That's all I can say. I'm not gonna raid anyone. I'm just gonna go to bed. Peace out, chat.
He proceeds to remove the NSFW channel from his Discord, delete all of his previous stream VODs, and stayed radio silent for a few days. All of this happened a while ago, because I was waiting to see if he would change his content in any way. And,
You just kept going after? Hold up. He got caught on fucking Maine and then, like, almost got fully exposed for it and then proceeded to keep fucking going. Dude.
Not at all. He still tries to seek out girls on Omegle and tries to get their snaps. He still asks these girls to pop one, but now he just doesn't have an NSFW channel to put it in. It's just for his eyes only.
Oh, okay, so now he's doing child porn, but, like, only he watches it. That's, you know, much better. I'm very happy. You know what? He's good now. I think that's fucking insane. You can't, like... He knows what's going on. That is, like, there's fear in those eyes. Like, you see that shit? Like, he fucking doesn't know what to do.
I kept skipping him.
He's going through it right now. Right? Like, he's fucking going through it.
Just, like, I'm not even being entertaining either right now. I'm just gonna clear my head, bro. Like, this is actually bad.
Yeah, like, this is a man who's lost everything. Or at least thinks he is. And then he keeps going.
It any better.
Alright, can I see your... I'm a hide screen. Hold on. On God, I hit it. On my life, look. See? I swear to God.
His chat needs to frequently remind him to ask the girls their age before getting into inappropriate questions.
It's bad when you never... Hey, maybe, like...
Crazy idea. Crazy idea off the bat, right? Forgetting to ask their age, first, number one, that's fucking crazy, just in the content that you're in, right? Like, that should be question number one, if that's what you really want to do. But, like, still asking just, like, random girls to pop a tit, like, on Omegle is fucking crazy, regardless, dude. Like, there isn't, like, a way to make this feel good, you know? Like, it's shitty no matter what aspect you look at, and he's shitty no matter what aspect you look at.
Remind me? Like, you guys never remind me to check the age. You have one
job to remind me to check the age. Dude, quit doing shit content. Like, make something actually worthwhile. I don't know. I'm not even doing... Dude, I'm watching fucking YouTube all day today. That's my job. I have fucking... Look at this shit. I have a whole YouTube channel that I want to go through today because, like, they got some... This guy's pretty cool. He's got some cool content. Same with... Oops, I pulled the whole window over. There we go. Just that. Then this one. This guy's pretty cool. I'm gonna watch some YouTube today. That's all I'm fucking doing. That's all you fucking gotta do. I'm watching this video where this fucking pedophile's getting exposed on Maine. But, like, all you have to do, like, you know, again, I'm putting in, like, bare minimum effort for right now because I just need to be live for a few hours, right? Like, I mean, admittedly, I need to be live for, like, 30 to 40 hours a week. So, like, I'm just going to be live for 8 to 10 hours today. I'm just going to do this. Like, this is what I'm doing. But, like, at the same time, though, like, dude, do something else. Like, there is so much lazy shit you could do. I even, like, try with this, right? Like, this stream has been going on for about 50 minutes. The video's about 20 minutes long. I'm adding just as much content to this video as the video has. That's about my goal every time I react to a video. I'm at the very least trying. Bro is literally just doing pedophilia and, like, just non-consensual like porn distribution on Maine, and, like, is just like shmeep schmop, like, whatever, it don't matter, like, that's my thing. Hey, you guys need to remind me to ask the girl that I'm asking to pop a tit's name. Dude, you're asking them to pop tits. That's fucking crazy.
I always look at chat. All you have to do is just remind me, but you never...
Dude, he's literally the reason that Omegle got shut down, because he is part of the wider problem.
Do it, bro.
But, alas, here's him talking to a 17-year-old, connecting with this girl on Omegle.
Oh,
There it is.
sorry.
You look like the dude from Victoria.
Beck? Oh, you could be my Jade. So how old are you?
He totally looks like the dude from Victorious. Like, I'll be honest, he's a good looking guy. He really is. I'm not, right? Like, I'm not in that same class. I couldn't do this content if I was him. But like, he's a good looking guy, dude. Like, go to a college campus somewhere and like at least just be annoying there, maybe, right? Like, you can be annoying without being a pedophile, bro. Like, people on Kick are doing it constantly. Like, fucking figure out some other way to be like an annoying douchebag without having to fucking be a goddamn pedophile. Like, that's all you have to do. That is the bare minimum here, right? Like, I don't know. You don't like accidentally stumble your way into this. You don't stumble your way into spreading child porn. Like, that doesn't just happen to you. Like, the fuck, dude?
17.
What a delusional,
Yeah, I
crazy
swear I'm
asshole,
innocent. I
bro.
didn't do- Bro, hold on. I'm looking something up.
But pronunciation from like Netflix.
Having a long and inappropriate conversation with her.
Our babies would be cute. Not gonna lie.
You just went there.
Yeah, just jumped it. You know what I'm saying? Fuck a first date. How many bodies do you have? Another way you can get your ass fatter is I heard squats on my face. Did you have Snap or just IG?
Yeah, I also got Snap.
You know, I was actually born with like.
You can't just like post the age of consent on your thing and be like, it's okay. Like, I don't know. Watch a shit. Like, it doesn't
superpower, bro.
change
What's your
anything.
superpower?
Okay, I can guess any girl's bra size. I don't want to make it like sexual, but like go like this. Wait, so you're a virgin too? Dude, you have to come to America, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I live in Miami, so you.
Oh, that's awesome. Fucking age of consent in Arizona's 18 anyways. But like, I can't just like pull this shit up, like, and then there's still either A, younger than it, or B, like, doesn't change like the age of like consent for like pornographic material. Like, me having this shit pulled up doesn't change anything. Also, where the fuck does he live that it's 15? That's fucked up.
Wait,
Hold
so
up.
for real.
They said 15, didn't it?
Having a long and inappropriate conversation with
Wait,
her.
hold the
babies would be
fucking
cute.
phone.
Not gonna lie.
You just went there.
Yeah, just jumped it. You know what
I'm not
saying?
trying to figure out where
First
this guy
date.
lives.
How
I'm
many
just trying to
bodies do you
figure
have?
out
Another way you can
if
get
it said
fatter
15,
is,
right?
I heard squats on my face. Did you have Snap?
15? Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, what? Oh, it's a different country. Oh, that's interesting. Who cares where this guy's from? But like, what the fuck, bro? Dude, 15? Where? Where is it 15? That's fucked up.
Or just IG?
That's
Yeah, I also
horrible.
got Snap.
You know, I was actually born with like a
15?
superpower for real.
What's your superpower?
Okay, I can guess any girl's bra size. I don't want to make it like sexual, but like go like this. Wait, so you're a virgin too? Dude, you have to come to America, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I live in Miami, so you would love it. All right, you're a virgin, but like hypothetically, if you weren't, what do you think would be your?
So he's from America. He looked up her country's age of consent laws, which like, it would be tried in the place that the pedophile's in. So like, bare minimum, like if he even was to try and do like some legal workaround, he's doing it wrong. Right? Like, he's doing it completely fucking wrong, because the way that you do that is you see what the age of consent is where you live. It's based on where you are, not where she is, because you're the pedophile. Like, dude, you're the sexual harasser.
Favorite position? That's got to be like top 10 things that face. I'm gonna text her. You're on delivered? Actually, her texts are on my phone, pal.
Even adding her on Discord, and this is a rare case where he told her about his streams, and she became a regular appearance on his streams for a while, continuing to talk sexually. They talked all the time.
What did you say? He was really attractive in guys,
Wait.
so I can make up for it. Here you go.
He fucking he proceeds to show the 17-year-old. Like, Jesus Christ.
Beeline is there?
No fucking way. Like, he kept the 17-year-old on and then revisited with her? That's crazy, dude. How the fuck? Like, you can't get away with this shit. Oh shit, they made a video about me, dude. Jay. Please tell me you're trying to say you have a V-line and not that you're a pedophile. Dude, you can't. That's fucked up.
Is there trust? You'll see it on Snap tonight, I promise. I'm gonna fly you out, bro. On God, I'm flying you out. Because, I'm not gonna lie, the shit you were saying last night was very, very convincing. What are the odds you would actually let me fly you out?
You can't, dude. You can't fly out a fucking 17-year-old. Dog, chill, bro. Dog, you can't do that. What the fuck? How is he acting like any of this is remotely okay? Like, even a little bit, right? Like, how is this shit fly? How is there a group of people watching him and not a single one of them is, or like, not a single one of them, but like, how is it not, how have I not seen this shit on Twitter yet? Or like, fucking anywhere on TikTok, dude. Like, people hate pedophiles, and yet this shit's still going crazy. Like, what the fuck?
When I'm 18, he knows I'm 17. Why do they know?
Why do they know what?
No, they say you saw my 17-year-old kid, which is not true.
Oh, yeah, no. I'm trolling, by the way. Just kidding. Deleted 3 chats? What did you delete? Oh, those. Wait, chat, I'm not. Hopefully, this is still in our saved. It was something you said. Hold on. You don't care if I show, like, it's just words. It doesn't really matter.
Don't stop it.
W right in the fucking chat. I'm not gonna say what I sent, but yo. Can I fly you out?
You know why you can't right now, but it's not legal to say your chest.
Yo, she didn't mean it like that, chat. Why'd you just?
What did she say?
Say your chest.
Yo, she didn't mean it like that, chat. Why'd you just say that, bro? They're gonna
That's
be
fucking
on
crazy.
They're always on your dick.
Can you be on my dick?
And if anyone
He just asked a 17-year-old if she could be on his dick. Like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was just me, guys, right? But like, shit don't fly. Like, that's not okay. What the fuck?
raised any concern about the age.
Why are you putting
Here's
W in the chat, Jay? Explain yourself right fucking now.
his response.
Chat, listen, bro. I don't give a fuck, bro. Listen, I'm not promoting anything weird. I'm just saying this, okay? Fuck you if you think it's weird. You're just a fucking American, like, hey, like, on God. You guys are retarded.
He just doesn't.
Oh, he just said W earlier. All right. I'll let it fly this time. I'll let it fly. Also, you're mod now. You should have been mod forever ago. I forgot to make you a mod. I honestly, deadass, just thought you were this whole time. So, anyways, there you go.
And care.
Chat, bro, she's gone. I'm just gonna fucking... Dude, one day, bro, I'm gonna fly her out. And fucking... Oh my God.
And there's even more examples.
Wait, is Ricky
Hello.
still in here? Ricky could totally be a
Good.
mod too.
Wow, like, I like you.
Here you go, Ricky.
A lot. How old are you? Please be 18 or above. I'm praying.
Wait, what the fuck happened? I wasn't paying attention. I was modding someone.
Dude, one day, bro, I'm gonna fly her out. And fucking...
Who's Jay? His name's JGX. He's the guy I'm talking to. He's the other guy in chat. He's a friend of mine. He's super chill. He makes content also.
Oh my God.
And there's even more
Wait, what the fuck is he doing here? Sorry, I keep not paying attention. I'm so sorry.
Fuck you if you think it's weird. You're just a fucking American, like, hey, like, on God. You guys are retarded.
He just doesn't care.
Chat, bro, she's gone. I'm just gonna fucking... Dude, one day, bro, I'm gonna fly her out. And fucking... Oh my God.
And there's even more examples.
Hello.
Did I say you're no one? My bad, Jay. But like, bro, what the fuck, dude? He said he's gonna fly her out, started making fucking sexual motions to a goddamn chair, and then was like, yeah, you know what, like, this shit's acceptable. Like, this is something that I can have. Secondhand embarrassment is crazy. Yeah, no, like, holy fuck, dude. Like, I can't imagine, like, I can't do that shit on stream. I don't know. Like, part of being a streamer, I think, is, like, being able to do embarrassing shit. Like, right now I have a chair, and I don't want... I would never. Like, really?
Dude, one day, bro, I'm gonna fly her out.
Oh, dude, you're so cool. Oh my God, look how funny
God.
this
And there's
is.
even
Wow.
more examples.
What the fuck, dude? I'm not
Good.
humping my
Wow,
chair. Shut the
like,
fuck up.
I like you. A lot. How old are you? Please be 18 or above. I'm praying.
Asking.
That's a point, but I'm 17.
Wait, I'm 20. How old did you say you were?
I'm 17.
Your mic is lagging. How old are you?
Oh, no, I'm 18.
Oh, it worked. You're 18?
Yeah, no.
Oh, it works every time. That'll hold up in court. The fuck? Why does he think this works? Like, I don't know. It's like a, you know, this is a fucking weird thing to compare it to. You know how, like, Mormons, like, do, like, soaking, right? And, like, there's no way you get up to heaven, right? And, like, Mormon God, like, fucking Jesus dabs you up on the way to heaven, and he's like, you know what? You fucking got it there? Nice job. Like, you got a loophole. Like, same shit here. Like, you're not gonna get to the, like, you're not gonna be on trial, right? You're right in front of a judge, and you're like, Your Honor, I couldn't hear her the first 3 times. Every time that they said that, and he's like, ha, see what you did there? And he, like, doesn't convict you. That's not how that shit flies, bro. Like it doesn't.
Cool. So
It doesn't help. All you have to do is skip, and then you're not in trouble now. Right? Like, now if you're at least asking girls who are of age to, like, pop a tit on Omegle, right? You're at the very least doing, like, not illegal shit. You know? How much delay is there on my stream? It shouldn't be much. I'm pretty sure I have it set to be as low as it can be. I don't know. Since I stream on, like, all platforms, there's a pretty good amount of delay. Just because it's harder to stream on everything than not. But I mean, we could probably test it. Send a message in the chat, like, as soon as you hear me, like, snap my finger. I'll snap it in a second. Just have a message ready to go, and then I'm gonna pull up a stopwatch real quick, because I'm kind of curious what the relative timing on this is, now that you've said something. Okay, say something in chat right now. About a 5-second delay. So, like, not much, it seems like. You might have more of a delay. You might need a reload or something, Ricky.
Mine are, I'm getting to your size for real.
No, yeah.
Yeah, I got about 5 seconds on that.
This. So, can I give you my...
Can I try and guess your size? Bro is actually talking to a confirmed minor, by the way. Like...
Hey, Snapchat? Alright, listen. This is gonna be good, okay? You know? High five. I grabbed your tit. Oh my god! Alright. You know, I love you, okay? Doodles. Silva, was that crazy? She's 18.
Yeah, that wasn't crazy at all.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know what you guys are yapping about, to be honest.
See, everything about Riot completely baffles me. Because he knows what he's doing.
It's fucking crazy.
He knows what he's done. He manipulates these girls to unknowingly do whatever he wants on his streams. And my brain can't wrap around why he would do this. And then I reminded myself, all the evidence is in your VOD. You told me why you do this. You told everyone. In a stream you did...
Wait, what? Wait, I'm curious. I mean, it has to be just pure, like, either A, delusion, right? Like, oh my god. Yeah, I don't know. Holy fuck.
With Zerka, who is the most controversial person to work with. But later, in that exact same stream, Zerka added Nick Fuentes. Yes.
No way. Wait, we got Nick Fuentes on this shit? In case anybody doesn't know. Nick Fuentes, holy shit, this guy is fucking crazy. I was thinking about doing a whole video on Nick Fuentes, actually. Nick Fuentes, popular, what's the word? You know, like, a little bit of a white supremacist Nazi, like, crazy fucking guy. Yeah, Nick Fuentes. Whew. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, this is insane. This guy is fucking crazy. Hangs out with Donald Trump constantly. But, like, yeah. I don't know why Donald Trump even, like, like, it isn't good for Trump to, like, say good things about this guy or to platform this guy, because this guy, like, on main multiple times just, like, spams white supremacist shit. And, like, not even, like, just actual real white supremacist shit. And it's like, dude, like, how the fuck? There's no way. But yeah, I mean, here we are. I mean, I don't know. How the fuck? How is he on? How is Nick Fuentes in this shit, dude?
That Nick Fuentes. But I'm getting sidetracked. In that stream...
Oh yeah, talked with Kanye and stuff. You know, helped Kanye with, like, or not helped, but, like, has promoted and done a lot with Kanye for all of his, like, Nazi shit that he's been doing lately. Trump hates Jews. I don't know if Trump said anything specifically, but not that Trump hates Jews. Nick Fuentes does hate Jews. Trump probably does too. Like, I don't know. I could 100% see that. But yeah, Nick Fuentes hates Jews. Yeah, for sure.
Zerka asked Riot and his girlfriend. Yes, Riot does have a girlfriend.
Right? Dude, how does he have a fucking girlfriend and I'm sitting over here holeless as fuck? And this actual goddamn pedophile is sitting here, like, has a girlfriend. Bro, are you fucking kidding me?
Like your IRL girlfriend.
Actually,
like, I'm actually being 100.
No, that's the go. The reason I don't, like, actually, like, f around with girls or anything is because, like, They're actually autistic. Especially the girls that live in my city, bro. They're all copy and paste. But
Did you say like all girls are autistic? What the fuck?
Maxie,
Yeah,
bro.
where you from again?
I don't know how to explain it. Like Maxie's like, bro, she's so funny on God. Maxie, you know how much I like you, right? I fucking like, you know, I like you a lot. Okay, let me reassure that a lot. It's so weird. We're like, it's like it's just perfect.
No,
right?
yeah,
Okay.
we do connect really good.
The only fucking girl I like on this whole entire Snapchat.
But in that stream with Zerka, he asked them this.
So, what's your name?
Matsimo. You can call me Mats or Matsy.
You're not a cock, but you let him flirt with other girls?
Yeah.
Do you let him take other girls?
I mean, it's only for business, though.
So there's your answer. It's only for business. To them, it's
This is
just
business?
content. Getting all these girls to do all this stuff for you.
For the
It's just for the
content.
business of it. For Riot's content.
Like that cringe do it for the Vine shit that was like big for a little while. Like that's what this shit is. So I'm sure there was a TikTok equivalent at some point, but like fuck.
But does it make it right?
No.
Not even in the slightest. So you're
Do
telling
it for the
me
gram,
when
yeah.
Riot goes on Snapchat, of all the girls that he's met
Let me
on
adjust my
Omegle,
camera
he
real
shows
quick.
every
I'm
single
gonna-
photo to his stream, and oops, he may accidentally show a nude? You're telling me that's a part of Riot's business? Riot's showing his friends on Discord photos of the girls he's gotten to do stuff with.
So, you want to see, oh, I got you. This girl's body is ridiculous, bro. Can you see my phone right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
God damn. Yo.
Chat, I'm an East
Right?
Steven.
That's getting crazy.
Yo.
Dude. The fuck? Like, how is this guy so fucking deluded? Like, his brain is a fucking mystery. Like, holy shit.
These girls who some don't know were on your streams, but to you, their bodies is your content. And you and your girl know what you're doing. You guys just know what you're doing. And the only reason why I'm bringing Riot's girl into this is because remember that clip of the 15-year-old? Guess who was in a Discord call with him during all of that?
I thought you were cool.
All right. Chat, that's the shit I do for you guys, bro.
You say it like so, like I don't know.
I mean, how is there a nice way to say, can I see your tits? Please explain it to me, because if there is, I would love to know it. Bro, what do you mean fumbled? Chat, did you want me, yes or no? How did I fumble?
He wanted you. The thing is, bro, that was low-key fucked up. Just telling you.
I know it. She said, Maxie, chill. Chat, when she stood up, on God, I didn't even look. And when she was gonna flash, on my life, I wasn't even gonna look.
He
That's
was
like,
doing it.
I wasn't gonna look. You know what? I had all the child porn. No cap. Wasn't gonna look at it though. You know, like I have it in my possession, right? But like not looking. I ain't peeking. And it's like, dude, you can't just like that shit don't fly. It's not just okay now. Like that's what's so crazy. Is like nothing about this like even remotely makes it so that way he just like it's valid now, right? Like what the fuck? Oh, by the way, Jay, how's the new camera look? Like I got an actual real fucking camera and shit instead of just a webcam, and I think it looks sick as fuck now. I'm super happy. Like I'm not blurred out. The background is like shit's good as fuck. Anyways, back to watching this fucking pedophile get. Jesus Christ, dude, this fucking crazy. This is fucking insane.
Are you guys?
that's weird as shit. Like, I swear on everything I love, I'm doing this for you
Standing
guys.
this-
Even though
yeah,
she's 18.
it's so
there's
sick.
nothing
I love
wrong
it.
with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But somehow it's just for the business of doing this kick content, right? Hey, so this part is being added in because everything that I'm about to tell you happened just a few days ago as of the time of this video going live. Now, this next part needs a little bit of context, so bear with me
The video went live 4 days ago, FYI.
here. So, Riot has another content creator friend named Citrus. He connected with this girl on Omegle and got her to expose herself. But she didn't know that she was on his live stream. A clip of her ended up on Twitter, and Citrus's audience found any information they could gather to spread this video to people close to this girl. and it affected her. All I'm gonna say is that because of Citrus and Citrus's fans having that video get uploaded to Twitter of her exposing herself, it took a toll on her. She's already in a vulnerable state. So what I'm about to show you is Citrus and Riot fully manipulating that for content. So let's cut to a few months later.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Like, that shit's just like, it's disgusting, dude. Like, it's just, it's so fucking vile. Like, this guy is like actually just fucking scum of the earth, right? Not this guy, Riot, obviously. But like, Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, no, it's just like fucking disgusting. Like, I can't, you can't just like do these things to people, right? Like, there are people out there with real lives that like there are real consequences behind what you fucking do. And like, pedophilia just doesn't work, bro. Like, you just can't you can't just like do that and it not be like you not be like actually the worst scum of the earth. Like, I don't give a shit what happens to him in the future. Fucking bro deserves to be locked up for the rest of his goddamn life. And hell, I don't even give a shit. Like, I think like pedophilia, like spreading CP, anything that has to do with CP, throw the death sentence on that shit. I'll even say that. Like, I don't really care. I'll throw the death sentence on that shit because it's like, yeah, now it won't fucking happen. You know, anything that stops it from fucking happening, I'm so about it, dude. It pisses me off so bad. Fuck.
After the whole Citrus situation, Riot connected with this girl on Omegle and got her to flash. And then...
You're on Discord, aren't you?
No, I swear to God, I'm not.
And you keep looking that way.
No, yeah, I have another monitor. I'm watching YouTube. All right, bro. I can't, bro. It hurts lying, bro. I'm a streamer, but I swear to God, I hit it when you showed your. It's all my life. I swear to God. Do you know who Citrus is? Cause he's in my chat right now saying he knows you.
Yeah.
Wait, what's your?
Freaking exposed me.
Citrus.
Well, he didn't tell me that he was streaming, and apparently the viewers were posting me on Twitter and to my family.
Oh, they found your family?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so like...
Is this a bad time to ask this here again?
He then proceeded to get her in...
Wait, so like, he fucking got this girl doxxed, her family doxxed. Like, they know who they are now and shit. Are you kidding me? That's fucking crazy. Oh, boom, you can also be a mod. Yeah, okay, so like, this guy, what Blood doing? So like, this guy found, basically like a child predator on Kick that was like, talking to Omegle, like going on Omegle, like doing the shit, right? And like talking to girls and then like trying to get them to like flash their tits, but they would be like, oh yeah, I'm 15. He'd be like, no, shh, you're what? I didn't hear that right. And they'd be like, oh, 18. And he was like, oh, okay, you're 18? Oh, okay, yeah. Let me see your tits. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, no, this shit's fucking wild, dude.
In a group Discord call with Citrus so that he can apologize for the Twitter incident. But must we forget, they're Kick streamers. So we know the real reason why they got her in that group chat.
I just want to say, like, when I first saw, like, your I didn't expect it, and like, to be that amazing. And my chat was in love the same as I was. And I just kept hyping it up even though I shouldn't, you know? I should have told you I was live. That was f***ed up of me.
Not fun when all your viewers were just threatening me, and they also brought in my dad.
Yo, you guys are deep in. Nah, AR loyals are fucked. I think he's apologizing for his chat.
Yeah, I am apologizing for my chat. And me, myself, I did a mistake too. You know?
Holy shit, I'm fucking dying.
So do you accept my apology?
So like, they're just like laughing at this girl that they like exposed who's underage. And they like very publicly shared like pictures of her tits and stuff, like just distributed child porn straight up. Shoot both of them. Yeah, I mean, fucking like these guys like don't deserve to have like normal lives, you know? Like 100% lock the fuckers up. I'm sick of this shit, dude.
Might just take me
it's fucking crazy how often it pops up to you.
Hard.
But for them, this is just content, so they're gonna milk it for all it's worth.
I'm sure nothing like that will ever happen again, right, Citrus?
Yeah, I know, but I have a question. You know, when we met, I wasn't going to the gym. But do you think like anything changed? I mean, look at laughing like I won't stick my between those big ass titties. Oh, My fault. I will fly you out.
Dude.
If you are down to do an IRL stream with me in person, I will fly you out to Miami. Accept the flight. Say yes, I am down to come to Miami. Oh, I have a good idea. Would you want to play strip Fortnite? Every kill I get, you remove one's clothing. Why don't you make an OF? You would make so much money. Let me put you on. I will make you rich. All my life I will.
You would make it bad. You would make it bad.
Let's talk about it. I will manage your OF. You know how you would be making at least $20,000 a month off of me.
Are you wearing, like, what are you wearing right now?
Can we see the outfit?
Can I see him again? Sorry, I just have, like, short-term memory loss.
I'll hide the screen right now if you show us.
This is a lie. Citrus only fully covered 2 of the 7 times they pushed her to do suggestive stuff on stream. And Riot only fully covered 4 of the 7 times. And Citrus's audience were clipping and saving portions of the entire stream.
I'll hide my too. Hold on one second.
Black screen right now. Let them out.
And after she does, Citrus adds his friends to the call.
Yo, hey, no questions asked. Show him to my boy. Hold on.
Let her rip.
Let it rip. She has a vibrator. Show us.
Yeah, can we see her vibrator?
Yeah. Let's see it. We just want to see it.
How we learn is like visual instruction. Can I see her arch?
And when this girl found out that these streamers were not covering the screen when she was exposing herself again, therefore causing Citrus's fans to be clipping portions from this stream to post online all over again.
Bro, you fucking said Minecraft YouTubers are evolving. That's fucking crazy. That's funny as shit. Dude. Listen. Fuck. Dude, you know, this is what Minecraft YouTubers do on like the fucking next level, dude. Like they took that shit and they were like, listen, watch this shit, and fucking just slammed dunked every fucking like law that they could find, that they could break, that involved some sort of sexual assault. They just like, they went for it in this, and it's like fucking crazy what's going on. Bro, you're on YouTube, you can rewind. No, I'm just kidding. But like what's going on is like there's a guy on Kick who was like going into Omegle and like trying to get underage girls to like show him their boobs and stuff, and then pedo shit basically. Boom's right, 100% Boom is right. Yeah, just like really fucked up stuff. Yeah, just absolutely insane person. Fucking they're crazy, just crazy
she
shit,
talked
dude.
about unaliving herself, and this is how they react to that.
You never turned the camera off, did you?
No, I did. On God, I did. Oh, GG's. GG's. Who the f snitched?
I'd never.
Weird kid, bruh.
Who the fuck snitched? Dude, what is your goddamn problem? Are you fucking... That's what you're worried about? Not the girl who is, like, openly talking about how you, like, leaked her... or got her information leaked. And, like... all this other shit, and he's like, oh damn, who snitched? Chat, you guys, oh my god, you goofballs, who snitched? What? And apparently she's about to talk about killing yourself. Are you fucking kidding me?
No, I understand. You just don't have to. Just don't give them the attention. Like that's all they want.
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, bitch pretended to lag out.
Can I see you smile, please? For me, a smile, just a quick smile.
Should I tip her, bro? Is that? Just be like, yo, wait, can I just send you money and you just forget about it? Wait, type a 1 if you guys think she'll actually do it. Put a 2 if she won't. I don't think we should test the limits, of course, but like.
Look at me. You hear me? No, drop your phone.
If I was his parents, bro, like I say, never too late to start over. Dude, like that's the thing though. Like, I hope I never have like a kid and this fucking happens. Like, A, that means I did a bad job as a parent, right? Like, that means I did a horrible job as a parent, because there's no way that happens unless the kid is just like actually fucking like mentally deluded, right? But like, man, I disown that bitch frame 1, right? Like, I disown my pedophile kid frame 1 instantly. That's why I'm scared to have a kid. Yeah, I don't want to have a kid and it get all fucked up and like weird. I don't want him to come out like a pedophile, right? Like, fuck, dude. That's just like a furry is sounding normal now. What the hell? I mean, the thing with like furry shit is it's like, keep it like, you know, again, you don't have to like, that's not even necessarily like bad, right? Like, furry shit isn't necessarily bad as long as you're not, like, promoting, like, bestiality. Furry shit is just, like, enjoying, like, having sex with people while you're in costumes. Like, that is different. But, like, at the end of the day, though, like, you can never conflate furry shit with like pedophile shit ever, right? Like, yeah, it's just fucked.
Phone now. Stop going through these messages because that's what's ruining your mood.
That's not what's ruining her mood. She wouldn't be getting these messages. She wouldn't be getting these threats.
Yeah, I'm not weird being a furry is normal. All right, by the definition of weird, being a furry is weird, but there's nothing wrong with it, right? So it's like, yeah, again, let's put it that way.
None of this would have happened if it wasn't.
Hey, listen. I've met a furry before. He was super chill guy. No complaints. Hey, that's all I'm saying. Guy who made Lethal Company, apparently a furry. Great for him. Love it. Send him to Scared Straight. Yeah, like the prison thing. No, just send him to fucking prison, dude. Like, fuck this guy, dude. Like, bitch genuinely should just be locked up forever, or like, I don't know, fucking death sentence. No, I know you're joking. But like, yeah.
For Citrus
furry
and
convention
Riot,
vlog,
and
bro.
yes, other kick streamers who fully manipulated her without her knowing that she was on a live stream.
Mentally, you need to jump over those obstacles and be the best. You are the best. You can't let no one stop you. You are the f***ing queen. Do you hear me? And people love you. People care about you.
Yo.
You have your own
Yeah,
voice,
Abby,
and
no,
there's-
you're 100% right. Like, both of them should be locked up, like, for fucking good. Like, I don't know. That's fucking insane. Anybody who, like, view distributed, I mean, it's fucking crazy.
There's gonna be a happy ending at the end. I know it.
Yeah, where
Don't say that.
Yo. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This was a crazy roller coaster, bro. No way you guys are putting bets on if she. Okay. Yo, this is.
That's fucking crazy. Bro cultivated a community where they're putting bets on if she's gonna kill herself or not. Like, fucking throw in the towel. You're not meant to be fucking a streamer. Like, you shouldn't be. Hell, you shouldn't be walking with the rest of us normal people. Like, fucking, god damn it, dude.
This is like Sidewatch, not
Shit's so
an
fucked
Everyone
up.
has a reason to be alive. Everyone has a purpose on this earth. So you have a purpose on this earth. We are gonna make it out, and we're gonna be the best. All right? Say that. We're gonna be the best. Say the best. What's your dream? I actually want to know. What's your dream?
He might be
What do
cooking.
you want to do, like, in life?
I just want to be a mom.
You want to be a mom already? You want to be a mom? What if I make you a mom? My chat says get her pregnant.
They physically
That's fucking crazy. You asked her about her dream, and then you just moved to more pedophile shit. Are you fucking crazy?
cannot turn off the content side of their brain. They always feel the need to entertain and feed into the chat.
You want to be a mom? No, I got you right here. You want to be a mom, right? You have a lot to live for. You got a lot of good traits and everything. You know, don't make a rational decision. You know, you're definitely gonna regret, or irrational. Sorry.
Then you shouldn't have made me show off my face.
And I fucked up. What you're thinking is definitely not the answer. You know, don't be scared to like reach out. And here, I'll DM you my number right now. You should never be in that state of mind.
Riot got banned, but Citrus is only suspended for like 4 days. Yeah, I tried to look up Riot on Kick, and he was not there anymore. Like, you look up Riot LOL, and he doesn't fucking pop up at all. Like, 0 results. So I think he's like been permanently removed from the platform. Perfect. That's 100% what should happen. Little jail time, never hurt anybody. Well, it did, but like, never hurt someone like this. So like, you know, fucking throw him in. I said lock his bitch ass up. Same with Citrus, bro. I don't give a shit. Like, bro looked at the tits. All I needed, and then made jokes about it.
You're still very young.
That's
Long
suicide
life
race. Are you
ahead of
fucking kidding me?
You know, don't think like that. You know.
Use jail time for sure. Yeah, fucking hell. Sorry, that song caught me off guard. I don't need to be laughing. That song just completely caught me off guard. Yeah, no, like, it's so fucked, dude. You can't like do any of this.
Sorry,
I don't know.
You just lagged. What'd you say?
When she's talking about the problems that she's going through in her life.
He mutes her and
her
plays the music.
story. Riot says this.
Since that happened with Citrus,
Can you stop yapping, bro?
When you drive someone
No fucking way. Dude, bro, you emotionally like manipulated this person. You fucking spread like explicit pictures of her online without her consent whatsoever to random people, and then you fucking said Bish like it needs to stop yapping. Shut the fuck up. Whenever she like admits to you, dude, you're an actual just insane piece of shit. Like this is what Siege players do when they stop playing? Bro, boom. Jesus Christ. No. Maybe. Minecraft YouTubers, dude.
Consider death as an option. I think it's time to reevaluate the content that you're making. And I highly think Kick should reevaluate the creators that they're platforming. Because if they don't, something devastating could happen. What they were doing is so awful that I couldn't just stand by and just let that happen. So I reached out to her while this was all happening. And then she added me to the call. Now, I by no means am a skilled debater.
Oh.
And I really don't think I did too well, to be honest. However, it didn't stop these streamers from showing their true colors.
Hey.
Hey.
Who's this?
I just have a question for you guys.
What?
Is this? I'm scared.
Whatever's happened.
They always fucking dodge him. As soon as he gets close to them, they dodge him because they know they're in fucking trouble.
Right now is beyond messed up on so many levels.
Did I not have a full-on, straight-on, serious convo with her? Did you not see that part? My chat was saying, oh, have her do it, have her do it. If I was egging it on by the chat, I would say, oh, do it, just to get the laughs. But guess what?
Dude, you fucking did, dumbass. What? Bro's fucking delusional. He did. He literally. What? Are you fucking? No way, bro. What a fucking like. What an actual piece of shit. Like that's fucking crazy, dude. There's no way.
What? I talked to her. I fucking spoke deep with her. Everyone has a reason to be alive. Everyone has a purpose on this earth. You want to be a mom? What if I make you a mom? My chat says get her.
What if I make you a mom? That's the funniest shit ever, chat, right? Like, what the fuck is his problem? Oh my god.
Her pregnant.
You talked about managing her fans.
Okay, I'm a businessman and she was down. Let me manage her. What's wrong with that?
I saw a video where Citrus tried to say that Guy Chicken left some parts out, but I don't believe it. Well, like, even if he left some parts out, as much as he might have left some parts out, like, there is no context that helps what he said here. Like, there just isn't, you know? Like, I don't know. It doesn't matter the context. Even if you said you were joking after every single time, or you said in Minecraft or whatever the fuck, like, there is no context that helps this situation, you know? And it's like, yeah, that's crazy. Like, even trying to play, like, the context, like, trying to throw the fucking context argument out there doesn't fucking matter. Like, that's crazy, dude.
Trust me, I'm not getting.
Bro.
Leave! Everyone go spam leave.
You were fixated on bringing her out to Miami.
Everybody spam
Guess
leave.
what? I'm not actually bringing her out to Miami. She gets hacked.
Then why did you say all that?
Oh my god! So
then why did you say all
if
that?
I was being serious, I'm weird. If I was lying, I'm weird. So what do you want, kid? What makes you happy? Look at you, Miles Morales.
We want you to wait.
You are making a fool of yourself.
Did he just call him Miles Morales? That was just straight racism. Wait, there's no fucking shot.
Miles Morales, you are making a fool of yourself. Thanks for the roses.
Thank you.
Thanks for the roses. Oh, I can't use that right now. Thanks for the roses.
So he's trying to make fun of him like he's the fucking dude. Actually, just like fucking. Oh my god. Wow. Like, actually, just like, bro is a black guy. So then he was like, yeah, you're Miles Morales. Like, what? Dude, you can't just like do that. What the fuck?
Ice cream so good.
Like the new subscriber. Thank you.
I get that you're a content creator and your job is to entertain. But in a situation right now, I really don't think you should be entertaining people.
You're the one who... I'm gonna be the good person here. Him. You know what? Let me get the W's. I want to get the views, not him.
I'm pointing out a problem here with Kick content.
Thanks for the rose.
What's the problem?
Thanks for
Wait,
the
Wait. So he's like trying to make fun of him because he's not being a pedophile? What the fuck? Wait, dude, you can't have a rational argument here. Like, you're trying to make fun of this guy because this guy is like exposing you for being... That's fucking crazy. The insane delusional amount of mental gymnastics that you have to do in order to like get to this person, to like this guy on my fucking screen. Like, this guy isn't even banned. This guy didn't get banned from Kick. How fucked up is that? How fucking oh my god, how crazy is that?
What happened? Thanks for the roses. You want a box, bro? You want to make money off this? Let's talk money. No, we talking money now.
Bro was fucking like, this guy's got to have been raised as like an iPad kid or some crazy shit, right? Like, this is what happens when iPad kids get like attention. This is this guy.
You know what? This is gonna go
caveman
viral.
Mentality. Yeah.
Let's box. Let's make it more viral. Let's make money.
No, because that's a low. In my opinion, that's a low in content.
No, it's not. It's
definitely
just
licked
to
his
get
iPad.
money.
Yeah.
Like, do you not like money, bro? You saw the part where I was serious talking about her. Wasn't looking at chat. Wasn't saying anything.
It doesn't matter how serious you were for that little amount of time. Great job for doing that. You looked at her tits, commented about her tits multiple times. Very inappropriately. Like, dude, there isn't a way around this. You're fucking crazy. Like, there's no way.
Wasn't laughing.
How you were talking about how you take her out on a date and fly her out to Miami multiple times, yeah.
Bro, you were watching the end of it. When she was smiling and stuff and saying she was down.
Oh yeah, just the end of it.
Of course he left. Nice.
Of course he left. Riot kicked him. He's trying to play it off like he was a pussy or something. Dude, that's fucking crazy. What like, imagine being as much of like the pussy boy mentality behind these people. It's fucking crazy. Like, goddamn, dude.
He left.
Why'd you remove him? Why'd you kick him?
Yeah, what?
Hey, dude, you're fried if you think staying in that call was a good idea.
I don't give a fuck, bro.
Also, just minutes after this stream, he paid a Twitter account to post a very positive and totally not fake story about him paying.
What? Gig streamer Citrus paid off 4 of his fans' college debts, costing up to $150,000. Nice job, buddy. The fuck? Yeah, guys, listen. Okay, the idea here is fucking crazy. Because you're sitting here and you're like, guys, I have the best plan. I know how to get rid of all this. It's gonna work. Oh my god, I can make all of this go away. All I have to do is pretend and lie about paying off 4 people's college debts. And then all the pedophile stuff goes away. Dude, it doesn't just go away. I don't think the camera's centered. Whatever. It doesn't just go away after that. Like, just because you now, it's like trying to eat a salad after having like a full course meal and thinking you're gonna lose weight and that's like a good thing. It's like, dude, that's not how that shit works. You can't just have 9 salads. Like, bro is trying to, Jesus Christ, dude. What an actual just like human piece of shit. Like, goddamn.
For 4 people's
I
college
think Mini Lad tried this stunt before. Yeah, you're right, Boom.
debt. Even if this story is real, charity is a good thing in general, but not when it's used as good PR to distract from you making a girl want to unalive herself. But let's check out Riot's stream the next night. After everything that took place, Riot celebrated that stream.
Put a 1 in the chat if you were here for last night's stream. Let me know. Oh my god, last night's stream was crazy. I ain't gonna lie.
Thank you for the follow, Abby.
That shit was crazy. Yeah, last night's stream was crazy. Shout out to the boy Citrus. We set up a fucking content factory last night. That was crazy. Oh, I'm about to get locked up. Nah, kidding.
I hope you're not kidding. I hope he gets fucking locked up. Jesus Christ. Like, him joking about it is fucking insane.
You see what I mean?
But like, yeah, get locked up, bro.
He called the entire situation with that girl a content factory. And then hours later,
that's what he was talking about?
During that exact same stream, he gets a donation by one of the founders of Kick.
Everyone keeps mentioning Riot Law.
Yeah,
give Riot Law.
What is this? He trolls. So you can swear Eddie's here. Yo! Holy Oh my God, Eddie, bro. Eddie, bro. Holy shit. No fucking way.
Alright, big shout out to the right ones. That's awesome. That's awesome.
So funny.
No, not sure if I quite love you, man, but I fucking love the enthusiasm. It's legend.
I wonder how he would feel about donating to Riot if he knew the situation that happened just a day before. But if we've learned anything from the Ice Poseidon situation that happened a few months ago on
Kick revisits moderation policy after CEO left as sex worker prank. Oh yeah, did you guys hear about this shit? This shit was crazy too. Holy fuck. Yeah, so like they Ice Poseidon like was going to secretly record like a sex worker, like a hooker, a sex worker. He was like secretly recording one and was gonna have her like do her sex work on like a guy recorded without her knowing, and was going to just fucking broadcast that shit on Kick. And it was like a prank, a prank. What? That's not a fucking prank. Yeah, live on Kick. Yep, 100% live on Kick. Dude, people have like, I mean, Kick's a fucking insane platform. I will say, like, I'm live on it literally right now. But like, Kick, as much as I'm live on it right now, Kick is an insane platform. And like, yeah, I don't know.
Something tells me he wouldn't care, and that's the problem with Kick. Do you understand how illegal this is? So I don't know how to process.
Ark? Is that you? Wait, Ark, is that you actually? Deadass?
That Kick is allowing.
You streamed Omegle on Kick before and a PP showed up, but I guess it was fine. That's when I switched. Yeah, like, I don't know. I show porn on my stream. I get banned everywhere but Kick right now. And like, little do you guys know, I stream, you can see it right now, I stream in desktop mode. So like, I have porn pulled up on the other monitor. I could let it all go down right now. I could take it all down. No, I'm just kidding. But
this. He's a verified account. How is this content 18 plus when the people Riot are talking to aren't even 18 plus? So this is his content.
I'm shirtless. Your shirt is on. This is a really tough situation, you know. I could have got that to do everything. Chat, like everything, bro.
This is his humor.
Like,
the porn?
to make a joke about like someone beating women, like I feel like that's weird.
Stop being soft, bro. It's a joke.
Oh, stop being soft. I'm just joking about beating women in front of a random woman that I don't know. Oh my god. It's like, come on. Like, I don't know. Sometimes it's like, yeah, jokes are jokes. 100%. I'm down. I'm the type of person who is like, I think liberals go too far with like jokes are like just thinking like jokes are too much or whatever the fuck, right? Like, I'm somebody who is very like, yeah, guys, chill out. Like, it is just a joke. Like, in comparison to like most liberals. But like, are you fucking kidding me, dude?
How many tattoos do you have?
The whole vid's about you? Yeah.
4.
What's your favorite one?
My rib.
Can I see it? Okay. Why'd you get it?
It symbolizes the survivor of sexual assault. Yeah.
It symbolizes the survival of sexual assault. Like, that's a cool tattoo. Like, it's a cool tattoo. Super sorry for what you went through. Like, and that's how you approach that situation. And that's super normal.
It's okay.
That's fucking crazy, dude. Why are you laughing?
Okay, you can laugh. That's how I cope.
You know, I usually just come with, like, masturbating, but like, I mean, like, one's slightly above the other. Wait, you gotta, alright. Wait, do you gym? Bro, me and you should get some cardio in. How many bodies do you have? I'm just out of curiosity. I didn't mean to say that. Your teeth look really nice.
The conversation.
I'm sorry, dude. Yo. Oh my god. Hey, Crazy.
Bro, that girl just told.
Just got an achievement on her, dude. Chill out. Like, I don't know. Like, this is. It's fucking crazy.
Told you she was a sexual assault survivor, and your next question was, how many bodies do you have?
Wait, was it? On God? Wait, your mic was lagging. Repeat that.
Wait, was it? Oh my god. He's gonna kick him, isn't he?
That's literally what
and he's got all of his friends.
Ooh, did you guys see that? Did you guys see? I'll play it again. I'll play it again. I'll play it again. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. You're not even gonna. He's gonna.
That's literally what you.
Oh, it was mid talk. Ah, he's so funny, guys. Wow. Shut the fuck up, dude. Like, this guy sucks so bad.
All of his friends and even Kick backing him up. So Riot, this is my question to you. Do any of the girls that you've met on Omegle and ended up adding on Snapchat, do any of them know? Do any of them know about your streams? Do any of them from the NSFW channel know? I think I know the answer, and I know you do too. Shame on you. Shame on Kick. Shame on any one of his friends that knew about you and your content and still let it slide. But will anything happen? The sad part is probably not, because to all these shameful Kick creators, well,
it's only for business, though.
It's content. All the money this video makes from monetization will go to the Safe from Online Sex Abuse SOSA organization, or if you or somebody you know is struggling or in crisis, help is available. Call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org. SOStogether.org. This is the charity that he's donating to, or SOSA. Basically just talking about survivors of sexual assault. Very, very great, very, very, very great charity. I've actually donated before. I actually love them. Great charity. Actually try. They're really, really good about actually helping and trying really hard to actually do that. So I heavily encourage anybody to check that out if you're interested. But yeah, fuck. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, I don't know. You can't just like fucking. I mean, bro literally just like spread pedophilia on main and was just like, yeah, I'm gonna do that for like my content, and like that's all I'm gonna do. That's it. Like, that's all I'm gonna do. Like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Jesus Christ. Like, get a fucking life and like do something productive and stop like hurting other people for no fucking reason, dude. Like, what an actual piece of shit. Like, just fucking human ways. Like, that guy, fuck him. Everything about him, fuck him. Okay. Now, on hopefully a slightly... You have a video idea, guys? Dude. Boom. Listen. Bro. Listen, I'm gonna unmod you right now. Like, I will. Listen, chill out. Fuck both of them. Okay, sweet. Much better. Much better. About it. Okay, so I wanted to go through a couple channels that I thought were super interesting. Philion and Jabri, Jabri, both very cool. Both make very, very good stuff. Bully's the wrong nerd. I'm curious what. I don't know. He's been doing face cam recently. Oh, okay. I've only ever seen some of his. I watched this one, The Cult of Mormonism. I'm an ex-Mormon. Loved that. Didn't watch the Heaven's Gate one. I did watch one that he did on... yeah, I watched Bored Ape Nazi Club. I remember that. That one was crazy. What else? What else? Oh, I also watched one that he did on, not steroids, but... Oh, shit, where is it? Can't remember. I can't find it. Yeah, whatever. Anyways, so... I wanted to watch his most recent video, because I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Hey, all those creators? Yep, that's why he made a video on them, because he doesn't like them either, so yeah.
Have you ever wondered what the Olympics would look like?
I'm assuming that's fine.
if
I
every
think I'm good.
athlete was allowed to use steroids. Sorry to break it to you,
Sneeko, I think you spelt it right, but yeah, fuck Sneeko, dude.
but we already know what that looks like. It's called the Olympics. Have you guys heard of the Enhanced Games? Billionaire PayPal co-founder Peter Thiel has invested in a drug-friendly sports contest styled as a, quote,
All right,
modern
CJ.
reinvention of the Olympic Games. Part of a movement embracing ways science and technology can enhance human performance that critics argue endangers both athletes' health and sport itself. That's right, baby. 2024 is the year of the Enhanced Games. And billionaire freakazoid Pete
I think it's a fucking just want to say, I think it's a fucking crazy got to game. I think it's a fucking crazy idea to be like, guys, listen. What if we made the Olympics, but you can take as many drugs as you want? As many, as much. I don't put a limit on it. You don't put a limit on it. Only limit is how high you can get. Like how much steroids you can put into your body, because I gotta juice it, you know? Like, what the fuck? It's insane as a concept. Sounds like a fucking South Park episode, right? Like, that this is insane that this is real.
Peter Thiel is funding it. You see, Peter Thiel is a bit of a weirdo, considering the fact that he invests in quite possibly the strangest projects known to mankind. So when I heard news of the Enhanced Games and Peter Thiel was backing it, it all checked out. Thiel was revealed as an investor in a, quote, multi-million-dollar seed round on Tuesday for the Enhanced Games, a privately funded sporting contest that describes itself as the Olympics of the future. Thiel is joined by the likes
Olympics
of
of the
Balaji
future. All right.
Srinivasan, a cryptocurrency investor and former CTO of Coinbase, and Christian Angermeyer, a biotech investor who said the games will undoubtedly inspire the public's imagination. You see, to me, this entire idea is a bit silly, but I guess this is the route that we're going. The Enhanced Games said it will not test athletes for drugs or other performance enhancers at its events. It is not clear when the first competition will take place, explaining it, quote, embraces the inclusion of science in sports, and is, quote, unencumbered by anachronistic.
Okay, wait, hold up. There's a difference between, like, people. There's a reason that people who are, like, full natural, like, it's impressive that you're, or, like, cool that you're full natural, right? Like, there seems to be a lack of understanding that, like, things are anti-science. No, it's not that it's anti-science. It's that we don't want people fucking dying on the regular, like, trying their hardest to, like, you know, again, yeah, we're pushing the like, you are 100% pushing the boundary of, like, what humans can do. There's a real fucking reason for this. Dude, you're crazy. Unencumbered by anarchistic legacy. Anachronistic? What the fuck is that word? Like, dude, chill out. You're just trying to say that, like, drugs should be allowed in sports, and it's like, okay, like, hard disagree, but okay, like, it's an idea for sure.
Legacy systems that are, quote, anti-science and stigmatize, quote, enhanced athletes. Holy fucking shit, the amount of quotes are fake natties themselves. The athletes, holy fucks, that are, quote, anti-science, quote, unencumbered by anachronistic legacy.
Anachronistic. There we go. Thank you.
Systems that are, quote, anti-science and stigmatize, quote, enhanced athletes. Holy fucking shit, the amount of quotes are fake natties themselves. The contest said it is aiming to be the, quote, safest international sporting event in history, and will require full medical screens on athletes competing to monitor any risks. Imagine the look on my face when I first heard about the Enhanced Games. It's literally the fake natty Olympics. Now, if you're sitting there thinking to yourself, do we really need this? Do we need a sporting event where anyone can take any drug that they want and push humanity to its limits and break some world records? Apparently the answer is yes. But that's not the only reason why the Enhanced Games is happening. According to its founder, Aaron D'Souza, he believes that the Olympic Games are rife with corruption. All you have to do is Google IOC corruption, or the International Olympic Committee. The idea of fairness and Olympics simply can't coexist. Every 4 years, a country will host the Olympic Games. Now, you can think of it as if that country is throwing a party for the rest of the world. And not all these countries have the infrastructure and means to build everything needed to host the Olympic Games. So what happens? You have hyperinflated budgets, unfinished projects, athletes on steroids, entire countries that are organizing schemes, scams, and cheating scandals. Like, what the fuck? The Olympics is just one giant clusterfuck. There is documented evidence of state-sponsored doping programs. You think professional sports in the West is bad? Have you seen Russia? Between figure skaters on performance-enhancing drugs, the track athlete who ate a tainted burrito is still going by that fucking claim. Who remembers when Michael Phelps was—
Wait, what? Positive tests an infamous burrito and running career in purgatory. Wait, what the fuck happened? Wait, I don't know what the fuck is going on here.
Burrito is still going by that fucking claim. Who remembers when Michael Phelps was busted for weed? I remember being a kid being like, oh no.
No way.
Wouldn't that make you slower? Moral of the story, the Olympic Games are a joke.
Yeah, getting busted for a weed as an Olympic athlete is fucking crazy. A burrito is canon. What the fuck are you talking about? But like, dude, they like imagine getting busted for being too high at the Olympic Games because you were like on weed. And it's like, dude, like, who gives a shit? Like, damn, he gave every other competitor a really, really distinct advantage. Like, a very, very, like, distinct fucking advantage, dude. Like, are you kidding me?
But I'll also admit that watching people shatter world records is one of the sickest things ever. So I'm not totally out on the Olympics. It's just taking it seriously as this fair competition among countries is just asinine.
Philion, what about bobsledding? I'm sure they're all natty.
Dude, I don't know. They're probably on some fucking shit because all of these games have exploits. And the top athletes in these games are finding those exploits. It's not rocket science. And even if it's a 1% increase, you bet they're going to utilize whatever it is that helps them. So if Johnny in the fucking bobsled is snorting 5 gum that helps him get in the bobsled faster and do the fucking loop, who knows? While the enhanced
he's taking like the 5... What? Here it is. I already found it. I have like some 5 gum energy, 5, I don't know, energy 5 gum respawn mental focus gum. It's like fucking kind of weird, but I've had it on my desk for like fucking months now because I had like one piece and then I realized shit was just like not all that. And it was kind of funny. And I was like, damn, what? This would be crazy, bro. Shit might make me so good at Valorant. Nothing increased, so like I'm assuming that we don't have too much improvements really there.
Enhancements as a personal choice for competitors, the contest's website says it embraces enhanced athletes and wants to push the perceived limit of what is possible, with the ultimate goal of setting new world records. Let's be clear.
Aren't these world records considered invalid too? Like, these aren't even going to be officially recognized. I'm pretty positive. Like, that's how that works, right? I'm pretty fucking positive that they would just, like, any official organization would just be like, wait, so, like, the guy was, like, on just, like, mad numbers, mad amounts of steroids? And then they're like, yeah. Well, like, yeah, of course, it's the whatever, fucking, the steroid Olympics, I guess. Like, yeah, no shit. I don't know, that's not gonna work.
Is not actually going to be that fun to watch because the top athletes in the Olympics who hold the world records are probably juicing. Everybody knows that Usain Bolt is the fastest man in the world, and his time for the 100-meter race is 9.58 seconds. Now, why is it that competitors 2 through 10 have all been routinely popped for performance-enhancing drugs, but Usain Bolt is as clean as a whistle? Tyson Gay, popped. Asafa Powell, popped. Johan Blake, popped. Marvin Anderson, popped. Justin Gatlin, popped. Stephen Mullings, popped. Nesta Carter's, popped. Tim Montgomery, popped. Does he train that much harder? Is he that much of a genetic outlier? Maybe. but something tells me that if he hopped on a designer stack, he wouldn't go sub 9 in the 100-meter. 1988 Seoul Olympics, quote, the dirtiest race in history. 6 out of 8 competitors in the 100-meter final, including
6 of
Johnson's
8?
American
Holy fuck,
adversary Lewis, were found to have taken performance-enhancing drugs. But if you were to tell me with a straight face that you
It's fucking insane to think that, like, there's more people on drugs. There's quite possibly more people on drugs doing the Olympics than not. You
honestly think Usain Bolt is natty given this information, I would question your critical thinking skills. The guy's name is Insane Lightning Bolt. Do you not realize the marketing capabilities to prop him up as the fucking god of sprinting? Hello? Do you know how many eyeballs he brings to track and field? Do you know how many little boys he inspires around the globe just because his last name is Bolt and he happens to be the most cracked runner in history? So the fact that the enhanced games is drawing a population pool
I didn't know fucking any of this, actually. I'll always have just completely assumed that, like, the Olympics is super legit and is, like, super fair and all that shit, and I had no idea. Damn.
From, I don't know, mid to high level organizations around the world thinks that they
I mean, like, obviously there's, like, drugs in the Olympics and stuff, but, like, I would assume that, like, every Olympic athlete is, like, tested right before they perform. You know, at least that would have been my guess. I don't know.
Can go toe to toe with the most insane athletes already in the Olympics who are probably already using steroids. They're out of their goddamn bird. The cream of the crop is already in the Olympics. And if the Olympic Games are as corrupt as Aaron D'Souza asserts, then that means that these athletes are not going to jump over to the enhanced games. They would be committing career suicide. So what I think we're actually going to get is a bunch of mid-athletes who are juiced to the gills, trying to even get to the level that the Olympians are at.
I think it would be so funny if they promoted this shit as, like, the next level Olympics and, like, all of that, and they were like, yeah, this is the crazy Olympics, and, like, it's the steroid Olympics or whatever, and then they're just like significantly worse and, like, slower than the normal Olympics. Like, that'd be crazy
in the first place, and they're going to fail and die, and there's really not going to be that many earth-shattering records being broken. You think Liu Xiaojun is just taking an extra scoop of creatine? You think you're going to beat these records? The Enhanced Games says it is going to be, quote, the most inclusive sports league in history. All adults will be welcome to apply to compete in the games, organizers said.
I guess that's technically... I mean, he's right. Like, it 100% will be the most inclusive sport league in history. 100%. They're literally allowing people to take performance-enhancing drugs. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're not going to decline anybody, like, at all. You know, as long as you're an adult, go for it.
Regardless of whether they are natural, adaptive, or enhanced, an amateur or a former Olympian. Registration will open in late 2024. Precise dates for the contest are not yet known. Now, if you're going to try to disrupt the Olympics, take their crown, usurp their power, your marketing has got to be next level. And as a result, the Enhanced Games has this banger of a commercial, a promo, a trailer.
Let's see.
I am the fastest man in the world.
I am a fake natty.
I have broken Usain Bolt's 100-meter record.
Really? There's no
I want to see
shot, buddy.
I want to see it.
I will eat my fucking words if you break Usain Bolt's 100-meter record. It's not going to happen. It's impossible. Because if athletes 2 through 10 are doping, and Usain Bolt hypothetically is natural, and he's just that much of a genetic outlier, you being on steroids and not being a genetic outlier is not going to yield a 9.49 100-meter. No shot, Jimmy Jones. No fucking chance.
Yeah.
I can't show you my face.
And it's like, I don't necessarily know how I can't. What?
I am a proud, enhanced athlete.
I won't show you my face. I'm not gonna show you. I beat the Olympic record. Trust me. I beat it. I'm not gonna show you though. Like, what the fuck? You can't just do that, dude. you can't just not gonna show you. Like, what the
This
fuck?
is the most spiritually gay thing I've ever watched in my entire life. As
I'm
if
sorry,
I'm
why do
supposed
you-
to feel bad for you that you can't make the actual Olympics. As if these shadowy forces are preventing you from competing in the Olympics.
The Olympics hate me. I need your help to come out.
Okay. Okay, saying I need your help to come out is fucking insane. There's no way. There's actually no way, bro.
It actually is gay.
I need your help to stop hate.
Dude, I will never stop hating on fake natties.
I need your help.
Dude, like, using performance enhancing drugs isn't like a... Like, you're not being, like, discriminated against, you know? Chill out. Like, you just are on drugs, and then most people that are on performance-enhancing drugs lie about it, and they get mad whenever, like, you call them out or whatever. Like, I don't know, fucking Liver King. Like, chill out. Like, dude, I don't know what to tell you. It's not like there's a subculture of people who just, like, really hate you, and, like, you're being discriminated against. Yeah, because you're using things that are deemed not okay, and, like, not supposed to be used in competitive sports because it's unfair and dangerous for really easy to research reasons. Like, chill out, bro.
For the world to embrace science.
I just wouldn't call it embracing science. I would say embracing modern developments in drugs, but science? I don't know. That's a slippery slope we're headed down.
Come join me in 2024 at the first Enhanced Games and see me break the world record in public.
Now, I will say, the one
If
thing
this
the
happens, that'd
Enhanced
be crazy.
Games is
What was that?
fair. Because they're saying anyone can take anything, no discrimination.
Yeah.
That is the most fair way to conduct competition at the highest level. Because, like you saw in the Olympics, and like we continue to see, there are athletes doping and using drugs to get those advantages. Maybe they get popped, maybe they don't.
So wait, like, are they not like, that's my question. Like, is the Olympics, like, how is it a serious organization? Are they, like, not drug testing for this type of stuff? Like, I don't know. Like, are they not? they should be. Like, that, like, there's no way. Like, how... I mean, again, like, I feel like it's a really easy slam dunk for the Olympics because, like, that's the thing. Like, even with, like, the Super Bowl being scripted, right? Like, crazy idea, right? Like, there's no way that all of that happens and, like, these are just, like, like, they're following a script and all that. Yeah, sure, whatever, right? Like, whatever the fuck you want to say. But, like, there's no reason to script the Super Bowl because people will watch it regardless. Millions of people will watch it regardless of how good the game actually was. Think about what happened last year at the Super Bowl. Shit was whack. Like, I don't know. Like, you can't, like, people will watch it anyways. Same with the Olympics. People love sports, dude. Like, oh my god, dude. Like, I'm somebody who, like, really disses on America a lot for, like, their foreign policy and shit. And, like, dude, whenever they, like, whenever Michael Phelps wins the 9th gold medal in a row for the swimmers, like, for the American team, the swimmers, oh my god, that, like, hits me like nothing else, dude. Nothing gets me more patriotic. nothing makes me an American dick rider harder, like, faster than that type of thing. But at the same time, bro, like, it's just a crazy idea to think, like, that they're scripting it and shit, and, like, it's all, like, I don't know, like, it's such an easy, like, slam dunk for the Olympics. Like, all you have to do is just do it the right way, you know, and it's not that hard. Test everyone for drugs, like, all that shit.
I will give the Enhanced Games credit that they actually are equal. Hashtag science is
it is
real.
Ultimately equal.
Look.
Also, hashtag science is real is crazy. Your haters aren't denying that science is real. You're fucking stupid. Like, that's not what's happening here. You know that that's not what they're saying. What they're saying is they're not saying science isn't real. That's actually a fucking insane take. No, like, what's happening is people are wanting, like, non-drug enhanced games because there's a lot of stigma around drugs and it's dangerous and multitudes of other reasons. Like, I don't know. Really, really easy thing to wrap my head around.
Even if your blood work is in tip-top shape, the amount of people that are going to die as a result of this is going to be, I'm sorry, hilarious. Now this stems into an entire transhumanism debate. Some people, like the people behind the enhanced games, think that we should use every tool, every drug, everything we possibly can to usher humanity into a new age of development, an eon of evolution. But all of these Silicon Valley dorks who roleplay as gods themselves get one thing wrong when doing this. It's that Mother Nature hits like a fucking bitch and will smite you if you continue to taunt her.
You don't
we
understand
have to
what?
understand that we're dealing with drugs here, okay? The human
Oh, what exactly do you not understand?
body is only capable of so much before it just gives out. Like, the whole idea to me is not even that cool. What am I supposed to sit here and respect that guy's decision to accelerate his
Real
early
question.
death?
Like, not trying to, like, gotcha or anything. Like, just genuinely trying to figure out what you don't understand.
In pursuit of an arbitrary goal? Like, congratulations, you ran around the track 0.1 second faster than another guy.
Sell it to me. Why on earth should we want or have a doping Olympics where everyone just dopes themselves up?
Because science is real, Pierce. Medicine is real. Technology is here.
So it's cheating.
It's not cheating at all. We're creating a level, open playing field. Cheating is
He's right. It's not cheating. It isn't cheating, but it's also not necessarily moving humanity forward in any way. Like, how is this moving humanity forward? Like, what greater good does this have for humanity whenever, like, this one other random dude can run a little bit faster because he's doped up on drugs, but will die before he turns, like, 60 because he's excessively doped up on drugs? Like, this doesn't push humanity forward at all.
happening at the Olympic Games because they have a highly constrained environment with an artificial rule set. And in the enhanced games, we want to do everything out in the open.
He's right. It is a level playing field, but I wouldn't call it medicine.
All right, Mark, this might sound completely nuts, but is the existing system being so discredited with so many cheats? Is there some method to this madness?
No, well, I was wondering if it was the reason why I came in is to see whether it was a serious thing and whether these things are going to happen and how far it's gone. My head tells me that it's completely unsafe, and I think people will abuse it, and people die from taking drugs on a daily basis anyway. I mean performance-enhancing drugs. And I just think, where does it go? We've seemed to have safeguards in place. Yes, some people slip through the net. There is WADA, the World Anti-Doping Association, do have things in place, and there still are people out there that do cheat if they choose to, but it's a very small minority. I just think, looking at this from the outside, it's just got death written all over it.
I wonder what Rich Froning would accomplish at the CrossFit Games if he was allowed to use steroids. I don't understand why the average...
Yeah, I don't know. And it's like, just these guys are just gonna be like these people. They're not even just guys. Like, these people are gonna be just like roided up, you know, and just gonna go home and just like beat their family. Like, I don't know. That's all that's gonna happen here. Like, I don't think that this is like actually helpful in like any capacity for like humanity. I don't know. This isn't pushing science forward. Yeah, let's see what happens whenever we just like shove a ton of drugs into a dude. Like, I don't know. I can see that on like the streets of any mainline American city. Like, I don't know. I don't have to make a whole thing just to like fucking like that's just crazy actually. I don't have to do that. I don't have to make a whole enhanced Olympics and make ads for it and all this shit just so that way you can like see what happens when someone takes a lot of drugs. Like, yeah, okay, we know. We can tell. We know.
Joe,
we're not pushing
is
anything
so
forward,
stupid
bro.
when it comes to performance-enhancing drugs in professional sports, as it is.
What are you going to do if people start dying? Because they're all trying to out-dope each other. They're all taking whatever they want. I mean, it's a completely insane idea, isn't it? You're a lawyer. I mean...
Yes, I am a lawyer, but...
Aren't you just going to be on the receiving end of massive amounts of lawsuits?
Well, in fact, there are quite a number of international sporting competitions that do not have drug testing. The X Games, for example, which is probably the most prevalent challenger to the Olympic Games, does not have drug testing. The NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball have drug testing regimes that are not compliant with WADA. The Olympic Games is...
Well, they still have drug testing.
Well, it's much, much lighter.
That's an interesting take. Instead of having the enhanced games, why not just get rid of drug testing in sports? That's like a 500 IQ play. Why did I not think of that?
Yeah, that's a crazy idea. Maybe it's because people die whenever we do that. Like, bro.
What sort of Jimmy Neutron brain blast am I having right now? I guess the issue of fake natties would still exist ideologically. Like there would be athletes that say, I'm natural even though my sport doesn't test. Like that won't go away. But the whole bullshit where we pretend that we're clean would. I think that's actually a step in the right direction.
Yeah, but you're taking all the limits off and you're saying anyone can take anything. So if people want to win and they think there's money at the end of it or a big prize or whatever it may be, they're going to take a lot of stuff and that is going to be very dangerous.
Does he not know how professional sports work? There's hundreds of millions of dollars on the line for athletes and they all want to win and secure the bag, so they take whatever they
need
want to do that. Piers Morgan represents how the average person thinks about these topics with zero nuance or knowledge. The statement professional sports have drug testing is the most lukewarm IQ take you could possibly have.
We must believe that athletes who are adults with free and informed consent should be able to make choices about their own bodies. My body, my choice, your body, your choice. Enhancements are present in our society. I see you have a coffee cup right there. Caffeine is the most used enhancement probably in the world, right? And should the government or should some paternalistic sports organization be telling you, Piers, how much caffeine you should be able to drink?
All right, Mark. Again, I think the idea of this is insane.
Oi, Mark, this is bloody bollocks, Mark.
People watch it.
Probably, possibly. I don't know a lot about the X Games. I think the thing is, if there wants to be competition towards IOC, because IOC has got the monopoly of the Olympics, and there's another sporting body, that's one thing, but I don't see this.
The Olympic Games has had a monopoly on power. They've run the international sporting world for 120 years.
And you want a piece of that action?
I want to show the world that there's a better way, not to waste hundreds of billions of dollars of taxpayer money every 4 years by building dozens of stadiums, throwing them away, and waste and corruption upon corruption.
Wait a second, Aaron D'Souza is cooking right now?
I am pleased to report that we have over 400 athletes who have registered on our website. We have athletes like Christina Smith, Brett Fraser, Roland Schumann, Olympians all around who are on our athletes advisory board. And it's time to shake up the system.
If people actually come out of the woodwork and start smashing records, then I will be impressed. But I'm telling you, I think it's going to be a bit underwhelming for what everyone is expecting.
One man has asked, what's the big deal? Businessman Aaron D'Souza launching a new kind of Olympic Games, he's calling it, the Enhanced Games for athletes who would otherwise be banned from international competition. D'Souza's Enhanced Games hope to launch in December 2024 with athletes competing in track and field, swimming, weightlifting, gymnastics, and combat sports. I'm guessing that's going to be like the MMA stuff.
Combat sports? I'm just picturing Mortal Kombat finishes.
Hello.
Combat sports. Wait, I wasn't. That's crazy, dude. I just don't get like the idea behind, or like why they think this is going to be so crazy. I mean, I'm curious. I am really curious to see like how this is going to actually affect anything like at all. But at the same time, like, I mean, yeah, like he's created an ultimately fair Olympics, right? Like that's what this is a fair Olympics. But like otherwise, I really don't see any actual benefits.
Aaron, how are you?
I'm great. Thank you so much for having me on your show today.
I appreciate it. What do you say to people, though, who think this is a gimmick?
It's absolutely not a gimmick. We're extremely serious. I'm very proud of the Olympians who have signed up to our athletes advisory board, including Olympians like Christina Smith, Roland Schumann, Brett Fraser. They've really put their reputations on the line to back this bold and new concept where we're embracing science and embracing social and technological change.
Have you heard from Sha'Carri Richardson, the track sensation who was busted for using weed?
Yes, a tainted burrito, I think was the phrase in that.
Nah, buddy, you got your athletes mixed up.
The use of performance enhancements in sport is rife, and the definition of what is a performance enhancement is extremely subjective. Cannabis is perfectly legal in many states of the United States now, but it can get you banned from competing in the Olympic Games. It's a complete farce.
I want to see Aaron D'Souza on that mutant pack.
You mentioned a long list there, but do you think more and more athletes who can...
I'll say, I think like marijuana being not allowed is crazy because it's like, yeah, okay, well, like now all we're doing is like making it so that way people are not allowed to put themselves at a pretty massive disadvantage. Like, I don't know, when I'm high and I try to play Valorant, like I eat shit. I'm so much worse. I don't know. Not that I'm an Olympic runner, but like, come on. It doesn't make me better. I can tell you that much for sure. Like, damn.
And no longer compete are going to participate because they have the audience, they have the following.
Absolutely. Since we launched just 5 days ago, we received over 100 inquiries. Just before I spoke with you today, I've been speaking with a Team USA medalist who is ready to compete for us. And there's a huge interest in building a better version of the Olympics. The Olympics have been broken for at least 20 years since Sydney 2000, corruption scandal after corruption scandal. And we're really looking forward to the opportunity to show the world that science is real and medicine can really make human...
That's really the thing that they're like riding on, isn't it? Like, it's the whole science is real thing. Like, that's crazy. That's not, dude, like... That's not the point you need to be like taking home here. And for whatever reason, he really is. He's really, really pushing for that. But like, damn, that is not like the takeaway thing here.
Beings better.
You described the anti-steroid movement as being anti-science. I hope I'm getting all of these facts correct.
Absolutely.
I think that's an unfair statement because I'm anti-steroid, but I'm not anti-science. I just have a moral and ideological problem with performance-enhancing drugs because I'm him. All those puss boys out there want to inject themselves in their butt. Yeah? Give me another dose? I want some more cc's of testosterone because I can't make enough for myself? Like, go for it. Knock yourself out, but those make me anti-science.
Would you call your efforts inclusive?
What the fuck?
I think our efforts are very fair. Currently at the Olympic Games
and I'd call them
and other
inclusive.
international
Yeah,
sporting
push
events,
that.
the use of enhancements is underground.
I mean, by definition, that is inclusive as fuck. Like, push that shit, dude. 100%
According to
push
research
that
published
shit.
by the NIH, 95% of NFL players have used anabolic.
I want to see right before they like run track, right? I want to see them all get like full, like maybe mid track. That's what they'll do. Midway through the 10-meter run, we have a table, right? Like just a normal normal table, and there's a line of crack for there's a line of coke for every single one of the athletes, and they all have to snort it mid-run. They all have to snort it mid-run, otherwise they lose. I would love to see that. We should do that.
Steroids at some point in their career. It's rife among professional athletes. So wouldn't it be more fair to have an enhanced games on the one side and a natural, slow, boring Olympics on the other?
That's gotta be a marketing joke because calling the Olympics slow and natural is just a flat out lie. Like if he really thinks
not natural,
his
yeah.
event, the enhanced games, is going to have that much of a difference between the Olympics, I think we're all in for a sad surprise.
I have to assume, like, I mean, obviously that's not how the world works, right? But like, this isn't how the world works. But I have to assume that there was like some amount of research done by this guy, and like they have to like know that they're going to be able to break insane records and shit, right? Like, otherwise, why would you be doing this? Like, if they do this and it does come out to be super mediocre and shit, like, then there was no point because there's no way there's ever a second one even, you know? But like, yeah, I don't know. I'm really curious.
Aaron, what got you into this? Do you have a health background? Why is this so important to you?
I could probably answer that. Money.
Cool. I came up with the idea of the enhanced games because I sat down with a doctor in Los Angeles and actually an endocrinologist who's a bodybuilder who is a very active user of anabolic steroids. And I spent time learning about the risks and the opportunities of performance medicine. And it's true. Science is real. Longevity and performance medicine is here, and it can make a substantial impact on your life.
But shortens your lifespan? Unequivocally?
Right. Like, dude.
What doctor are you getting this information from?
Aaron, are you going to be competing in
It's
anything?
like a
You
doctor
look young
telling
and
you, like, yeah, you should smoke, like, whatever. Like, dude, come on. Like, I don't know. I'm never gonna have a like, I'm not gonna ever take a, like, if a doctor passes me a cigarette, right? And I will say, like, there's a shocking amount of like nurses and stuff that like work on lungs and things like that like do smoke and like see the effects. Like, I had whenever I was little, they brought like a lung in, like a set of lungs. It might have been fake, I don't really know, but like they brought in like a set of lungs and like showed us what it looked like what it did to you and stuff. Like whenever I was a kid in school, and like, hey, that show's fucked up, scared me straight. never smoke a cigarette in my life, bro. But like, yeah, it's crazy though.
Well, I'm 38 years old, and I do hope to at least compete in one event. It's been a lifelong dream of mine to be an elite athlete, and nothing would be better to be there at the first Enhanced Games, along with some of the best athletes in the world, as we aim to obliterate all of the world records.
When you talk about incremental,
I'm curious to see if he'll like just fucking lose. Like, if everybody else like does really, really well, maybe records are smashed, but like he just fucking just eats shit. Just like doesn't even like can't run the full mile or whatever. Like, just absolutely eat shit.
Improvements and expounding upon the current world records in a lot of these events, you're talking about efficiency gaps that are as wide as the fucking Grand Canyon. Okay, it's not as simple as just like, oh, I take this and then I run faster. Now, there's also the problem of paying
Right.
athletes, because now you're incentivizing drug use, and the carrot on the stick is money. The more I take, the harder I perform, the more money I get. And at that point, you're just playing with fire. Say you hired the world's most elite doping doctors to oversee every single granular biomarker you could possibly think of. You can minimize all the side effects you want, or at least think that you are, but you are never going to be baseline again. I guess it just takes a different breed of person that wants to do this. If these enhanced athletes are getting paid for their performance, then people are going to die. All in all, the Enhanced Games is a really cool idea, and it would probably minimize all the corruption that we see in the Olympic Games, but I think the results will be rather underwhelming. But like I said,
I think they're gonna be
prove me
underwhelming,
wrong,
and then
maybe
people are
I'll
gonna
sign up
die.
as the only natty in the Enhanced Games. I'll fucking win that shit with the power of my third eye alone. Back to
That's crazy. World's top venture capital is 40% of it's already used performance enhancing.
by the world's top
44%.
venture capitalists. I thought you wanted to get rid of corruption. I don't know if these are marketing mumbo-jumbo numbers, but if this is true, that's actually crazy. And these are the only ones getting popped. Because apparently, in the 2011 World Athletics Championship, 43.6% was enhanced versus 56.4% natural. And in the 2011 Arab Games, 42.9% natural and 57.1% enhanced. Which is why I guess they're asserting that 44% of athletes already use performance enhancements. Sports can be safer without drug testing.
It's crazy whenever people just like take that percent, like take a percentage from like a random thing and just use it somewhere else. It just like act like it's the same shit. Like that is not the same thing, but whatever.
Just as lions aren't concerned with the opinions of sheep, so should you not concern yourselves with those who cite outdated moral arguments and incorrect science. As put by Marcus Aurelius, nah dude, you're hitting...
As put by incorrect science, bro, you're drugging athletes. Like, it's going to reduce their life. Like, they're not going to live for as long, dude. Like, I don't know. It's not, like, outdated and, like, anti-science moral arguments. Like, steroids do that. Like, they shorten your lifespan and, like, have legitimate, like, harm that they cause to you. Like, dude, chill out.
Stoicism, the opinion of
Like,
10,000
I don't
men
know.
is of no value if none of them know anything about the subject. Look, it's
okay.
a pretty website, but it is full of fake natty propaganda. Protest on campus, hitting us with an MLK Jr. quote. It's not that serious.
Dude, you can't throw an MLK Jr. quote on you trying to drug people for, like, your Special Olympics thing that you're doing, the Enhanced Olympics. Like, I don't know. You can't throw an MLK quote on that shit. That's crazy. Alright. I like Philion's videos. They're all pretty good. I wanted to kind of go through a couple of these. Steven Crowder. Let's see. Let's go with George Santos. Let's just go for his most recent one. Okay, caution. Following video contains flashing images, strongly adult themes, and outstanding level of sass. If your discussion is best. All right.
Scandal-ridden Congressman George Santos. The representative is being accused of identity theft,
wire fraud, false statements, falsification of records,
scamming a disabled veteran out of money he was raising for his sick dog.
Now denying reports that he once performed as a drag queen in Brazil.
I never claimed to be Jewish. I said I was Jew-ish, claiming, for instance, he had a
I was Jew-ish. The fuck, dude. Yeah, you're also a racist. Like, the fuck, dude, chill out. That's crazy.
role of Hannah Montana.
I'm just struck, not necessarily that a politician would lie, but that you would think no one would find out.
Well, I ran in 2020 for the same exact seat, and I got away with it then.
That's crazy. Bro's just like, yeah, it worked before. Like, I lied before, and it works now. And I'm lagging. Like, why not? Jobbery.
There's an old saying I find hard to disagree with. Politics is just show business for ugly people.
No, get those lights off!
Nancy Pelosi's gazpacho.
How'd that go hard as fuck? Because Jobbery mixes their entire video. He mixes them all himself. Like, the entire video. It's fucking crazy, actually. This guy is awesome. He, like, actually just makes all of his own tracks and shit. Alright, well, that didn't work. But, yeah, he, like, actually just uses his own track on everything. So that's why it went hard as fuck. And it will continue to. Just listen.
Through a cynical lens, American politics can be seen as a deranged spectacle for the entire world to laugh at.
The next time you get in trouble,
it's fucking
call
crazy.
crackhead.
Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud.
I call upon all nations to stop these terrorist killers.
Now watch this drive. Yeah. I fucking love that video, dude. I love the Now Watch This Drive video. It's so funny, bro. That shit is hilarious.
Source of entertainment that favors vapid theatrics over any
Jesus
actual
Christ,
substance.
How many AR-15s do you think Jesus would have had? Well, he didn't have enough to keep his government from killing him.
What do you say in response to the Pope? I'd say ISIS wants to get you.
But I'd be lying if I said it wasn't funny. If our country's going to hell, we might as well enjoy the ride there.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word.
I love this clip too.
But I don't think there's a single politician today who
Bro.
epitomizes our...
That shit's still so funny.
But I don't. That can be defined in a single word. I was gonna put him.
But I don't think there's a single politician today who epitomizes our government's absurdity
What the
quite
fuck was
like
that?
George Anthony DeValder Santos.
Is it true that you have an
whole
OnlyFans
fucking
page
name?
and you
Jesus
can
Christ,
peel a
dude.
banana with your feet?
I just discovered what OnlyFans was about 3 weeks ago. I was oblivious to the whole concept.
You just can't tell the truth. All right, so
You may have heard his name before or seen his picture on the news, and well, that would be because George has become one of the most polarizing individuals.
He's also just gotten fucking destroyed on people's like podcasts and shows like constantly, and it's fucking hilarious, dude. Like this exact interaction is something that happens all the time.
3
Watch
weeks
this.
ago. I was oblivious to the whole concept.
you just can't tell the truth. All right, so
You may have heard
He just gets like that. Like
his
that
name
shit happens
before or
all the
seen
time,
his
dude.
picture on the news, and well, that would be because George has become one of the most polarizing individuals in all of Congress. But that's not for any traditional reason. He was elected on a number of false pretenses, and I know your response to that may
What?
be, doesn't every politician lie though? To which I would say yes, but also you've never heard of George Santos. This guy's entire existence is made up. He's He's lived about 1 million different lives, and as a result, has put himself in the crosshairs of the FBI, the FEC,
That also
the
George
GOP,
Santos? He looks
the
so different
Brazilian
there.
government,
Holy
the House
shit.
Ethics Committee, and the nearly 1 million constituents who make up his district, just to name a few. I mean, he's facing 23 federal charges as we speak, and there's no guarantee he won't be charged with even more after this video comes out. Because when we look into his actual biography, we discover a man who has scammed, thieved, and manipulated his way to the top in a manner so unbelievable, he's had to escape entire countries. I mean, we're talking about an entirely different brand of criminal. He's like a Looney Tune, a Grinch-like figure, as some have suggested.
Okay, well, I will say it's really hard to focus on the video whenever the tracks go this fucking crazy. Like, holy shit, have you guys been listening to the music? This stuff is going fucking insane. Listen to that.
For a man who has scammed, thieved, and manipulated his way to the top in a manner so unbelievable, he's had to escape entire countries. I mean, we're talking about an entirely different brand of criminal. He's like a Looney Tune, a Grinch-like
We're talking about like
figure.
a corrupt politician here, and like the track is just fucking like going insane, dude. Like, holy shit, it's good.
George Santos just left Tim Burchett's office with a baby in his arms. When asked if it was his baby, he said, "Not yet."
But before we get to anything he did,
I knew about this one. I knew about this one. That shit's wild. Not yet. The fuck do you mean, bro? What?
important to establish somewhat of a base understanding of where the man comes from, which I'm gonna attempt to lay out as best I can, but keep in mind, this guy has lied about literally so many elements of his life that it's actually hard to get a straightforward timeline of events. So if anything here feels a bit disjointed, it's because George himself is a very disjointed and confusing person, okay? Not my fault. This is a guy who baselessly claimed his niece was kidnapped by Chinese communists, that he survived multiple assassination attempts, and that he's run a real estate empire on top of meeting Jeffrey Epstein.
This guy, for all the crazy shit that he's done, it's insane that a guy looking like this, looking like a kid from A Christmas Story, absolutely fucking crazy that a guy looking like that is as fucking insane and corrupt as he is, bro. It's the same person. It's the same person. There's just more lights there. Anyways.
He's also lied about where he went to school, where he worked, where he got his money, that he was an actor on Disney Channel, and one of my favorites, that he produced a Spider-Man musical on Broadway, which is especially bizarre to me because that specific musical he wrongly said he worked on was a commercial failure that lost millions of dollars and even resulted in the injury of several cast members. Why you would want to tie your name to that, I just don't get. Half the time there's nothing to be.
I want to see this. If it's that bad, I kind of want to see it. Like, I want to see the Spider-Man Broadway musical. That shit sounds stupid as fuck, but at the same time, like, might be funny. I don't know. Maybe pop a gummy beforehand. Like, that shit might go crazy.
Gain from these lies at all. In a 2022 congressional debate, he actually stole his opponent's answer to the question, "What's your favorite holiday tradition?" right in front of him.
So, Mr. Zimmerman, name one of your favorite family traditions.
New Year's Eve. I hope my nephews and I, my brother and sister-in-law, I get together in our sweats, watch a stupid holiday movie, some sort of stupid comical holiday movie, and eat the food that we shouldn't eat all year round. Haagen-Dazs is always a staple.
Mr. Santos, your favorite family tradition?
Our favorite family tradition is just family time. It doesn't matter if it's a Tuesday night or if it's a Sunday night or if it's Christmas. It's sweatpants, pints of Haagen-Dazs all over the place.
He literally copied bro's own family tradition right down to the brand of ice cream. This man's a fucking menace. But where does it all begin, right? Well, even that's the subject of debate. As the story goes, George Santos was brought into the world on July.
Bro looks like he stayed up a little bit too late last night and he's a little grumpy. He's a little upset, you know. Hey, it's okay, buddy. Turn that frown upside down.
Subject of debate. As the story goes, George Santos was brought into the world on July 22nd, 1988 in Sunnyside, Queens, and was raised in a basement apartment in Jackson Heights. And if we're going off this Wikipedia biography for a user named Anthony DeValder, last edited by him in 2011, we would learn his drag career began at 17, winning several gay beauty pageants between making the rounds at Brazilian nightclubs before going into acting on various Disney Channel shows, and landing a role in the 2009 film The Invasion, starring Uma Thurman, a movie that doesn't exist. All because he was inspired by the Steven Spielberg film Independence Day, which Spielberg didn't make. So this biography doesn't actually clear anything up, unfortunately.
Wait, so he's the biography was fucked actually.
This biography doesn't actually clear anything.
So it's just like fucking lying. I don't even know what to like say about that. That's crazy.
Unfortunately. In that case, what do other people tell us about George? Well, as his former coworker, Barbara Hurtis, told Patch.com, he used to tell us he was born in Brazil and that he would travel back and forth and that he came from money, which we know for a fact that George has lied about coming from money, once telling a judge he worked for Goldman Sachs in 2017. The reason he was in court, by the way, was so he could testify on behalf of a family friend who ended up pleading guilty to ATM skimming and later told the feds that it was George who taught him how to do it, but that's a different story entirely. The transcript here is hilarious to me because when the judge asks, "You worked for Goldman Sachs in New York?" George's response was just, "Yup," which in hindsight was a bold-faced lie, one of many that he'd actually copped to once he realized there was nowhere else to run. Before beginning his
Why would he like I don't get it. Like if you're trying to be a politician, like you're gonna get called out on this shit, right? Like you will get found out. That's how this works, you know? Like, you're going to get fucking destroyed whenever this comes out about you and it's going to ruin your career. Like, pretty much any little lie that you tell. So, like, just don't. Unless it's, like, you trying to hide something bad, but, like, definitely don't lie to just, like, make yourself sound cooler. Like, what the fuck? There is no benefit here.
His political career, or any career for that
matter.
If
I'm lying, I'm at least going to help my career.
Rio
Like, what the
de
fuck, dude?
Janeiro with his mother in 2008. Or he may have been living in the US and visiting his mom in Brazil, as some of his friends have now stated, but that's a detail. The point is, he was around 20 at the time he stole the checkbook of a man his mother had been caring for and used it to rack up around $1,300 in fraudulent checks, according to Brazilian court documents. To make matters worse, this elderly patient his mom had been working as a caregiver.
Bro racked up $1,300 in fraudulent checks. Holy shit, dude. This guy's like, he's actually just a menace since like he spawned into this world a fucking menace, dude.
Was deceased at the time George took his checkbook and forged his signature in order to buy luxury clothes for his boyfriend. And despite him insisting he's committed no crimes in America or abroad, Brazilian police records indicate a different story. That George actually confessed to the crime over a decade ago, not just pleading with the store owner through a Brazilian social media platform, but eventually appearing in front of authorities in 2010 and admitting to the fraud alongside his mother, while also telling him he was a white professor, according to police documents. And I think one of the wildest
dude, he's fucking crazy. Why is he just like lying about shit? Like, it's not hard to just tell people who you are, you know? Like, at the end of the day, like, I don't know. It's every single time. Like, I mean, again, we're like 8 minutes into this, right? And like, he's lied about like 9 things that he just didn't need to lie about that changed nothing. Like, that just make him a liar now. Like, now we know. Like, we're gonna fucking find you out. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Discoveries I made while researching this video is the fact that his lawyer for this was reportedly convicted for his connection to a gang-related murder and was defending George while on house arrest. That is just something you can't even make up. As far as the store owner goes, he recalls having to pay for
bro's so corrupt, he like had to get a corrupt lawyer too. Like, that's fucking crazy.
Stolen items out of his own pocket at the time, recently telling Mother Jones how visibly deceitful George came across. Now, George didn't acknowledge the fraudulent checks again until this year, when he agreed to a $5,000 settlement and a confession in exchange for avoiding prosecution. The reason he just now settled this thing is because when Brazilian police tried to subpoena him originally in 2011, George was mysteriously nowhere to be found. He wasn't with his mom, and it turns out he wasn't even in the country because, I guess, for whatever reason, George decided to leave Brazil behind right then and make a new name for himself up north in the land of opportunity.
Yes, sir. Oh. Yeah! Woo! Merca!
Roy, I don't doubt George Santos was interested in
I didn't know he was gonna do it too, so I had to, make sure I was with him. I couldn't let someone beat America without me. What? What the fuck?
Much like Connor Roy, I don't doubt George Santos was interested in politics from a very young age, but he didn't become very vocal about them until 2019, giving his takes on the hot-button issues of the day on Facebook, along with schmoozing Republicans at various events and fundraisers.
Today was a blessing for me as a patriot to come down here to Mar-a-Lago.
During these early days before he was really established, George made appearances at Mar-a-Lago, donated tens of thousands to the New York Young Republican Club, and attended CPAC, where he likely caught COVID at the very start of the pandemic in March 2020. This, to my knowledge, is the first time anyone in the media had even uttered the name George Santos on live television.
Our next guest tested positive for COVID-19 and joins us via Skype in quarantine. Welcome, New York congressional candidate George Santos. George, great to see you. How are you feeling right now?
I'm in recovery.
And it was also shortly
That's crazy. And Bish's Republican guys your Republican senators and shit just deny that COVID existed in the first place sometimes. I don't know.
After he launched his first congressional campaign running for the U.S. House of Representatives in New York's 3rd congressional district, George was going up against the incumbent Democrat Thomas Suozzi, who ended up taking the win by a surprisingly narrow margin, actually.
2 weeks after Election Day, Democrat Tom Suozzi has won re-election representing New York's 3rd congressional district. Suozzi had 53%, Republican.
That's crazy. I'm honestly crazy surprised that the Republican Party even elected a gay man, to anything. I'm sure they were happy to get rid of him as soon as they could. Holy shit, I'm so surprised.
Challenger George Santos, 47%.
Traditionally speaking, the Nassau County Republican Committee would otherwise be pretty strict about letting a newcomer into the fold with such minimal political experience, but the pandemic dissuading anyone else from running, coupled with the fact that the county had moved more towards the left in recent years, meant George was kind of the sole Republican candidate and became the nominee by default. And while his campaign would inevitably prove unsuccessful, it would give him the chance to mingle with constituents and work the media circuit, essentially priming his voter base for a grand return in 2022.
Hi everybody, George Santos here, running for New York's 3rd congressional district. I will fight socialism until my last dying breath because I despise it. Socialism has been tried in every country and failed miserably, and I count on you to send me to DC to represent you.
Socialism has been tried, and historically, socialism has been tried in every country. Yes, sir. Every single one. Not it's not even an insanely large number of countries that have tried socialism. Dude, chill out.
And we need as many volunteers as we can get for this process. I think it's about time we put Thomas Suozzi into the retirement section.
In many ways, this race was a way for him to make an impression, which he certainly did, networking with the Trump family and buying entire tables at young Republican events. What's pretty funny, though, is that despite all his efforts, George didn't even live in the district he was trying to represent.
Wait, he lived in the Queens?
George claimed an address that in actuality belonged to his campaign treasurer. That same treasurer who would later admit to fraud and to implicate George in...
So then he just lied again. Dude, this is fucking insane. What is going on? He just, all that it is just lies. Constantly. Oh my god. He can't not do it.
A scheme to embellish his finances, but trust me, we'll get to that too. It was also during this first congressional run that fellow candidates in other districts began to wonder how legitimate his fundraising claims really were. There seemed to be a pretty wide gap between what he said he had raised and what he had actually reported on campaign finance disclosure forms. As congressional candidate Josh Eisen told intelligence...
Dude, he's just lying again for the 90th time in this 12 minutes into this video.
I would look into his filings and see that he had raised almost no money. Everybody in politics exaggerates a little bit, but he was saying he had a 6-figure quarter, and it would turn out that it was a 4-figure quarter. One consultant plainly labeling him a walking campaign finance violation, and that it's been reported George came up with ideas to try and avoid campaign finance law, with one scheme that would allegedly involve getting donors who had maxed out their donations to him to give to the political action committees of other candidates who would then funnel the donation back to Santos, as Intelligencer states. But these things weren't explored in depth at that time, because he was still so low profile enough that nobody really cared to look into him, honestly. His opponent figured, why waste money and resources on a background check that could end up giving George more exposure when he could otherwise just kind of cruise through an easy win without all the hassle. So in fear of Streisand affecting the young Republican, Suozzi opted not to prioritize opposition research, keeping George.
So he kept George. I mean, ultimately, like, it kind of worked because everything has kind of came back out about George Santos, and he's like fucking destroyed now.
Or just lies under wraps for at least a couple more years.
Democratic Congressman Tom Suozzi sees a victory on the horizon, banking on 90,000 absentee ballots. A newcomer to the political scene is singing a very different tune. The 32-year-old Queens native who works in finance credits his current lead in the vote to an underestimated.
Even them, like, yeah, he didn't live in the same district that he was running for, dude. Like, I don't know. He was living in the Queens. Like, he's not even running for the right fucking district.
Campaign which connected
He's just running for the easy district.
Following his marginal loss in New York's 3rd district, George Santos was furious. Believing he had actually won the race, he began to allocate money and staff to a recount that never happened, along with accusing the county's GOP chairman of sabotaging his campaign because he's gay. According to
Wait, he just went on some like full Donald Trump shit other than the gay stuff. Like, just saying like, no, it was wrong. I won, actually. Like, what? Dude, you can't just, like, do that.
Intelligencer, some of his own
I mean, I
staff
guess you can. Donald Trump did. But, like, come on.
members were starting to worry about his mental health when he reportedly suggested finding a way to somehow throw out Democratic ballots as they came in. A hysteria that culminated when he went to Washington, D.C. to attend an orientation for new congressional members, even after it was abundantly clear he had lost.
Wait, so he, like, went? Bro showed up and like didn't even get the participation award. Right? Like, dude, what the fuck?
Refusing to leave the room even as Suozzi was announced the winner. And if that wasn't enough, he'd then make a speech at the Stop the Steal rally one day ahead of the January 6th riots, arguing his election had been stolen from him just like Donald Trump's.
They did to me what they did to Donald J. Trump. They stole my election.
Watching that rally from home was one of George's former roommates, who couldn't help but notice the Burberry scarf he was wearing looked a little familiar.
While they were roommates, Greg Morey said Santos stole his Burberry scarf and later wore it during the rally ahead of January 6th.
How is this so hard for people in positions of power to like not just be a piece of shit? You know? Like, what exactly is it about that? Oh, how?
I saw that video and I just not very happy.
Those campaign finance problems I mentioned earlier, though, would absolutely bleed into his second congressional run in 2022. The successful one, which means people actually looked into this stuff. For instance, we know he was spending lavishly on the second campaign trail, racking up around $40,000 in flight expenses, buying his staffers expensive clothes while still treating them like shit, apparently. He also had a tendency to spend $199 at restaurants and hotels, which is just under the legal threshold of $200 for expenses that campaigns are legally required to track. To give you an idea of how rare an expense like that would be, FEC data shows 90%. Give you an idea of how rare an expense.
He's wearing a SpongeBob tie. He totally is, right? Like, that's what that is.
Like that would be.
Bro looks like the round SpongeBob. You know what I'm talking about?
FEC data shows 90% of all House and Senate races across the country did not report a single transaction between $199 and $199.99 in 2022. While the Santos campaign, on the other hand, reported 40 of them. In fact, Politico states that George's campaign accounted for roughly half of all expenses by all campaigns that cost exactly $199.99, a statistical improbability. Not to mention the countless donations from people who either don't exist or don't recall sending George any money. His cousin, for example, was dumbfounded by a pledge for $5,800 that he says he never made, adding to the overall mystique of how George managed to scrounge together a $700,000 sum he loaned his own campaign in 2022. But we'll explore all that and more in just a second. What's important right now is that he won, partly thanks to his district being redrawn 6 months before the election to include a much more Republican area. He was
Oh,
already
holy
running on
shit.
a
Wait, that is an insane
redrawn
gerrymander.
6 months before the election to include
Holy fuck, that is a crazy level of
a
gerrymandering.
much more Republican area. He was already running unopposed, which made him the Republican nominee, making it easy for him to beat the Democratic nominee Robert Zimmerman in a newly red region. This redrawing of the county lines was truly the best thing he could have asked for. It was a gift, but unfortunately, everything to come after this would be the exact opposite of a gift.
We picked him up pretty early as a fraud and a braggart and a liar, which, you know, you come across sometimes in politics, but he was off the scale.
But first, brief word from our sponsor, Fume. Fume is a flavored air device that uses plants and behavioral science to help you trade out your negative habit for a positive one. Fume uses cores infused with plants such as peppermint and cinnamon for delicious, all-natural flavors. Fume uses no nicotine and no vapor, just natural, plant-flavored air to make replacing your bad habit an enjoyable experience.
Hey.
It's tasty, and the device feels super
That's
well-weighted in your hand.
Here's the
It
QR
is
code.
perfectly balanced and fun to fidget with. Stopping is something everybody puts off because it's hard, but Fume aims to help with that code and use code JOBBERY to get 20% off your order today. But I've got to warn
That's
you,
actually
that
pretty cool.
20% off deal only lasts through December 1st, so you better hurry, otherwise
Yeah,
it's
do it.
10% off, which is still pretty good in my opinion. But
well,
what are you waiting for? Go to
it's still 10% off.
tryfum.com,
Oh, wait.
which is still pretty good in my
Yeah,
opinion.
still
when you check
10%
out.
off.
Huge
Yeah, there
thanks
you go,
again
guys.
to the wonderful people over at Fume for sponsoring this one.
So now, Nassau County legislator Josh Lafazan has launched a new campaign with county residents to keep track of Congressman Santos, kind of keep an eye on him and his whereabouts. He's calling it Where's George?
By the time George made his acceptance speech on the night of November 8th, 2022, exactly
They're like,
one
yeah, we gotta get a babysitter on this guy. Like, fucking... fucking... Jesus Christ.
year apart from me typing this now.
Fucking young Sheldon over here is gonna go on like a spending spree, and we need to like watch his bitch ass. Like, come on, guys.
Now, the man was already beginning to raise eyebrows. Turns out his own campaign had actually been made aware of his shady past in 2021 when they conducted what's known as a vulnerability study. Basically a routine background check to see if there's anything in a candidate's past that an opponent could potentially latch onto as an attack. Well, George's history was so bad that some of his own staff reportedly urged him to step down. The complicated web of deceit this man was spinning for himself
That's
was
crazy.
so blatant and shameless that his own paid employees
I say, listen, I'd lose my job if you step down, but you should. That's how bad this shit is.
were
That's fucking
telling him to
crazy.
be better off just fading into obscurity. You know how crazy that is? But of course, he didn't listen, and by December 2022, just 1 month after he secured his seat in the House, these lies would finally catch up to him in the form of a New York Times article laying everything out for the public to witness. This investigation revealed how Citigroup and Goldman Sachs had no record of a man named George Santos or Anthony DeValder ever working there, after he had already bragged to voters about his plentiful experience on Wall Street, going on to prove he never attended Baruch College, where he at one point claimed to have slayed on the volleyball team.
I actually went to school on a volleyball scholarship. You did? I did, yeah. When I was in Baruch, we were the #1 volleyball
Did you graduate
team.
from Baruch? Did you graduate from there?
Yeah.
So did I.
I did.
So did I.
Oh, very cool. So, great school, great institution, very
Yes.
liberal, but very good professors who don't show their bias, which is very interesting. But that's a whole nother conversation. But it's funny that we went to play against Harvard, Yale, and we slay them.
This one's pretty funny to me because he spoke at length about playing on this team.
Wait, like, that's so crazy because it's like all you have to do is not make up that you went to the Baruch volleyball team. Like, it's not hard to like not lie about that because that's like just random and out of fucking nowhere, right? Like, that shit's crazy. Like, it's not difficult, dude. Like like, I don't know, it's not hard to not lie about that and to not like look at this fucking paragraph.
Well, knowing this one.
Like, look at this shit, dude. I was the smallest guy and I'm 6'2". And like, you just, like, I don't know, like these things are so easy to look up, you know? Like, it's so easy to just be like, yeah, you fucking lied. Like, you were wrong or whatever, right? Like, it's insane.
We went to play against Harvard, Yale, and we slay them.
This one's pretty funny to me because he spoke at length about playing on this team, all while knowing damn well he never even attended the school.
And it's funny, I was the smallest guy, and I'm 6'2". Look, I sacrificed both my knees and got very nice knee replacements from HSS playing volleyball. That's how serious I took the game.
In fact,
I got both of my knees replaced playing. Dude, like, these things are checkable. Like, I don't know. Like, lying about playing on a college team is like crazy. Like, I can look up the current college team and like I could find that out. I could probably find out the 1994 college team if the fucking college was a thing then. Like, I don't know, dude.
In fact, he never even received a degree from higher education, despite claiming on the National Republican Committee's website that he once attended NYU, meaning he never attained an MBA and never scored a 710 on the GMAT, as he's also specifically liked to claim. Then there was the pet charity he liked to cite on the campaign trail. Founding Friends of Pets United in 2013, George spent the next 5 years saving 2,500 dogs and cats out of the goodness of his own heart, as his website claimed. Only subsequent reports have found this thing wasn't even registered as a charity in the states of New York or New Jersey. One of the only remnants of this thing the Times could verify was a Facebook post promoting a fundraising event in 2017. But the beneficiary of that event claims to have never received the funds, and that Georgia kept making up excuses for why he didn't have the money. I mean, he was definitely facilitating the adoptions of these dogs, but where he was getting them from is a whole other story. Past associates of his claimed he would brag about rescuing dogs off the streets himself, while this Amish dog breeder in Pennsylvania paints an entirely different picture. According to him, George showed up to his ranch looking to purchase some puppies, writing 9 checks totaling out to be about $15,000 that the farmer grew suspicious of. But by that point, George already had the dogs in his car, so he took the gamble, and shockingly, the checks bounced.
Have you gotten the money back?
No.
Have you heard from anybody about it?
No.
Do you believe this is the man who bought your dogs and put them in the car and took them away from you?
I feel it is. Based on my memory, I would say yes, it is.
3 days after this, George attended a pet adoption event in Staten Island. According to a former owner of that business, George had allegedly stolen puppies and would actually be charged for check fraud in the state of Pennsylvania in 2017. The only way he got out of that was by telling prosecutors he worked for the SEC and had his checkbook stolen. Somehow, this worked, and even his lawyer friend, who believed him at the time, has since told CNN she no longer thinks George was the victim of any fraud. And if you're wondering what happened with that adoption event, George reportedly took the check written to his charity, crossed out the name of the charity, and replaced it with his own, cashing it out under Anthony DeVolder. Then there's, of course...
What? That's insane. Oh, like, dude, bro crossed out a name and wrote his over it on a check, and like, that's fucking crazy.
The story of disabled Iraq War veteran Richard Osthoff, who alleges George scammed him out of $3,000 that was meant to go to his sick service dog. According to Richard, George ran off with the money raised by a GoFundMe, resulting in his dog Sapphire being unable to receive life-saving surgery for her tumor, tragically passing away.
You were homeless at the time.
I was homeless at the time. I had broken an ankle really bad, couldn't work for a year and a half, so I couldn't pay my rent, and I was evicted. I was living in a tent on the side of Route 9 in Howell, New Jersey, with my dog, and she had already had that growth growing. It was getting bigger and bigger by the minute, it seemed. I finally decided to take her to the vet to see what they could do to have it removed, and they gave me a $3,000 quote.
What a sick
fuck. Says he was first introduced to George's charity by a vet tech, and that George seemed confident he could get the funds needed to save Sapphire's life.
He said he was very respected with his charity. It would help me very much to get the money in sooner amount of time than later.
Through George, or Anthony DeValder's charity, Richard's friends and family all pitched in to help, along with his old Navy buddies and even strangers who he had never heard of. Watching this thing gain traction over the course of a couple months, it must have been really encouraging for Richard to see. And for a moment, it really seemed like Sapphire, a dog who had saved his life on multiple occasions, would finally receive the treatment she needed. But according to him, George complicated things, only allowing Richard to go through his preferred veterinary clinic in New York rather than Richard's local one, which wasn't the easiest for Richard considering he was homeless and couldn't drive at the time. But George assured him he'd at least make up for it by paying the tolls and gas money, which he never did. Richard never got any of the money, in fact, and about 4 months later is when Sapphire passed. Of course, if you listen to George, though, it's all a big distraction and that he never...
The reports that I would let a dog die is shocking and insane. My work in animal advocacy was a labor of love and hard work. Over the past 24 hours, I've received pictures of dogs I helped rescue throughout the years, along with supportive messages. These distractions won't stop me, dude. Shut the fuck up.
Never allowed a dog to die, providing
crazy.
zero pictures,
fucker,
by the
dude.
way, of all the pets he supposedly saved, but whatever.
Piece
How
of
are we
shit,
supposed to
dude.
believe him here when he's also presented no evidence he did any charity work for kids with skin conditions like he's previously claimed? According to his old campaign website, he and his family engaged in helping children with EB, but as executive director of Deborah of America,
Bro literally is like, yeah, I helped kids with like a random skin condition. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's like he's trying to like impress some like he's trying to impress somebody that he's trying to hook up with or some shit. Like, yeah, I saved a puppy or two yesterday. Like, the fuck, dude? You can't do this shit. What's going on?
a global consortium of organizations working on behalf of people with EB who knows, quote, all the global EB charities, notes, there is nothing in their database or general records to indicate George and his family's volunteerism at all. Even SOS EB Kids, who advocates for children with EB in Brazil, has found no records of George's family ever donating to their organization, which is probably why this line about helping kids with EB was removed from his website entirely and replaced with a more
he removed it. Good for him. Thank you. I got mail. Okay. Yeah, no problem. I also left the bags on the counter because I didn't know like where they go. Yep. All right.
Generic and difficult to verify line about him supporting at-risk children and American veterans, but still never actually showing any proof. The Times also brought up George's alleged $750,000 salary and over $1 million in dividends from his company, the DeValder Organization, which not only has no public LinkedIn page, but its address appears to be at a Florida mailbox store located in a strip mall next to a Dollar General and a Chinese takeout place. Yet George would describe this thing a few different ways. Once referring to it as a family firm that managed $80 million in assets, before later calling it a capital introduction consulting company. The disclosures revealed it had no clients, which could be illegal if any clients did exist, but would also be pretty bad if they didn't, because what actually was this thing? And more importantly, where did all his alleged fortune come from? Well, right now, nobody knows, since he's never given a straight answer, but he'll tell you where it's not from.
One of the principal critiques I've heard is that a lot of money was donated to your campaign by you, $700,000, I believe. Where did it come from?
Well, I'll tell you where it didn't come from. It didn't come from China, Ukraine, or Burisma. How about that?
Well, yeah, that is an answer.
Great, man, but that's not the question Matty Boy asked now, is it? And while George liked to talk up a big game about his family
from, shut the fuck up, bro. Like, I don't care. Honestly, I don't even give a shit where it came from, but like, bro, what the fuck, dude? Like, fucking crazy. I'll tell you where it didn't come from. Okay, yeah, so like, where did it come from? Georgie boy, come on, tell me. Where'd you get the money? The fuck, dude?
Fortune being in real estate, the Times found no evidence of the Santos family owning any properties at all, despite him claiming up to 13 residential properties at one point. Instead, they uncovered a string of evictions George faced, beginning in 2015 when he owed over $2,000 in unpaid rent, then again in 2017 when another landlord accused him of owing $10,000.
It's like, that's just like another lie he didn't have to tell. You know, like once again, he straight up did not have to lie about this one.
Being fined $12,000 in a civil judgment. Though as the Times points out, George did become pretty vocal about housing issues in later years, just not from a tenant perspective. Asking in 2021, will we landlords ever be able to take back possession of our property? He really said, I'm joining the war on landlords on the side of the landlords. But of course, this is something he'd later fessed to as well, telling the Post, George Santos does not own any properties, even though he once claimed an apartment in Rio de Janeiro on a financial disclosure forum. Also, why is he talking in third person here? But I just think it's hilarious. He'll literally LARP online as a landlord if it means getting a few retweets. Hilarious stuff, honestly, no notes. But I mean, over the years, George has claimed a lot of jobs that he couldn't prove he actually had. Citigroup and Goldman Sachs are a few of them, but he also tried saying he lost 4 employees at the 2016 Pulse nightclub shooting in Florida.
I happened to, at the time, have people that worked for me in the club. My company at the time, we lost 4 employees that were at Pulse nightclub.
Only the Times was able to review the obituaries of those lost that night and found no connections of them to any purported businesses George claimed to even be involved with, which is like an extremely easy thing to prove. All of this stuff is. I mean, he was making $15 an hour at a Dish call center at the same time he was telling people he was working as a rich financier on Wall Street. It's just that nobody looks into it until it's too late and he's already in office. He was, however, involved with a company called Linkbridge in 2019 before shifting to an investment company called Harbor City Capital based in Florida, which already should raise some red flags. What the Harbor City? This thing was a Ponzi scheme. It literally used YouTube videos to bait investors with false promises of double-digit returns before being shuttered by the SEC. To this
Okay, so George Santos helped run a literal Ponzi scheme as well. Holy fucking shit, that's crazy.
Today, George claims he had absolutely no idea of any illegal activity happening while there, and I have no reason to doubt that. This is a guy with a clear conscience and a reputation for being honest. What more can I say?
This is his very first TV interview since these accusations surfaced.
I'm not a fraud. I'm not a fake. I didn't materialize from thin air. I worked damn hard to get where I got my entire life.
Needless to say, this article...
Yeah, dude, this is a fucking 50-minute video. Like, the things that George Santos has done is fucking crazy. Bro, like, literally has just been like, yeah, what else can I lie about? And then just, like, comes up with some stupid shit. Like, made up that he went to a fucking random college and was like played on their volleyball team and stuff, and like that's something that's like really easy to look up and just like immediately disprove, and yet for whatever reason he still lied about it. And it's like, I don't know, if you're gonna at the very least, if you're gonna lie, like do a decent job, dude. Like, come on.
The article revealed a lot, but George retaliated hard, providing copious amounts of documents and files on top of files to prove the undisputed legitimacy of every single one of his original claims. Kidding. His lawyers slammed the article as a smear campaign riddled with defamatory allegations. George never did come up with any evidence to defend himself with. In fact, to make matters worse, almost immediately after this thing was published, Jewish Insider would reveal some pretty damning information regarding his family tree.
I think one of the questions that really probably hits home to a lot of people is are you Jewish?
See, George was known to flaunt his supposed Jewish heritage in front of voters, painting it as a story of survival, tenacity, and...
He lied about being a Jew? Dude, like, what the fuck? Why? Like, why? I just don't even get it. Like, why? What for, dude? Like, that's another... It's like... Very provable, dude. Very provable. Like, are you crazy? Like, very provable. What the fuck?
As he put it at a Jewish coalition conference, for example.
Oh, good morning. Shabbat Shalom to everybody.
He talked about it all the time to voters.
You know, my grandparents survived the Holocaust.
Well, Jewish lasers in space. I'm a Jew, trust me.
He was literally at a menorah lighting the very night before the New York Times article dropped. He made no secret that his maternal grandparents fled Jewish persecution in Soviet-led Ukraine before escaping the Nazis in Belgium and finally settling in Brazil. Until it came out that his grandmother was actually born in 1927 and would have been 13 by the time he claimed she left Belgium in 1940 while married to her husband. It would also seem George's grandfather was, by all indications, Brazilian, according to a historian from the University of Rio de Janeiro who specializes in the entry of foreigners in Brazil from 1939 to 1945. Exactly the time frame we're looking at here, which conflicts with the initial story that his grandfather escaped Stalin's Ukraine in the 20s. In fact, according to the historian, only 2 foreigners entered Brazil from Belgium by the name of de Valder, but they arrived separately after the war in 1948 and 1955 and left pretty soon after. Though he did acknowledge George's great-grandfather, who arrived in Brazil at the end of the 19th century, according to an extensive genealogical record of the Santos family. Finally concluding, George has an interesting family history with nice and important people. I suspect he doesn't have the slightest idea of this. For that reason, he invented ancestors.
Now again, multiple family records show your maternal grandparents were born in Brazil, and a genealogist told CNN there's no sign of Jewish and/or Ukrainian heritage, and no indication of name changes along the way.
At that point, George had been cornered. He went from basically being gifted a seat in the House of Representatives on a silver platter to becoming enemy number 1 of the media before he was even sworn into office.
Within the ranks of the United States Congress, there's felons galore, there's people with all sorts of shiesty backgrounds, and all of a sudden, George Santos is the Mary Magdalene of the United States Congress.
Breaking his silence the day after Christmas with an appearance on WABC and an interview with the New York Post, telling the Post, "I am not a criminal and that my sins here are embellishing my resume. I am sorry." Chalking his lies about Wall Street up to a poor choice of words and admitting he never graduated from any college, adding, "We do stupid things in life," before finally hitting us with the quote of the year. In his interview, George told the Post, "I never claimed to be Jewish. I'm Catholic. Because I learned my maternal family had a Jewish background, I said I was Jew-ish." But that's just...
And like, dude, you're fucking stupid. You can't do that. Like, that's crazy, bro. What do you mean?
Not even true. The man literally called himself halachically Jewish just a month before the election at a US-Israel PAC meeting. Literally, nobody thought he meant Jewish. He clearly wanted people to think it. Whatever. I feel foolish just trying to understand any of this. Am I right? Yeah, am I right? And of course, this was also around the time he had some old Facebook comments resurface, along with this leaked audio of him doing what he considers to be an impression of a Jewish man, I guess.
You sit in a room with a lot of Jews, you're it's funny when the isms start coming out, right? Oh, he's such a man, she's such a man, and then they go on to the next thing, and it's like, oh, that's a point, and it's really bad. But anyway.
I have no idea how this is a real person.
What the
Broader
fuck, dude?
media attention, though, meant deeper investigations into George's...
How are you not, like, keeping all of your shit straight, too? Like, if I'm a politician, right? Like, I'm getting all of my shit straight, all my stories, I'm getting everything to fucking line up. Like, he's got to be just stupid as fuck as well. Like, to let all of this slip through the cracks. You know? Like, if I'm a real politician, like, I'm keeping all my shit straight. I don't know. Even if I haven't really done anything wrong, anything that's remotely controversial, I'm keeping that shit straight, dude. Like, I don't... What the
his
fuck?
murky biography. Before long, even his own past relationships came under scrutiny. First with the Daily Beast being unable to find any official marriage license for him and his husband in the state of New York, with some also pointing to his lack of wedding ring the day he first arrived in Washington. The first time most people even learned he was married at all was when he mentioned his husband in passing as a part of this tweet commemorating the late Senator Dianne Feinstein, which I loved because hard launching your partner at the beginning of a memorial tribute? It's an act of insanity only George Santos could pull off. Following up a few days later with this official confirmation that the two got married in 2021. But as some replies have pointed out, this isn't the first time George has been married. His first marriage lasted 7 years and was with a woman from Brazil, to which there's also currently an investigation into whether or not he violated immigration law in marrying her. One of George's openly gay friends told the Daily Beast that he tried to get him to marry some Brazilian woman so he could get her citizenship, and that George told him there was money to be made from an arrangement like that. Truly not sure what the fuck that's about, but we know for sure George officially divorced his wife in 2019, a year before his congressional bid and 5 years after he supposedly proposed to a man in 2014, sending out a Facebook invitation that read, "Good evening, everyone. As you all may already know, Pedro and I have decided to join our toothbrushes. LOL, and a very few friends have been selected to share this special moment with us. I hope to see every one of you there and to be sharp and make it count. I know there was no time for a written invitation, but thanks to Facebook, everyone has a whole week's notice. LMAO, for all of you that know me, I can suck on timing. Thanks for sharing this very important day in our lives. See you there." This party never actually happened, as his ex-boyfriend Pedro Villarva unfortunately rejected George's proposal 3 times, as he told the Daily Beast, reinforcing the idea that George would routinely engage in relationships with men years before he legally left his wife. In response to any speculation on his sexuality, George told the New York Post, "I'm very much gay. I'm okay with my sexuality. People change. I'm one of those people who change." And while we're on the subject of change, it's also been reported that George was once a supporter of left-wing Brazilian President Lula, according to one past acquaintance, which would be in stark contradiction to the man we know George to be today. Instead of spearheading progressive bills to expand and protect the rights of the LGBTQ community, for example, George was a vocal supporter of Ron DeSantis' infamous Don't Say Gay bill, which has been widely condemned by activist groups as staunchly homophobic and unconstitutional. Even after George seemed to maybe change his mind on this later and denounced DeSantis' rhetoric as to diminish and remove rights from people like him, he made it clear he still supports the bill in nature. Not sure what part of it he supports, but he hasn't exactly garnered a reputation as an activist by palling around with some of the biggest homophobic monsters in politics, I can tell you that. Which is especially sad when you consider the drag queen allegations.
Today, like every day, we have new evidence of lies in the case of Republican Congressman George Santos. Now, Santos has vehemently denied reports, as well as videos, photos that 2 sources told NBC News show him participating in drag shows.
One of the top stories you may have heard if you're already familiar with George Santos is that he supposedly once performed in drag under the name Kitara Ravache, at least according to Brazilian drag artist Eula Rochard. In January 2023, she made this post to Facebook captioned, "Me with the American Republican congressman who wouldn't leave my house," in Portuguese. "Whoever said I was a liar, bite your tongue," implying the person dripped out in red feathers and long earrings next to her to be none other than Representative Santos. The images originally appeared in a Brazilian newspaper in 2008 and were substantiated by an unearthed interview in which one journalist alleges he spoke to George as Kitara nearly a decade prior.
A bandeira desorganizadíssima, muita pouca gente, subúrbio, né? Não é Rio, a bandeira não tem bofe nenhum.
Now, I don't know Portuguese, but those who do have commented down below that he's talking about all the various clubs he used to perform at in Rio, which to me reinforces that old Wikipedia user biography that referenced Anthony DeValder's successful stage life as a drag queen. Eula even told NBC that she knew George at a time when he was coming up in the drag world, and even acted as somewhat of a mentor towards him, along with citing his outgrown sense of grandeur and claiming he lied all the time. Initially, George responded to these claims with absolute and utter denial, writing, "The most recent obsession from the media claiming that I am a drag queen or performed as a drag queen is categorically false. The media continues to make outrageous claims about my life." Though a few days later, as he was leaving LaGuardia Airport, George had changed his tune, telling reporters, "I was young and had fun at the festival. Sue me for having a life," which quite honestly is the most human thing I think he's said so far. Had he just been honest about it from the start, I don't think this would have been the same story. What I don't understand is that George can be honest about this, but still repeatedly lie and change his story when it comes to other personal personal details about his family,
like,
for instance.
That's the crazy thing, is it's like there isn't anything wrong with him being a drag queen, right? Like there legitimately isn't, other than like politically, right? Like obviously politically they're gonna like that'll fuck him up, but like, yeah, I don't know. There's literally nothing wrong with him being. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with him being a drag queen. Like, I don't know. He could have just straight up not lied about that. But he, like, chose to. Compulsively, for whatever reason.
Even as George made several amendments to his biography as more lies were exposed, there was one notable detail that remained a part of his website throughout it all: that his mother, Fatima DeVolder, died in 9/11, which, by the way, was already a subject of debate because in classic George Santos fashion, he initially worded his mother's death in a way that made it seem she passed in her office when the World Trade Center was attacked, until later when he clarified actually she survived the initial attacks, but passed away a few years later when she lost her battle to cancer. Only further reporting has indicated that Fatima DeVolder wasn't even in the country in 2001. In a visa application she filed in 2003, Fatima states she had not been to America since she left it in 1999. And in another filing just 3 months before the attacks on the World Trade Center, Fatima explained she couldn't come to America because she had her green card stolen in Brazil. These are the words of George's own mother, whose son would later go on to lie about the nature of her death years after her passing in 2016. All for the aim of, I guess, appearing more human? Having such a personal connection to a tragedy that not only affected so many Americans, but specifically New Yorkers, would undoubtedly lend him more credibility among voters in that region. But lying about such a thing also has the potential to irreparably ruin that image in the eyes of those same constituents.
While the Washington office of George Santos is up and running, protesters gathered outside his vacant Douglaston district office, mounting calls to resign from voters who say they were duped by a candidate who fabricated virtually all of his qualifications.
Yeah, he just fabricated literally everything. Like, literally fucking everything. Like, that's insane. I've never, like, heard of a man that lied this much. Like, has lied about everything. Like, everything. And it's like, I don't know, that's so crazy. Because, like, I can't imagine that, like, the voter base that voted for him, so, like, like, his mom dying in 9/11 or whatever, like, all of these things are, like, not individual things that, like, are making him win the election, you know? Like, his mom dying in 9/11, yes, 100% makes you more, like, relatable to the general New York public. 100% it does. But, like, how many, like, there's, I don't know, like, 30 of those voters, maybe, that are like, oh, yeah, like, I heard that his mom died on 9/11, so I'm voting for him, or whatever. Like, there's no way. Like, you're running for, like, Senate, dude. Like, you don't need to make all of this shit up. Like, you're pretending to be Jewish. Why are you LARPing as like, a Jewish person? Like, you don't need to, dude. Like, that's fucking crazy.
Great Neck voter Jody Cass-Finkel has launched a bipartisan petition.
We got a con man. We got a liar. We got a charlatan.
Holding Pinocchio figures, voters say Santos is thumbing his nose at constituents by his silence.
For some reason, I don't really know why, there's a lot of people that don't like George Santos and want him completely removed from politics altogether, as evident by Nassau County Republican leaders who all called for George's immediate resignation the week following his inauguration, with several other New York representatives in the House urging the same. The reason the House Majority Leader at the time, Kevin McCarthy, opted not to take action, though, probably had to do with the fact that Republicans only hold a narrow majority at the moment and need pretty much all the seats they can get. And this is all despite one of George's fundraisers being indicted for impersonating a McCarthy aide on the phone to a big donor, but that's actually completely separate from George's own personal legal problems. Being issued one of 2 federal indictments in May of this year, with 13 counts including wire fraud, money laundering, theft of public funds, and lying to the House, his biggest mistake may have been using campaign money to pay for personal goods. And it's not even that he did it, it's that he did it the wrong way. Legal loopholes found within social welfare groups or leadership PACs regularly help politicians get away with the exact type of thing George was doing. Like, it's just that instead of using a real social welfare group or a 501c4, he set up a regular business and falsely told donors it was a 501c4. That business, Redstone Strategies, which wasn't even registered with the IRS, had nothing to do with his campaign, and everything to do with his bank account, as stated by New York Times contributor David Firestone, who notes that this business was wiring funds directly into George's personal bank account, which is like insanely illegal, man. You could have gotten away with it too if you just were a bit smarter about it, but I digress. At this point, even his own campaign treasurer, Nancy Marks, has flipped on him. As I referenced earlier, Nancy pleaded guilty to one count of conspiracy to defraud the US by committing one or more federal offense, according to CNN. Overseeing the Santos campaign finances, Nancy told prosecutors in October that, quote, I filed a first quarter 2022 report stating that $500,000 was loaned to the campaign by co-conspirator 1 and the money was not received at the time. Co-conspirator 1, of course, being George. Implicating him even further, Nancy confirmed, I did these things in agreement with co-conspirator number 1 for his benefit and to obtain
One Night Carnival. Let me look it up. I'll see.
money for his campaign by artificially inflating his funds to meet thresholds set by a national political committee. Her testimony came just days before George was then indicted a second time, with U.S. Attorney Breon Pierce stating Santos is charged with stealing people's identities and making charges.
What's a song? On First Take. So it dances and sing. I'll look into it. What is this?
Charges on his own donors' credit cards without their authorization, lying to the FEC and, by extension, the public about the financial state of his campaign. Santos falsely inflated the campaign's reported receipts with non-existent loans and contributions that were either fabricated or stolen. So, among other things, George is now.
Oh yeah, wait. I actually love. I've seen a lot of the First Takes. It's funny. All right, I've seen a lot of First Takes on TikTok actually.
Being accused of stealing the personal identities of donors to make over $44,000 in charges over the course of 8 months without their knowledge. Because these donations often exceeded federal campaign contribution limits, George would just say the money came from his own finances, which wasn't true. At one point, allegedly charging one donor's credit card $12,000 and just sliding the majority of it into his own bank account. I mean, it's so sloppy, it's ridiculous. And throughout it all, he still says he's not taking a plea deal, maintaining it wasn't him and that he can still prove his innocence. Well, it's almost a month and a half later and we're all still waiting on him to do.
Yeah, I don't know, like George Santos.
Despite all of this,
like I don't know.
Even after stepping down from his committee,
like if you're gonna lie like this, at least be good at it, you know. Like don't just lie about stupid shit that doesn't matter. Like,
where George has continued voting on bills regularly, looming in the background of hearings, usually keeping to himself, in between getting chewed out by Massachusetts DILF, I mean Senator Mitt Romney.
Romney telling Santos in that chamber, "You don't belong here."
He's a sick puppy. He shouldn't be. He shouldn't be there.
It wasn't very Mormon of him. That's what I can tell you.
That's not to say
was it very Mormon of him? Dude, that's crazy.
Twitter spat. You trust me when I say he's good at popping off at random people, beefing with this random guy on numerous occasions just for the sake of it. Everyone's coming after him. I mean, that's why he must see himself as our generation's Rosa Parks.
Mitt Romney, the man goes to the State of the Union of the United States wearing a Ukraine lapel pin, tells me, a Latino gay man, that I shouldn't sit in the front, that I should be in the back. Well, guess what? Rosa Parks didn't sit in the back, and neither am I going to sit in the back.
His allies in the House seem few
and he's just like
and far
Parks.
between at the moment. Sure, he's got Marjorie Jewish Space Lasers Taylor Greene on his side, but he's also lied about his interactions with other members like Kristen Sinema, who he claimed was
Marjorie Taylor Greene's on his side. That's crazy. So like literally just the two most insane senators that you can find.
And welcoming to him, while she insists that two have never spoken, which has got to make you feel a little bad for the guy. George isn't a saint by any means, but has he really committed any crimes?
Yeah.
Yes, are you fucking kidding me? Yes, yeah, he's being indicted on 23 charges and has a trial date set for September 2024, 2 months ahead of when his re-election would have been had he not suspended his campaign following the most recent developments from the House Ethics Committee. In other words, it's never been more Jover.
If this building, if this city put the effort to fixing our country the same way that they put on expelling me, we'd be in a better place. But this place is littered in political theater, and the American people are the ones paying the price.
In the time it took me to make this video, Thomas Suozzi, the Democrat whose seat George took over, has since launched his own campaign with the intention of winning back his original seat. But to be fair, it never felt like George enjoyed the job anyway. The most excited I've ever seen him get is when he was asked a question about the latest season of RuPaul's Drag Race. I mean, he just never seemed super jazzed about being in the House beyond the money he temporarily earned from his campaigns.
Congressman Santos, who do you think is going to win Drag Race this season? This season? I have no idea. You gotta read up.
I don't know if he even wanted to win. I mean, just think about it. Having to constantly deal with reporters hounding you with questions every time you step outside your office must be annoying. Getting little to no respect.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not. I'm sure it's annoying, bro. But like, the fuck. You also like. He's also like rightfully getting shit on. I'm pretty sure I can watch this. It shouldn't copyright me, right? Whatever. We'll run it. We'll see how it goes. We'll run it. Will enlighten me. All right. I'm already kind of loving it.
이곳에 피리오드로向こうへ One Night Carnival 来てくれ
All right. I'm about this. I'm about this.
First take.
When was this? 3 months ago. I'm pulling this up on another monitor. This is so like over the top, like 80s, like crazy. I love it. Also, being able to make just that noise he just made is insanely impressive. That's crazy. So this is like their whole thing is like retro Japanese rock or Japanese band. Oh, they've been a thing since 2001? Dang. Oh no, since before than that. Hold on. These silly dances, I'm here for it. Dude, I'm about it. Bro's going crazy over here. It can't be comfortable to have your hair like this, right? This guy is putting so much into it. The guy to the left of the lead. This is crazy. And they're all just like old too. Oh no, they are from 97. It was whenever they formed. Wow. Hold up. I found something. Look at this. Okay, controversies. I'm on just their Wikipedia page. Don't know how this, how insanely crazy this is. Or how insanely, like, actually, like, factual this is. A February 2011 appearance of MTV Japan's Mega Vector program was heavily criticized by the Simon that after the band the band appeared in costumes resembling Nazi SS uniforms. The band's agency, Sony Music Artists, issued a statement of apology noting that the band members are deeply regretted their attire and that their clothing was not meant to carry on any It sounds like they didn't know, right? Like, I don't think they knew what they were. I want to see this. I'm gonna see if I can find this on the other monitor real quick. Yep. Oh, thank you. Chicken enchilada soup. All right. Nana dropped off chicken enchilada soup with bread. Just FYI, I will show the camera what I get. Oh, that's awesome. This looks good. All right. MTV Japan. He's doing the like a heart over his head. It's kind of cute. No way. I found it. No way. What? Oh my god. Okay, well, it's really close. It is really close. Wow. I mean, wearing Nazi style uniform triggering a protest from Jewish rights group. I mean, wow. That's not even like a I don't know type thing. It's pretty damn close. I mean, I still don't think it was intentional because I think this is crazy to be intentional. There's no way. But like, yeah, global entities like MTV and Music Sony should know better. Like, come on, guys, that's crazy. He was fully aware that many young Japanese are woefully uneducated about the crimes against humanity committed by Nazi Germany and Japan during the Second World. Yeah, like a lot of them don't know that. That like totally makes sense. A lot of there was like I watched a TikTok. I don't know how real it is, but like I watched a TikTok where a guy was like he interviewed like a bunch of random people off of the streets of Japan, and like a lot of them didn't know what like a Nazi was. Which, like, I have to assume maybe it was some translation, but, like, some people did know and stuff. It was like, yeah. This sounds like Japanese school systems don't talk much about World War II. At least they try not to. Wow. You know what though? They're still kicking it to this day. Thank you so much. I didn't know I could. I didn't realize how awesome that was gonna be. Thank you so much. That was awesome. That's crazy. All that in one tick, dude. That's breathtaking. I know. Would have been better if they were doing it in Nazi uniforms, so I'm gonna be honest. No, I'm just kidding. I wanted to watch this.
KSI is one of the world's most popular YouTubers, but yesterday he accidentally exposed the pump and dump crypto scams that he promoted. They've been hidden for 2 years, but only came out when KSI logged back into his old
CoffeeZilla growing out a beard, and honestly, looks great on him.
Twitter account, saying, "Does this still work?" Now, if you didn't know, this is KSI's crypto account where he used to talk about crypto coins he liked, but he messed up because one investigator
Wait, like, imagine having a crypto account because I'm such a crypto guy. What? That's crazy. I'm such a crypto guy. I made myself a crypto Twitter account.
has been waiting for him to return to the scene of the crime. And that person is not me. It's Zach XBT, a crypto investigator on Twitter who I'll link below because his work is incredible. He's a friend of the show. We've collaborated a lot. I just encourage you to go follow him. But I was shocked when he said this. In before he starts sharing garbage again, dumping your tokens on Logan.
Oh my god. Jabri released a new video while I was talking, or while I was watching his other video. That's crazy. Sweet. Got something else to watch now. That's awesome. Oh my god. It's on Jeffrey Epstein too. This is, oh my god.
Logan Paul's lapdog is permitted and encouraged.
Let's go.
Now, many people, including myself, hadn't seen anything from KSI to this point that seemed shady. But Zach had been waiting for this moment. He goes on, remember when KSI posted this? All of a sudden, my XCAD bag is looking juicy again. Hodl gang.
The only thing that I know about KSI, as far as like him being shitty, would be like him just relentlessly defending Logan Paul on Twitter, even though Logan Paul is just an absolute piece of shit, and it's like only doing him harm to like do this shit. So like, yeah.
Then proceeded to dump $850,000 worth of XCAD over the following days from his wallet address. Now, obviously, I was stunned by this, but looking at the date of when this all happened, I realized Zach has been holding onto this piece of evidence, waiting for KSI to come back to this account for years. He had this tweet in the drafts, and KSI logging back in activated the trap card. Zach also shared a picture as proof, series of transactions from KSI's wallet, where starting on March 27th, when he sent that tweet, KSI started selling XCAD. The same day he tweeted he was part of the HODL gang, slang for someone who wouldn't sell this crypto coin, right? In fact, that wasn't the only time KSI has mentioned this holding stance publicly.
I'm holding my bags. I'm holding my Luna, my XCAD.
Videos like this are why people genuinely thought KSI was just buying and holding, but he wasn't. This time he sold. And he tweeted again on March 30th, 2022. Me looking at ZIL and XCAD right now. And it might look like that means he's excited about this, but really he was looking at the sell button because he continued to sell XCAD to his fans who thought he was part of the HODL gang once again. And this is what I mean by a pump and dump scam. He got his followers excited while selling his own crypto bag at the same time. In total, over $800,000 was sold by KSI over a few days and these 2 tweets, according to Zach XBT. Now, as a quick aside, if you're wondering or skeptical of the fact that influencer tweets can have any kind of effect on a token price or volume, I whipped up a chart for you showing volume of XCAD during the days when KSI tweeted. You can see that trading volume spiked millions of dollars on those days, which in part were some of his followers putting money in as he sold. Today, the price of XCAD has plummeted from $3 to about $1. Now, as always, with such large allegations, I wanted to be sure to reach out to KSI to give him a chance to explain these large accusations. After all, I didn't find this, Zach did. So I reached out to KSI over Twitter, and he gave me the following statement. Hey bro, I'm still HODL gang, LMAO. Sold some profit, as well as my own money, to put into Luna, thinking I would profit more to buy back more XCAD, and took a major L. Still fully believe in XCAD, the ability to earn from watching content. Honestly, you should talk to Redacted. He's very excited about this project.
Logan Paul?
I never left crypto. I've just been watching it from the shadows. It's kind of hard to leave when you've invested so many years into it. So that's his statement. He then shared a personal account screenshot showing that he does have some XCAD still held. But while that's an interesting fact and an interesting explanation, it doesn't really change the core accusation of whether he pumped and dumped his fans. And I thought it was interesting KSI didn't deny the crypto wallet was his or that he made that amount of money. He's just telling us, well, I'm still hodling some of it, just 800,000 of it I sold. Now, to be honest, I don't buy this explanation for a second, but I kind of was feeling like I had to leave the story there. It felt like a one-off scam that I talk about on my new side channel, CoffeeZilla Extras, but the story would die there.
Oh.
But then I got another message, which changed everything from Zach. He said, I have one more KSI example with a different coin. Turns out on March 20th, 2021, KSI tweeted this. 2 NFT coins I'm very bullish on, Super and Earn. Any other NFTs I should look at? Now, normally when you're bullish on a coin, you buy that coin. But that's not what KSI did. See, right after he tweeted that, 6 hours later, he sold $174,000 worth of Earn token. And then 4 hours later, sells another $174,000.
Guys, it's so easy to just not pump and dump, you know? You just don't have to. It's as simple as don't do it, right? Like, KSI guaranteed already making plenty money, right? Like, he didn't need this. He's fine. Like, why? Sam with, like, Logan Paul. Why? Why ever do this?
Now, if that isn't a textbook pump and dump, I don't know what is. He tweeted, that's the pump. Within 24 hours, he sells $348,000. That's the dump. It couldn't be more clear. Or so I thought, because I asked KSI about this, and that's where things got a bit muddy. He says, I don't really remember the details of every transaction I made. These were coins I put my own money in, thinking they would do well. I would listen to what people said on Twitter and just follow stuff. I invested in Doge, etc. I didn't have malicious intent in trying to scam. I was new to crypto, so I was excited, putting money in random things and trying to chase the pumps, and ultimately lost heavily. I hope people didn't take advice or tweets as gold, because looking back at my track record, I was effing dog shit. I wish I was an evil genius that would pump and dump at the right time, because then at least people would say that I had some wit about me. Reality is I was just shit at crypto. And that's basically KSI's defense. He was dumb, he was bad at crypto, but is that true? Well, he says he put in $2 million of his own money and lost it all in the end. He says, quote, I made zero profit on crypto. In the end, I lost it all on Luna. Look, I haven't seen his accounts. Maybe that's true. Either way, even if he is bad or dumb with crypto, it doesn't explain the pump and dumps. Like, telling people you're bullish and then selling is not explained by, I was new, I was dumb. And I said as much. I said, I'm just trying to understand why you traded the opposite way that you were saying on Twitter. And KSI replied this, because I thought I was getting trolled. Honestly, every time I tweeted something, the opposite would happen on the market. So I decided to tweet the opposite of what I was actually doing and still took an L. So just to be clear, KSI's story that he's going with is that he thought the market was against him, so he publicly said one thing while privately, secretly doing the opposite, which is kind of the definition of a pump and dump when you promote that to a big audience. You say,
dude, that's crazy. They're like, well, okay, listen. Here's what I did, right? It's like a guy trying to explain a multi-level marketing scheme, like as if it isn't a pyramid scheme. And it's like, okay, listen, like this one person, all we have to do is get 2 other people. Like, dude, you can't just like play the ignorance card here. Like, at least not like you did. You don't just like, oh, now I remember. Now that you've asked me more thoroughly, I remember. I was doing the opposite of what I said I was going to do. What the fuck? Like, come on, dude.
Say you're going to buy to your followers while secretly selling. Whether or not it's a successful pump and dump, whatever pump and dump, that's what it is. Now, look, I understand that people are going to have conflicting ideas of whether this was malicious or not. And I think it's going to entirely depend on whether you think KSI's story makes sense. I'm just trying to provide full context while also giving you my opinion on that, which is that I don't really buy that he had no clue that tweeting one thing would positively affect the price in his favor. Meanwhile, though, while I was confronting KSI, I heard a final response from Zach XBT, which I think moved the needle a bit. He said, I found another example. See, on May 11, 2021, KSI Crypto tweeted, "This is about to explode." Only moments later, though, he sold $25,000. Didn't buy it, which I get it. It's a relatively small amount, but it furthers that same pattern of behavior. It's just a matter of what you think that behavior was. If you ask me, I think KSI tried to use his influence to move the market for himself in crypto through a few pump and dumps. He may have lost all his money eventually in a Ponzi scheme, but that does not make what he did okay. In fact, I think it's fair to say that a lot of his followers, we saw that, he influenced millions of dollars in trading volume, went into some coins that are now doing very poorly. But ultimately, I think the true piece of cosmic irony for KSI here, though, is that he would have gotten away with all of this. No one would have known about any of it if he just hadn't logged back into Twitter for one last spin at the slot machine.
That's crazy. Well.
A federal judge has ordered the release of...
Okay. This video contains slashing images, sensitive discussions of abuse, and human trafficking. Viewer discretion is advised.
Of the identities of dozens of people mentioned in the court documents related to convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein.
The papers could reveal more than 150 people who were associated with Epstein.
Epstein was an operator. Even if you take the absolute minimalist view of what Epstein could have been up to. I mean, he was a crook through and through.
How many other people has this happened to? How many other stories are sitting in a vault, in an ABC News or an NBC News vault of powerful people that they wanted to preserve their relationship with?
Yeah, there it is.
On the morning of December 5th, 2010, Woody Allen was photographed here with his wife and stepdaughter, leaving the Upper East Side mansion of New York finance and
What? What? No! Holy shit! Oh my god! Whatever.
Leaving the Upper East Side mansion of New York financier and at that point recently convicted pedophile Jeffrey Edward Epstein. Over a decade ago, I doubt the average American had even heard the name Jeffrey Epstein. Yet, the 57-year-old had just gotten off house arrest for soliciting a minor for prostitution and registered as a sex offender only 3 months prior to the big celebration he was throwing for the Duke of York and then fourth in line to the throne, Prince Andrew, as journalist Alexandra Wolf reported all the way back in 2011. While several of his guests that day, which included the ABC anchor George Stephanopoulos, CBS personalities Katie Couric and Charlie Rose, and comedian Chelsea Handler, have all expressed regret for not doing more research into their host, except for Charlie Rose, who was actually pretty close to Epstein and would even meet girls through him. All of these people were convening that day in a $77 million mansion that would later be dubbed a House of Depravity by Epstein's victims. Physicist Lawrence Krauss, despite knowing exactly why Epstein had spent time in jail, told the Daily Beast in 2011, "I do not feel tarnished in any way by my relationship with Jeffrey. I feel raised by it." Everyone and their dog is now aware that Jeffrey Epstein...
I feel raised by being around a registered sex offender.
Epstein had...
Me too. Good take. Good
connections
take.
in the highest of high places. But the specific nature of those connections has always largely been shrouded in mystery, and that may be by design. These connections include, but of course are not limited to, well-respected scientists, scholars, actors, lawyers, real estate moguls, US presidents, and international leaders from all around the globe. While Prince Andrew's now infamous camaraderie with Epstein made quite the splash in British media 10 years ago,
Prince Andrew's ex-wife was given £15,000 by his American friend Jeffrey Epstein to pay off some of her debts. That friend, a convicted sex offender.
The American press stayed unusually
Jeffrey Epstein
quiet back then. This Daily Beast article was one exception, but even Wolf herself asks in it why nobody, particularly New York socialites, seemed to know or even care about what Epstein had just admitted to doing in Palm Beach. Remember, this dinner party happened 3 years after Epstein very publicly pled guilty to procuring a minor for sex, and 8 years before he would be arrested again on federal charges of human trafficking, then die under mysterious circumstances that remain the subject of intense debate today, even becoming somewhat of a running joke.
Thank you so much, James.
Yep. And remember, Epstein didn't kill himself.
Okay, got it. Very clever.
And now, with the judge recently ordering thousands of past court documents to be unsealed, Epstein and friends are back under the spotlight of public scrutiny once again, with all the pop-based, pop-crave, poo-crave Twitter accounts teasing the news like it was a new Travis Scott album or something. For a while, you could even place bets on which celebrities might be exposed as an Epstein client.
I mean, you could do that, which I thought was hilarious.
Letting people bet money on who will be on the Epstein list. I'm doing that right now. Wait, what? An official betting pool for it? Harvey Weinstein, easy slam dunk. Hillary, probably. Joe Biden, I think he's probably too old. Like, I don't even think he knows what planes are right now.
Which is a long way of saying that despite the man himself being long...
I'm sorry. The idea that Joe Biden would be, like, amazed by a plane, but they have to, like, hide it from everybody that he doesn't know what a plane is so funny to me. Like, they're, like, covering him and making him get in the car, and he's like, oh, what? Like, losing his goddamn mind on seeing just a plane going across the sky.
Gone, the Epstein saga is anything but over. This story has fascinated and frustrated me for as long as I've been paying attention to it. And the more you dig in, the more questions seem to crop up. It's a complex tale, often mired in conspiracy and littered with political interests.
Bill Clinton. Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein. A lot of problems.
My brother in Christ, you were on the plane. This video not only attempts to outline the years. My brother in Christ, you were on the
Really? Damn.
Plane. This video not only attempts to outline the years-long behavior Epstein and company were said to participate in, it's also about shedding light on what we still don't know, and what we may very well never know. We won't get to everything today, since this is only one part of what will eventually be a 3-part series, but
3? Dude, this bitch an hour and 20 minutes long. 3?
This be a starting point for those not as privy to the timeline of the late trafficker's reign of terror, and those who maintained correspondence with the man even after his guilt became abundantly clear. Everyone now knows the name Jeffrey Epstein, but the question I intend on answering is how it all came to this.
Tonight, more newly unsealed court documents just released involving accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein.
Tonight, the blast radius from Jeffrey Epstein's reach continues to grow.
The accuser in the case did claim that she met the former president on Epstein's private island.
Jeffrey Epstein's mansion was a hive of activity today amid uproar over his suicide behind bars.
Jeffrey Epstein victims recounted in sworn depositions about the many powerful and famous men they met in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit.
I don't know what to make out of these documents. I don't know how these lists were compiled, and I have nothing to do with that. You know, that's not my business. What I'm concerned about is my brother's murder.
I'm talking about Jeff Epstein, the New York financier.
Yes! We're talking about the same Jeff Epstein.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I never heard.
Oh, it was a big story in the news. Huge.
Jeff Epstein.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure, with respect, if there was some news about Jeff Epstein, I would have heard.
But let's just pause for a moment here and allow...
You would think. I remember first seeing that clip and thinking that shit was crazy. Like, how the fuck would you, like, dude, there are, like, middle schoolers who, like, very well know who Jeffrey Epstein is. Most of them, probably. Like, and this guy doesn't. That's crazy. Like, how have you been, like fucking just, like, dodging, like dodging shit like so quick, dude? There's so much like to dodge, like constantly. This guy either that or he only sees what's directly in front of him.
Today's sponsor, Ground News, to help us understand how Jeffrey Epstein, Jimmy Kimmel, and my mortal enemy as a Cowboys fan, Aaron Rodgers, all wound up in the same sentence recently. See, the Ground News app and website.
I didn't know about it, so I'm gonna summarize this since I know it, and then we'll kind of we'll watch this ad actually. So like.
Articles from around the world and provide context about the source of the information for a more accurate understanding of.
I'm gonna take a guess because I'm pretty sure I know this, but it was what, Jimmy Kimmel, Aaron Rodgers, and Jeff Epstein, right? Because I'm pretty sure it was
Jimmy Kimmel and my mortal enemy as a Cowboys fan, Aaron Rodgers.
Like Aaron Rodgers accused Jimmy Kimmel of going to the island or something like that. That Jimmy Kimmel got pissed on Twitter and like said a bunch of crazy shit.
Same sentence recently. Context about the source of the information for a more accurate understanding of current events. So when Aaron Rodgers suggested Jimmy Kimmel was associated with Epstein on Pat McAfee's show, you can imagine how the internet responded. But with Ground News, I can see that out of 150 articles, the majority of the coverage has come from either left or center-leaning publications. I can see all the ways the media chose to frame the controversy. Scripts highlighting Jimmy's response, setting the record straight that he's never been in contact with Epstein, while Breitbart's preview mentioned how upset Aaron got for the way the media, including ESPN, tried to cancel him instead of focusing on the real criminal. But The Hill showed me a quote from Aaron saying he understands why Jimmy got so upset he threatened to sue, but he's also not stupid enough to seriously make a claim like that with zero evidence. Seeing these different angles on the same story in one place with clear markers highlighting a source's political leaning, reliability, and ownership, so I'm aware of any bias that could be affecting its reporting, is one of the most interesting features of Ground News. I feel like I can truly trust my perception of the world because I'm not getting my news from just one potentially biased source. So check it out for yourself by going to ground.news/Jobbery right now. You can even get 30% off the Vantage plan if you subscribe through my link, which is what I use, or try it for less than $1 this month. Huge thanks again to the wonderful people at Ground News for sponsoring this video and helping us all see through misinformation and media bias.
Saw lots of people doing lots of hard work, and hard work didn't translate into success either. It wasn't what you do or how hard you work. And what I learned in Dalton later is lots of it, in fact, turns out to be not necessarily who you knew, but who you came in contact with.
One of the most robust biographies of Jeffrey Epstein we
Dude, Jabri, your tracks hit so fucking hard.
Was written by his own legal defense team following his initial indictment in Palm Beach. Handed over to state prosecutors in 2007 by one of Epstein's lawyers, who also made sure to attach a smug, handwritten note that read, "Enjoy some fun reading on your defendant." Obtained in 2019 by the Palm Beach Post, the generous wording of this thing should be entirely expected. I mean, it was written by his defense team after all. It glowingly recounts all the times Epstein lent a helping hand to the people around him, and includes testimonies of former girlfriends Eva Anderson and Ghislaine Maxwell. Being sure to mention that the reason Epstein has shied away from becoming a parent is because the demands of his business would not allow him the kind of time and presence needed to be a good parent. I'm sure that's what it is. To back up a little here, it also notes that Epstein was born in Coney Island, Brooklyn, New York in January 1953. Jeffrey and his younger brother Mark were raised in a middle-class environment by their two parents, Pauline, a school aide, and Seymour, a groundskeeper for the city of New York. It's always mentioned that he liked to play the piano and that he did so well academically that he was able to graduate Lafayette High School 2 years early when he was just 16, before going on to study math and physics at the Cooper Union for a few years. Epstein never graduated, but he did transfer to NYU, where he would also not graduate. So the natural question becomes, how did a two-time college dropout get a job at teaching math at the prestigious Dalton School the same year he left NYU behind? After all, the Dalton schools produced a number of notable alumni, including Chevy Chase, Anderson Cooper, Sean Ono Lennon, and specifically while Epstein was there, Prudence Murdoch, daughter of Fox News founder Rupert Murdoch and actress Jennifer Grey, according to NPR. The New York Times reports that the school's headmaster at the time Epstein was hired was Donald Barr, who, fun fact, is the father of William Barr, the U.S. Attorney General under Trump, who you may know for being in charge of the DOJ when Epstein died in custody decades later, which is just one of the many strange tidbits we'll see throughout this story, like the fact that Donald Barr once wrote a book called Space Relations, about a planet ruled by oligarchs who engage in child sex slavery. So I'm glad that's something I know, and now so do you. As former Dalton social studies teacher Susan
What the fuck, man? Wait, this is crazy. This is so in-depth, it's crazy. Okay, this is awesome.
Told the Times, Barr was explicitly looking to hire teachers with less conventional backgrounds in the field. And while Epstein was about as unconventional as it got, he was barely 21 years old, had no experience in the world of education. I mean, he's a two-time dropout and would show up to school wearing fur coats and gold chains that would dangle in front of his grossly exposed hairy chest. I'm sorry for the mental image, but I think it's worth illustrating here in detail. His tenure at Dalton, though, wouldn't last long, according to the interim headmaster, who alluded to Epstein's lack of effectiveness. If you ask his students what they thought about the eccentric instructor, the consensus seems to vary. Some described him as caring and attentive, while others recall a clear inappropriateness about the way he conducted himself. It's also been reported that he'd attend student parties where underage drinking would occur, to the point that it would become widely talked about among the school. Epstein's bizarre behavior even made it all the way up to the headmaster that replaced Barr, Gardner Dunnan, whose attorney has since told the Times he denies being aware of any concerns of Epstein's conduct. It's also worth noting that Dunham himself was later accused of sexually assaulting a 14-year-old. Epstein may have been out.
What? That's crazy. That's fucking insane, dude. Wow.
Dalton, but he sure wasn't down on his luck, struggling to find his next gig either. Ever since the beginning, one of his few talents may have been his ability to suck up to the gaggle of powerful people in his vicinity. Robert Couturier, an interior designer who knew Epstein during the 80s, told Vanity Fair in 2021 that Epstein was a flatterer, with a woman named Leon Koppel telling the Miami Herald to give Jeff credit. He knew how to woo people, how to schmooze, and she would know her father Ace Greenberg is the one who gave Epstein a job at Bear Stearns, a now failed investment bank on Wall Street. Greenberg, Bear Stearns chairman who was reportedly introduced to Epstein through Dalton, was clearly fascinated in the young teacher and saw great potential for him in the economic world despite his lack of experience in, well, anything that wasn't sniffing the farts of the most powerful people in the room. Something I find odd is that Epstein miraculously kept finding himself in these highly desirable job positions when he was less than qualified to fulfill them. He was a lackluster candidate at best, yet he was still, for some reason, being paid by billionaires like Leon Black extraordinarily well, better than most money managers would have been getting paid, in fact. Begging the question, what exactly made Epstein so uniquely appealing to these people? I mean, they could have hired anyone in the world to do a better job for a way lower rate. It doesn't make sense. But Black and Greenberg weren't the only fans of the underqualified 20-something. Even the future CEO of Bear Stearns, James Kane, was happy to take Epstein under his wing during his time at the firm, as Time magazine reported that Epstein worked his way up from a lowly junior assistant to a floor trader before becoming a limited partner in 1980. The same year, Cosmopolitan crowned him Bachelor of the Month, with this little magazine snippet that claimed the 27-year-old talks only to people who make over $1 million a year. If you're a cute Texas girl, write this New York dynamo at 55 Water Street. All I can hope now is that no Texas girl actually did that. He left the next year to start his own thing,
though, holy fuck.
Continued trading with Bear Stearns until their collapse in 2008, around the time Epstein was experiencing somewhat of a collapse of his own. But don't worry, he'd still have plenty of ways to move massive hordes of money around all the way up until his death. But let's just put all of that to the side for a second.
Bro.
First, talk about one of Epstein's more
how this bitch is getting all this shit handed to him. And I said this earlier today. How do, like, all of them, like, George Santos got, like, shit handed to him constantly, it seems like, on his way up the ladder. Like, him winning, like, the Senate seat that he won. Like, sounds like that shit was just kind of handed to him, you know?
lucrative connections he made up until this point. A peculiar little character by the name of Les Wexner, whose real-time net worth hovers around a humble $6 billion, is the 86-year-old founder of a global retailing empire. Launching the clothing company The Limited all the way back in 1963, Wexner went on to make a series of business acquisitions that allowed his influence to expand exponentially over the following decades. He acquired Victoria's Secret in 1982, Abercrombie & Fitch in 1988, Bath & Body Works in 1990, and by 2003, Fortune magazine considered Limited Brands the most admired specialty retailer in the world. And at that point in time, Wexner's financial manager was none other than Jeffrey Epstein.
His ties to Columbus native Wexner have been brought into the national spotlight.
The genesis of Epstein and Wexner's decades-long close friendship is somewhat of a debate due in part to how murky Epstein's life became after leaving Bear Stearns, but also thanks to Epstein's conflicting answers as to which year the two buddies officially met. First bragging about the investment advice he gave to Wexner in 1986, only to seemingly backtrack and say he didn't begin advising him until 1989, actually. Regardless, Wexner didn't shy away from describing to Vanity Fair just how close the two were, calling Epstein very smart with a combination of excellent judgment and unusually high standards. Whatever that means. But then again, this was his, quote, most loyal friend, at least in 2003. And I know you may be wondering, hey, this was years before Jeffrey Epstein got publicly exposed as a serial sex trafficker, so is it really that fair to criticize the guy if he didn't know Epstein was bad until at least 2008? And I might agree with that, if Wexner hadn't been so personally involved with the man to the point where Epstein reportedly told a friend that Wexner knows everything about me. He knows every experience I've had. With Vanity Fair also noting that Wexner was warned hundreds of times by Robert Meister, who originally introduced the two men, to drop Epstein after learning about his sexual proclivities before 2008. But it wasn't just Meister sounding the alarm bells. Harold Levin and Jerry Merritt, who both worked for Wexner, told Vanity Fair they too warned their boss of Epstein's shadiness. Yet despite it all, to this day, Wexner denies knowing anything about his former best friend's criminal behavior, telling employees he was never aware of the illegal activity and would never have guessed that a person I employed more than a decade ago could have caused such pain to so many people, even though he would have known exactly that. In fact, I find it basically impossible for Wexner to not know that his, quote, most loyal friend had been going around and lying to women about his relationship with Victoria's Secret by falsely labeling himself a modeling recruiter, according to one police report, which also included the claim that Epstein had groped model Alicia Arden in 1997. And that's not to mention when a year prior, an artist named Maria Farmer reached out to authorities claiming Epstein had assaulted her while working on Wexner's Ohio property. She filed a police report, but somehow Wexner never caught wind of any of that, I guess, and didn't cut ties until 18 months after charges were brought against Epstein in Palm Beach. In fact, Epstein not only remained Wexner's power of attorney for almost 2 decades, he also served as a trustee on the board of the Wexner Foundation, oversaw the construction of his super yacht, and even drafted a prenup for Wexner and his wife. And if that wasn't enough, Wexner would reportedly sell Epstein a Boeing 727 for $10 million in 2000, and also allow Epstein to take possession of his multi-million-dollar Upper East Side mansion for the low price of free, which is a long way of saying that there's a special place in the afterlife for Mr. Wexner. While we're on the subject, one of the greatest mysteries surrounding Jeffrey Epstein to this day is where he acquired the massive fortune he used to bankroll his decades of international criminal activity. He's usually referred to in the news as a billionaire, but we really don't know how much money he exactly had at his peak. Prosecutors in 2019 estimated he had a net worth of at least $500 million, but the fact that we have no definitive explanation for where any of that really came from should infuriate everyone watching this. Now, Wexner is commonly speculated to at least be in part responsible for the digits in Epstein's bank account. After all, he did claim Epstein misappropriated vast sums of money from him and his family only after his, quote, most loyal friend's arrest, of course. But even if Epstein ripped off one of Wexner's charities for a quick and easy $46 million, that would barely account for the rest of his gargantuan wealth. So naturally, people are kind of forced to just guess. Some of the current acting Epstein theories have to do with blackmail, which we will explore in part 2, money laundering, and his possible connection to one of the largest Ponzi schemes in American history. There's a little gap in the resume we've discussed so far. After working for Bear Stearns and before becoming Les Wexner's appointed hatchet man, Epstein began his own consulting firm, working as a bounty hunter in his own words to help clients recover stolen money, which further brought him into contact with some very rich individuals, claiming he wouldn't do business with anyone not a billionaire, even brushing elbows with members of international governments, as Vanity Fair wrote in that 2003 article. Maybe this is why law enforcement discovered a mysterious passport after a raid on his home in 2019, which exhibited Epstein's image next to a fake name and a noted place of residence in Saudi Arabia. I promise we'll get to the Ponzi scheme thing in a second. Okay, we're almost there. His lawyers at the time said he needed this fake ID for protection as a Jewish person traveling.
Every little bit of this is news to me. Holy shit, dude. God.
Regularly to the Middle East. Why was he going to the Middle East, you ask? Well, one of Epstein's clients at this time was identified by journalist Vicky Ward as Adnan Khashoggi, who, among other things, was a middleman in the Iran-Contra scandal who helped smuggle cash for the Marcos family out of the Philippines. During his travels overseas is where Epstein was reportedly introduced by alleged arms dealer Douglas Leese, known for his involvement in a multi-billion-dollar weapons deal between Saudi Arabia and the United Kingdom, to American businessman and future convicted fraudster Stephen Hoffenberg. Hoffenberg, over the next several decades, would spend 18 years behind bars for his involvement in a $475 million financial scheme that he now says Epstein masterminded. Okay, see, I told you we'd get to the Ponzi scheme thing eventually. It just took a minute, but thanks for sticking by. Hoffenberg told NPR in 2019 that he considered Epstein to be brilliant, extraordinarily gifted and talented in convincing people to buy from him. And also, he was a criminal mastermind, by the way. The criminal enterprise that Hoffenberg is describing rather openly here went by the pretty uncreative name of Towers Financial. Hoffenberg and his self-described best friend, Epstein, who worked as a paid consultant through the 80s and 90s, ran a team of people on Wall Street, investment people that raised these $1 billion illegally, as Hoffenberg told CBS News, feeling the need to emphasize he was my guy, my wingman, which is personally not a term I would use to describe Jeffrey Epstein in any circumstance, but over the course of 5 years.
Holy shit, dude. This is fucking crazy.
Prosecutors allege the company raised 9 figures, almost $500 million of investors' money by selling them fake bonds. They'd then use the money to repay earlier investors while pocketing the difference. A classic Ponzi that you may be shocked to hear lasted as long as it did, but keep in mind, this was a pre-Bernie Madoff era, so a financial fraud of this scale was almost unheard of in the early 90s. The strangest part of it all, however, is that despite multiple parties being so able to recall Epstein as a prominent component of the Ponzi scheme, Epstein himself was never charged alongside his buddy Stephen Hoffenberg, who pled guilty to 5 criminal charges in 1995. As Terrence Corrigan,
wait, he was never charged and he pled guilty to 5 fucking charges? How? That's not, like, what? The legal system doesn't work.
Over 2,800 people defrauded by Towers told CBS, as I understood, Epstein was sort of a senior VP. If he was not the number 2 guy, he was certainly the number 2 or number 3 person at the firm. I know we saw organization charts, and yes, Epstein's name was on them, with another attorney, one representing Towers Financial, reinforcing Corrigan's memory. Epstein was a consultant at Towers Financial. I met him there, and I drafted a consulting agreement as I was an attorney at the company. I remember him. Epstein was even mentioned in a lawsuit against the company filed by the Illinois Department of Insurance, who, now you're probably wondering, why was Illinois involved? Well, they claimed Towers had carried out an illegal transfer that violated Illinois law. As you can see here, Epstein's name appears in their documents multiple times, yet for whatever reason, Epstein never once appeared as a defendant in the 1993 federal case against Hoffenberg. Although Hoffenberg's testimony to the grand jury included mention of Epstein being the mastermind behind the whole thing, as reported by Julie K. Brown, Epstein was nonetheless dropped from the case for reasons that are still unknown today.
Wait, so he's just like a little fucking weasel that, like, for whatever reason, nobody's able to get their hands on. Like, he just slips out of everything and, like, never got caught. It was always doing crazy shit. It was always a part of crazy shit. That's
While Hoffenberg was awaiting a jail sentence, Epstein was busy frolicking around the White House and schmoozing power brokers at dinners and events like the White House Historical Association fundraiser in 1993, which included such beautiful guests as Clark Clifford, a man responsible for establishing BCCI in the United States. BCCI, which we definitely don't have enough time to dive into here, was an international bank used to transfer dark money between international governments later found to be involved in a litany of shady activity ranging from money laundering to illegal weapon sales to human trafficking. Clifford himself had charges brought against him that would be dropped, not because prosecutors thought he was innocent all of a sudden, but because of Clifford's poor health the same year that he attended this fundraiser with Epstein. Frankly, the idea that a man accused of helping to facilitate one of the biggest Ponzi schemes in American history could avoid prosecution and immediately pal around with some of the wealthiest and most powerful people in the country at an exclusive White House fundraiser is enough to turn anyone into a conspiracy theorist. Other than that 2003 Vanity Fair puff piece and a glowing profile in New York Magazine that we will get to in a bit,
Holy
Epstein
shit.
lived.
Wow. All right. 25 minutes into this bish.
Much of his life in the shadows since the early 80s,
This
making
is
it
the
all the more
beginning.
tricky for investigators and journalists to track his elusive movements. A lot of the insight we now know is thanks to Miami Herald journalist Julie K. Brown, who presents an extremely comprehensive timeline of events in her excellent book Perversion of Justice, which I read in preparation for this video and would recommend to anyone looking to learn more about the Epstein story. Brown, who has covered the story extensively
Alright.
for years now, writes that the
What are
earliest
we doing?
instances of Epstein.
Sorry, when did you send that? Was that just now? Because could have been any time. And I honestly would not have known. It doesn't say. Alright. Yeah, I just ignored Boom. Like 2 minutes ago. Oh no, you did do it right now. Hey. So like I was watching that video on George Santos, remember that? So like as I was watching the video on George Santos, Jabri fucking dropped a video like while I was reacting. So yeah. He released a part 1 of 3 on Jeffrey Epstein apparently. And part 1 is an hour and 20 minutes long. Part 1 of 3 is crazy. Bro's putting in so much shit into this, and like all of it is like fully composed and all that, like normal, like crazy good videos. Insanely well done and researched.
Sex crimes against minors date back to the mid-90s, when, at a Michigan summer camp in 1994, he and his then-girlfriend Ghislaine approached a 13-year-old child. According to the Daily Mail article Brown cites here, the anonymous girl's mother says she looked even younger than she was. Then, years later, when Ghislaine's trial was underway in 2021, one of the lawyers representing the now-convicted trafficker wrote this young victim's story off as the result of her own conduct, and that the girl had voluntarily or negligently assumed a known risk, consenting to the abuse. A 13-year-old. That is what lawyers representing Epstein and Ghislaine have consistently thought of the hundreds of girls who were systematically trafficked throughout their childhood. So just keep that in mind as we move forward here and discuss Epstein's track record of abuse across the United States.
That's fucking crazy, dude. Like, actually just insane. How are the fuck? I don't think I could be a lawyer and like do that type of shit. Like ever, right? Like how fucked is that, dude? I don't know. There isn't an amount of money that you could do to have me defend Jeffrey Epstein's case. Like ever. I don't give a shit.
Some of it taking place in New York, some at his New Mexico baby farm, as he called it, and of course a lot of it occurring at the Palm Beach mansion he bought in 1990. To understand Epstein's years-long pattern of abuse, we have to establish the location of this 14,000 square foot monstrosity. Unfortunately, the neighborhood that housed Epstein's $44 million oceanfront property was only a short drive away from a much less privileged area of Palm Beach, Florida. Testimony from even more victims prove he explicitly sought out girls from broken families, girls who were either homeless or on the verge of homelessness, those who came from tragic backgrounds wrought by addiction, suicide, and abuse already, girls who lived in trailer homes and were in and out of foster homes, girls who Epstein knew would not be taken seriously by the legal system, a prediction that his infamous plea agreement years later would ultimately prove right. And just a fair warning, a lot of this video from here on out will be discussing what victims experienced at the hands of Epstein and his associates, so if that's something you're unable to listen to, I completely understand, and just wanted to make it very clear before we get into any of the details. Throughout the mid-90s to the early noughts, Epstein would employ several tactics to prey on girls who primarily attended Palm Beach Gardens High School, Lake Worth Middle School, and Royal Palm Beach High, which the Palm Beach Post named Ground Zero in Epstein's operation. One of those girls was Michelle Licata, who was just 16 years old when she was approached by a friend at school in the days leading up to Christmas, 2004. Michelle, who recalled to ABC working at a supermarket and being strapped for cash at the time, was looking to earn some money in order to buy her family gifts for the holidays. According to her friend, all Michelle needed to do was massage an old guy and she'd get $200. This made Michelle curious, and because she was led to believe the massage would take place in a professional environment similar to the spas she had seen in the past, she obliged. It was only on the drive there that Michelle realized they weren't going to a professional facility. They were going to a house. And after finally arriving outside a sprawling mansion in a neighborhood she had never seen before, her friend hastily remarked that the man who lived inside might ask her to undress during the massage. Before she knew it, Michelle was whisked inside and led upstairs by several other women she had never met to a cold, dark bathroom where she was forced to encounter Jeffrey Epstein, lying face down on the massage table talking on the phone. In that moment, Michelle was lost, confused, and left all alone with a man old enough to be her father. She then goes on to recount how Epstein molested her, noting that his face was enough to terrify her for the rest of her life. After the incident was over, Epstein paid her $200 and asked her to deliver another $100 bill to the friend who had brought her there. She got back in the car and told her friend what had happened, to which the friend responded, "Oh, that's okay. He tried to do that with my other friend too," as Michelle told Brown. Interestingly though, as Michelle told ABC, there were
what a fucking friend, damn.
Other adults present at the estate. Gardeners, butlers, housekeepers, etc. It's just that they did nothing, as if they were used to seeing such girls come and go all the time. And as everyone knows now, that was the case. He did this frequently.
When Palm Beach police began interviewing teenagers in 2005, they were astonished at what dozens told them about Jeffrey Epstein.
Every girl that meets Jeffrey starts off with giving him a massage. The more you do with him, the more you make. Basically, if you take off your clothes, you're gonna make more. If you let him do things to you, you're gonna make more. I did it naked, but I wouldn't like let him touch me or anything like that. So after that, he's like, you know what? He's like, listen, I'll pay you $200 for every girl that you bring to me.
She's like, oh, you know, do you need to make any extra money? I'm like, yeah. She's like, okay, I can give you, like $200. It's this older guy in Palm Beach. He gets a lot of massages from girls. You know, that was really, that's all she told me. He asked me to take my shirt off, so I took my shirt off. And that's how that was it.
Did you ever take your panties off and be completely nude?
Every now and then, yeah.
It's like a train. It's like, I introduce them to all my friends, she'll bring her friends, and then will bring her friends. It goes on and on.
Having underage girls come to his house to abuse was like a constant need for him, which unfortunately drastically impacted the trajectory of these young girls' lives. One victim by the name of Carolyn, who was abused by Epstein starting in 2001, testified in court that she had become addicted to pain pills and cocaine in an effort to block out the abuse she endured at 14 years old. She claimed to have visited Epstein upwards of 100 times growing up, and that she was at his Palm Beach residence multiple times a week for years. Carolyn tragically passed away of a fentanyl and methadone overdose in October 2023. Although police were able to identify a little over 30 victims in 2015, Julie Kate Brown later discovered through her own research around 80 girls abused by Epstein just in Palm Beach alone. And those are only the ones we know about. Considering the wealth and the powerful connections Epstein would use as leverage over his young victims, it's no surprise that these girls were reluctant to speak with anyone about what had happened to them. Some, like Michelle, didn't even tell her parents until the police came knocking at her door a year later. Even now, there are victims who understandably don't want their identities out there. One anonymous woman in particular outlined these feelings to ABC in 2019. I almost felt scared to talk. Like, was I going to get in trouble? Did I do something wrong that I could be arrested? I was young. I had blamed myself for all these years. I was definitely scared to talk. But that's not to say some girls hadn't been talking from the beginning.
Farmer says she reported the assault to the FBI, but she told us it wasn't for another decade, just before Epstein's first arrest in 2006, that an agent finally appeared at her door.
Remember Maria Farmer, who I mentioned earlier, how she told police that Epstein assaulted her in Ohio? Well, unfortunately, that wasn't a lone incident. That same year, her 16-year-old sister, Annie Farmer, was also abused by Epstein and his then-girlfriend Ghislaine at their New Mexico ranch, with Annie writing in her diary at the time of how weird it was that Epstein had rubbed her hand and lower leg at a movie theater, before later being instructed by Ghislaine Maxwell to give Epstein a foot massage, with Ghislaine later touching the 16-year-old inappropriately in front of Epstein. Epstein also got into bed with Annie at one point during the trip. Maria's experience in Ohio was similar, with the couple essentially trapping her in the house and groping her in unison, mirroring each other's movements, as the New York Times put it. Maria claimed in an affidavit that Les Wexner's security staff essentially kept her there against her wishes for 12 hours after the assault took place. It was at this point that Maria and Annie realized what had happened to one another and tried to take action. Both sisters reported their experiences first to police, then to FBI, who did nothing, prompting the sisters to instead speak with Vanity Fair journalist Vicky Ward on the record in 2002. Being tasked with writing the now infamous profile The Talented Mr. Epstein for the magazine, you would think that Ward would obviously publish the allegations and expose Epstein and Ghislaine once and for all. Only somehow that didn't happen. Sure, the article did briefly reference Epstein's affinity for, quote, mostly young girls, among a sea of other breathtaking quotes used to humanize the man, such as, quote, Epstein is charming, and, quote, many people comment there is something innocent, almost childlike about Jeffrey Epstein. Making sure to hammer home the generous $25 million donation he had just made to Harvard for the creation of a mathematical biology and evolutionary dynamics program in Epstein's name. The article made zero mention of the allegations Ward had been told by the Farmer sisters. Since the release of this article, the blame for this little blunder has been pointed at numerous parties. Ward blames Vanity Fair's then editor-in-chief, Graydon Carter, for succumbing to Epstein's intimidation tactics and not including the allegations out of a combined lack of sympathy for the victims and that he actually believed Epstein's story over theirs. While Carter has referred to Ward as a serial liar, Isaac Chotiner offered an extensive analysis of the claims made on both sides in his article last year for The New Yorker. I would highly recommend checking it out in full, along with Ward's two responses, to get the full story of what happened, but it ultimately boils down to a massive he said, she said. It's true that Carter does have a reputation of repressing stories in the past, and seems pretty biased toward Epstein, according to transcripts released by Ward, but it should also be noted that Ward herself went on to write two more controversial pieces on Epstein. One in 2011 that praises Ghislaine pretty heavily, and another in 2008 where she describes Epstein as, quote, perfectly charming, as he has been to me for years now, telling him over the phone, well, I guess you and I have a history by now, huh, Jeffrey? To which he responded, you know how many girls say that to me?
Ooh.
In fact, Maria Farmer herself
Ooh, holy fuck. Damn. That's crazy.
It was Vicky Ward who ratted to Ghislaine about the sisters going to the FBI.
Before all that, I was already in hiding because of Vanity Fair. Vicky Ward is, I'm going to tell you right now, she's a monster. She's a true monster. She's not a hero. We had to send a cease and desist letter because she's harassed my family for so long to try to save her face, because she told Ghislaine Maxwell over drinks that I reported them to the FBI. Can you believe that?
Holy shit.
And so this was in 2002.
But wow.
In 2000, no, please, I cursed my head off. She, for a year, promised us our safety for a whole year. And See, I didn't meet with Graydon. I met with Vicky. And so Vicky's the one that's responsible here because she was the person who promised us our safety, and she promised us that she would protect the story, right? Since then, she calls and threatens, I own your story. I can write your story. I mean, she's a real piece of work.
Those at Vanity Fair had a responsibility to do right by Epstein's accusers then and provide a voice for the voiceless in 2003. But because they didn't, Epstein was able to continue his pattern of amusing girls for years. One thing I can assure you, though, is that this wasn't the last time Epstein's accusers would be given the cold shoulder by the media. In 2019, shortly after Epstein's death, a leaked video would make the rounds online depicting ABC journalist Amy Robach expressing disdain for the network quashing an exclusive interview she conducted with Epstein victim Virginia Giuffre years before the sex trafficker was ever arrested on federal charges. On a hot mic, Amy can be seen here telling her off-screen producers during a commercial break that she had the story 3 years ago, and that the network offered a myriad of excuses as to why they wouldn't air Virginia's story back in 2015.
Really?
I've had the story for 3 years. I've had this interview with Virginia Roberts. We would not put it on the air. First of all, I was told, who's Jeffrey Epstein? No one knows who that is. This is a stupid story. Then the palace found out that we had her whole allegations about Prince Andrew and threatened us a million different ways. We were so afraid we wouldn't be able to interview Kate and Will that also quashed the story. And then Alan Dershowitz was also implicated in it because of the planes.
Yeah.
She told me everything. She had pictures. She had everything. She was in hiding for 12 years. We convinced her to come out. We convinced her to talk to us. It was unbelievable what we had. Clinton. We had everything. I tried for 3 years to get it on, to no avail, and now it's all coming out, and it's like these new revelations, and I freaking had all of it. I'm so pissed right now. Like, every day I get more and more pissed because I'm just like, oh my God, what we had was unreal. Other women backing it up. Hey, yep. Brad Edwards, the attorney, 3 years ago, saying there will come a day when we will realize Jeffrey Epstein was the most prolific pedophile this country has ever known. And I had it all 3 years ago.
A big factor here seemed to be Queen
It's
Elizabeth.
crazy. Imagine like this story and all this coming out 3 years earlier, simply because a company wanted to do the right thing for once ever. Like, holy fuck.
Prince Andrew, whose name you likely associate with Jeffrey Epstein already. It's true the two have been photographed together on numerous occasions. He did say in a hugely infamous interview after Epstein's final arrest that he weirdly did not regret his friendship with the sex trafficker, which is an insane thing to say, before stepping back from his royal duties in the wake of some pretty understandable outrage. Amy, though, says that it was partly the royal family who applied pressure on the news outlet after learning what Virginia's allegations were. As subsequent court documents reveal, Virginia stated under oath that Epstein and Ghislaine began trafficking her in 2000 when she was still a teenager, and that she was instructed by the pair to have sex with Andrew on 3 separate occasions in New York, London, and on Little St. James Island in 2001, claiming she was paid $15,000 in at least one of these instances. Somehow, as Business Insider recently reported, this allegation was not considered pertinent by the judge in this defamation case Virginia had brought against Epstein and Ghislaine. Despite this, widely circulated photos showing a 17-year-old Virginia standing next to Prince Andrew and Ghislaine Maxwell just hours before one of the assaults, according to Virginia. But because ABC chose not to air any of this in 2015, these claims were not made public until 2019, to which Buckingham Palace immediately denied just before Prince Andrew made probably one of the biggest PR mistakes I've ever seen in my entire life. This utterly painful interview that has gone on to haunt Prince Andrew ever since was conducted by the BBC in November 2019, advised against by his communications secretary Jason Stein, who notably quit his job immediately after this thing aired, which says enough right there. If anyone was on the fence about Andrew's guilt going into this thing, they certainly weren't anymore.
Actually, it's a very good opportunity, and I'm delighted to be able to see you today.
Oh man, I'm sure you are.
As you say, all of this goes back to your friendship
with Jeffrey Epstein?
It would be a considerable stretch to say that he was a very, very close friend.
About 6 minutes in, we learned that despite visiting Epstein's Palm Beach mansion, flying on the Lolita Express, staying at his New York estate, and taking a trip to his private island, Andrew, who was serving on Britain's Full Stop campaign, aimed to stamp out child sex trafficking, ironically, has never once seen any indication of what the financier was really up to. But things only start to get worse when the interviewer asks about Epstein's 2006 indictment, which is also the same year that Andrew invited Epstein out to his daughter's 18th birthday party across the pond. But even if Andrew was somehow not aware of any investigation by the time he sent that invitation, if he were truly innocent like he claims, he would have officially cut all communication in 2006, you'd think, right? I mean, after the indictment, he's no more talking to the pedophile, right? And that's something he says he maintained until 2010. Keyword there.
And then we're talking to the pedophile, right? Yeah, that's like how you should address that shit. That's crazy.
Till 2010.
Well, I ceased contact with him after I was aware that he was under investigation, and that was later on in 2006. And I wasn't in touch with him again until 2010. So I just
This is why I don't understand the point of this interview. You are admitting to millions of people that you knowingly hung out with a convicted pedophile 4 years after you say you cut him off. What, did you just change your mind? You were against pedophilia in 2006, but you got a change of heart in 2010, and we're supposed to think you're innocent?
By December of 2010, you went to stay with him at his New York mansion. Why? Why were you staying with a convicted sex offender?
Right. Now, I went there with the sole purpose of saying to him that because he had been convicted, it was inappropriate for us to be seen together.
Well, that plan really worked out, huh?
Nice
You were literally photographed with him on that trip.
I felt that doing it over the telephone was the chicken's way of doing it. I had to go and see him and talk to him.
Yeah, man, we wouldn't want to disrespect the convicted pedophile, would we?
Right. We had an opportunity to go for a walk in the park, and that was the conversation, coincidentally, that was photographed, which was when I said to him, I said, look, because of what has happened, I don't think it is appropriate that we should remain in contact.
Prince Andrew thinks you are stupid enough to believe that someone just happened to snap a picture of him during the exact moment he was telling Epstein, hey man, you're a pedophile, we can't hang out anymore. Now, does anyone on the face of the earth believe that? You let him throw you a party with all those guests I mentioned earlier.
We decided that we would part company, and I left, I think it was the next day.
Yep, just had to get one more night in at the pedo palace, huh?
He didn't go into any great depth in the conversation about what I was doing, or what he was doing.
Very, very unfortunate Freudian slip there.
Who advised you then that it was a good idea to go and break up the friendship? Did that come from the palace? Was Her Majesty the Queen involved?
No.
You can tell he's extremely careful in this interview not to implicate the rest of his, well, slightly important family. Almost like he knows he massively messed up and probably did some heinous things behind closed doors, which again begs the question, why did he agree to this interview? I mean, don't get me wrong, I love it. I wish everyone involved with Epstein did an interview like this. I keep going, Andrew, this is great.
He threw a party to celebrate his release, and you were invited as the guest of honor.
Oh, it was a small dinner party. There were only 8 or 10 of us, I think, at the dinner. If there was a party, then I'd know nothing about that.
You were invited to that
You
dinner
just said
as a
you
guest
did.
of honor.
Well, no, bro.
Well, I was there, so there was a dinner. I don't think it was quite as you might put it, but yeah, okay. I was there I was there at a dinner. Yeah.
Okay, let's say it was.
What do you mean, quite as you put it? It was a dinner. That's what she said. A dinner party. Chill out, bro.
Dinner, okay? You moron. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many people came. You were still having a ball, yucking it up with your friends, the sex traffickers.
You said you went to break up the relationship, and yet you stayed at that New York mansion several days. I'm wondering how long.
But I was doing a number of other things while I was there.
But you were staying at the house of a convicted sex offender.
It was a convenient place to stay.
Oh man, I love how he just gives up at a certain point. Like, you knew she was gonna ask these questions. Why are you shocked that you're having to answer for your behavior? I mean, he is only a little entitled, I guess. The guy did grow up in a literal castle.
At the time, I felt it was the honourable and right thing to do. My judgment was probably coloured by my tendency to be too honourable.
You heard it here first, everybody. The honorable thing to do is meet with a guy you know is a pedophile in person to tell him you can't be friends anymore over the course of a 4-day dinner party extravaganza. I mean, I just can't wrap my mind around this.
So why wouldn't you announce this breakup when you got back? Why wouldn't you publicly explain what you'd done?
Oh, that's a great question. And the answer is because he's lying. He didn't take that trip to break up with him or whatever. That's an excuse he came up with from the looks of it 30 minutes before this interview. But, you know, that's just my guess.
One of Epstein's accusers, Virginia Roberts, has made allegations against you. She says she met you in 2001. She says she dined with you, danced with you at Tramp nightclub in London. She went on to have sex with you in a house in Belgravia belonging to Ghislaine Maxwell, your friend. Your response?
I have no recollection of ever meeting this lady.
She described dancing with you and you profusely sweating.
I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat, or I didn't sweat at the time, and that was, oh actually, yes, I didn't sweat at the time, and it's only because I have done a number of things in the recent past that I'm starting to be able to do that again. So I'm afraid to say that there's a medical condition that says that I didn't do it, so therefore.
So in the midst of very...
Bish was like, no, I can't sweat. What? That, bro, there's no way. No, I didn't meet her. I didn't sweat? Me? Never. No. Wait, hold up. We can put all this pedophile stuff on hold. Sweat? Me? I've literally never sweat. How dare you? By the way, accuse me of sweating. What? Excuse you? Sweating? Are you like, dude? What the fuck? What did you? How did you think that this was gonna go? Like you knew, like he says, like Jabri says, like you know that these things are like coming. Like you know these questions are coming. Like what did you expect to happen, dude? No, I because of a medical condition that he just doesn't specify. He doesn't used to not be able to sweat. Does sweat now. FYI. In case you were worried, I guess. I don't fucking know. He's just like just making up shit, but like is the worst at making up shit, you know? Like at least if you're maybe he thought he was a good liar. I don't know.
Lying about his sweating habits. Andrew goes on to rattle off a detail.
No way, that's a real picture.
Lying about his sweating.
Dude. What a fucking idiot, dude. Oh, that's so funny.
Habits. Oh. Andrew goes on to rattle off a detailed alibi for himself on the specific evening that Virginia says the assault took place. And that's before he goes on to say that, well, he might have met Virginia. And yes, in fact, he has seen the photograph of the two of them together, but strangely, he's unable to offer a convenient excuse for why such a photo exists. Other than, hey, maybe it's fake, right? And mind you, this was before the days of Midjourney and DALL-E, so if there's anyone out there who genuinely thinks this is the result of some master Photoshop work, I'd love to meet them, shake their hand, and ask them to get their eyes checked.
You think it is you next to her in the photo?
Oh, it's definitely me. I mean, that's a picture of me. It's not a picture of. I don't believe it's a picture of me in London, because when I go out in London, I wear a suit and a tie.
Oh yeah, here's a photo of him in London without a suit and tie, by the way. He even looks like he's sweating a bit. If the first half of this interview was bad, the second half is almost
I only wear suit and ties in London. I only wear a suit and tie in London, alright? I ain't ever do pedophile because I wear suit and tie in London. That's what his defense is starting to boil down to. Wow. I didn't realize how truly, like, horrible this was going to be. Well, I couldn't have been in London because I only wear suits and ties in London. Even when I shower. I don't take it off to go to the bathroom. I let it run down my leg. That's how it be. That's how us Londoners do it.
Shuddering all over the place, desperately in search for the right excuses, while knowing deep down there is no way he could sell this thing. He's struggling to remember even the most basic details of the defense his team no doubt coached him to say.
When was your last contact with her?
It was earlier this year, funny enough, in the summer.
So even though he had by then been arrested and was facing charges of sex trafficking?
No. This was early spring, I think. It was long, because when was he arrested?
July.
No, it was before July.
And that was the last time?
Yeah, because
Did you discuss Epstein at all then?
No, actually, funnily enough, no, not at all.
It's just an awesome way to end it. So when did you see Ghislaine? This summer, after Epstein got caught? When was that? July? Oh yeah, that was way before that. Long time before that, I can promise you. Now, I'm sure you already knew, at the very least, that this interview existed. I mean, it's one of the most infamous pieces of television as far as I'm concerned.
This
but
shit's
what you
crazy.
may not know is that in response to Andrew's claims, Virginia spoke out in her own interview with the BBC the following month. In it, she recalls in vivid detail the traumatizing encounter with the prince, and that all she could remember at the time was that she had just been abused by a member of the royal family. These powerful people were my chains, adding, he knows what happened, I know what happened. There's only one of us telling the truth, and I know it's me. Over the following years, Virginia would file a lawsuit against Andrew specifically, accusing the prince of sexual assault, leading Andrew to hire the same lawyer who went on to work with none other than Colleen Bollinger just last year. But by February 2022, Andrew was forced to pay Virginia an out-of-court settlement, possibly, reportedly, financed in part by the Queen of England herself, who is also said to have contributed millions to her son's civil suit against Virginia, according to the Daily Telegraph. But Virginia's story doesn't end with Prince Andrew. In fact, an entire handful of Epstein's buddies were also implicated in the deposition released in 2019, along with a 139-page memoir written by Virginia, linked in the description below in full. If you take the time to read through all of it, you'll be presented with a first-person account of life inside Epstein's trafficking ring, and how she was first approached by Ghislaine Maxwell as a teenager, assisting her dad over the summer at Mar-a-Lago. With her hopes set on one day becoming a massage therapist, Virginia worked near the spa and would often read books on anatomy when business was slow. Virginia describes her first encounter with Ghislaine as follows: a lovely-looking woman in her late 30s who spoke with a proper English accent approached me. I assumed it was a general question like, where's the ladies' room, and was that a fancy model from so-and-so? But she was more interested in the book I was reading, only believing at first that we were just making small talk. She was really intrigued by my choice of reading. She then asked if I do massages on the side, and I stated I was only reading the book and had not yet begun to study, but one day I would love to practice massage therapy. It wasn't long after that Ghislaine would mention this rich guy who happened to be looking for a massage therapist. Turning her down at first on account of her own inexperience in the field, Virginia eventually ended up accepting Ghislaine's contact information and couldn't wait to tell her dad the good news. We both thought this could be a wonderful opportunity to get my accreditation in massage therapy, she wrote. Seeing that it was a lady in her late 30s who came off as more of a nurturer rather than a procurer, neither of us saw any reason to be hesitant, which I think perfectly encapsulates the way Epstein and Ghislaine would weaponize these girls' personal aspirations against them. They knew exactly how to manipulate the desires and interests of their victims to extract what they wanted. What started off as this exciting chance to pursue her dreams turned into one of the darkest periods in Virginia's life.
But it was supposed to be, you know, a massage therapy.
Holy fuck. I mean, like, that's insane. Because, like, there's no conceivable reality where I could, like, ever imagine that that's what's going on behind the scenes of, like, some, like, nice lady, like, talking to my daughter or whatever, right? Or, like, talking to, I don't know, hell, my, like, wife or whatever, my girlfriend, whoever the fuck, right? Like, there isn't a single... I don't believe, like, I don't know. I don't think I could ever believe that, like, another, like, nurturing looking woman, like, would do that, you know? I never, like, never. It's so fucked.
And I thought, well, that might be a good job to learn. And when I met him, he was just in jeans in front of his mansion and just seemed like a regular guy. I had no idea what was going on.
Virginia describes in vivid detail her first encounter with Epstein, along with her second, her third, her fourth, and so on. Before long, Virginia realized she had become one of Epstein's favorite, quote, new little toys, as she put it in her memoir, and went on to accompany him on frequent excursions all across the world. It was during her 2 years of being trafficked that Virginia claims she was forced to have sex not only with Epstein and Prince Andrew, which on one occasion involved the prince using a puppet look-alike of himself to grope another victim while he touched Virginia Virginia with his other hand, but also named a slew of other powerful clients. The list included a Harvard professor named Stephen, another prince whose name she couldn't recall, a Nobel Prize-winning scientist, and an owner of a hotel chain who she described as a short, balding man with straggling remnants of curly brown hair. This owner, she claims, offered to pay her triple to work for him instead of Epstein. It's important to note here that Virginia was also being given high doses of Xanax during these years, unfortunately obscuring her recollection of certain specific names. One person she did mention by name, though, was former Senate Majority Leader and Disney Chairman George Mitchell, who obviously denies the claims, though according to Virginia's memoirs, as well as her sworn deposition, Mitchell was just one of many recognizable figures of the high society that became added to my list of clientele. Of course, being introduced to for a lot more than just a client of massage. It's important to note here that most victims have testified that massage to Epstein and Ghislaine was code for sex. First meeting Mitchell at a dinner party attended by other esteemed billionaires and widely acclaimed scientists, Virginia wrote,
fucking course it was.
"My body was put on the banquet menu." Other prominent figures Virginia named include the late governor of New Mexico, Bill Richardson, who we also know received thousands of dollars in campaign donations from Epstein, billionaire hedge fund manager Glenn Dubin, who Virginia says had sex with her while his pregnant wife was asleep in the next room. His wife being Epstein's former girlfriend, Eva Anderson, by the way. And of course, French modeling agent Jean-Luc Brunel, who Virginia says she was sent to have sex with at many places.
But one man Eileen Ford does associate with in Paris is this man, the head of Karen Models, one of the largest and most prestigious agencies in the country. His name is Jean-Luc Brunel.
Brunel has always carried a reputation of being an absolute monster, dating as far back as the late 80s when a 60 Minutes investigation spearheaded by Diane Sawyer revealed his habit of drugging and abusing models from all over the world. His elusiveness earned him the nickname Le Fantôme, or the Ghost, by French prosecutors. Brunel is also a noted longtime personal friend of Epstein, with flight logs indicating he took at least 25 trips on the Lolita Express from 1998 to 2005. According to a report from The Independent, Brunel established an agreement that he would use his influence within the world of fashion to scope out underage girls to groom for Epstein, noting that Brunel continued this work even in the years following his firing from his original agency. He simply started a new one, of which Epstein invested over $1 million to help get off the ground. Brunel was also known for leaving cryptic messages for Epstein at his Palm Beach residence, according to further unsealed court documents. A few examples that have made their way to the press include "Just did a good one, 18 years, and he has a teacher for you to teach how to speak Russian. She is 2 at times 8 years old, not blonde. Lessons are free and you can have your first today if you call." Epstein had proudly slept with over 1,000 of Brunel's girls, according to Virginia, who also claimed that Brunel once gifted Epstein 12-year-old French triplets for his birthday. As a part of her sworn deposition, Virginia recalled that Jeffrey bragged after he met them that they were 12-year-olds and flown over from France because they're really poor over there and their parents needed the money, adding that she had in fact seen these triplets with her own eyes. She continued, "He was so excited about the entire event, replayed it over and over again over the next course of weeks, how cute they were, and how you could tell they were really young. He went on to tell me how Brunel bought them in Paris from their parents, offering them the usual sums of money, visas, and modeling career prospects. Laughing the whole way through, Jeffrey thought it was absolutely brilliant how easily money seduced all walks of life. Nothing or no one that couldn't be bought. The triplets were flown back to France after Epstein was done with them." Brunel, unsurprisingly, denied all allegations in 2015, but following Epstein's arrest 4 years later, a new French investigation was launched into the disgraced modeling agent, and in December 2020, Brunel was finally arrested, taken into custody on charges of rape, sexual assault against minors, sexual harassment, criminal conspiracy, and trafficking human beings. While awaiting trial in February 2022, the 76-year-old Brunel was found hanging in his prison cell, dead.
He died exactly the same way Jeffrey Epstein did as well, and also that he wasn't necessarily on suicide watch facing these charges.
Yasmin, these parallels are so striking.
Virginia
Holy
saw a lot of
fuck. That's crazy. I had no fucking idea. just like another guy. There was basically just another little mini Epstein in France that had been doing this shit for fucking ever.
Famous people during her time with Epstein. One being Les Wexner, who she said she had sex with possibly more than 5 times, according to unsealed court documents. Some additional names Virginia mentioned were MIT professor Marvin Minsky, who she says had sex with her on Little St. James Island, billionaire Tom Pritzker, and of course Simpsons creator Matt Groening, who she claims to have given a foot massage during a flight to Los Angeles, recounting how she almost threw up at the shape of his feet. Writing in her memoir, he had yellow, crusty toenails that even someone repeatedly compensated her with a drawing of Homer and Bart Simpson made out to her brother and father. Amidst the vast sea of names implicated by Virginia, however, there was one very notable person that stood out among the rest.
I don't really know why you like to defend these high-profile clients. Do you regret it at all? And did you ever see anything untoward about Mr. Epstein?
Alan Dershowitz is a criminal defense attorney who has spent much of his life teaching at Harvard in between representing the most
he paused.
Defense
That's fucking crazy, dude. It's a criminal.
Alan Dershowitz is a criminal defense attorney who has spent much of his life teaching at Harvard in between representing the most controversial figures he could find. He began his career defending 3 far-right terrorists accused of planting a bomb in the Manhattan office of Imprizio Saul Hurok, successfully getting them off before helping to get another certified good guy off the hook a couple years later. For those of you listening right now, I can't see the screen, it's O.J. Simpson.
Wow.
He was O.J. Simpson's lawyer in 1995 and would go on to provide his services for Mike Tyson during his rape case, Donald Trump during his first impeachment, where he argued it's not illegal for Trump to bribe the Ukrainian president, and was also Harvey Weinstein's lawyer, despite insisting on the view what a big supporter of the Me Too movement he was. In his 6 decades of being a public figure, Dershowitz has also argued in favor of torture during the Iraq War, wrote about lowering the legal age of consent to 16, went to extreme lengths to deny tenure for pro-Palestinian professor Norm Finkelstein after a heated debate the two of them had on Israel, and is actually set to defend the state of Israel against allegations of war crimes at the International Court of Justice sometime in the near future. And of course, he was also the lawyer of Jeffrey Epstein, of whom he considered at one point to be a good friend. In fact, when asked if he'd still be close to Epstein in the event the financier could no longer afford legal counsel in 2003, Dershowitz replied, "Absolutely. I would be as interested in him as a friend if we had hamburgers on the boardwalk in Coney Island and talked about his ideas." What ideas? When he was writing his book, he told Vicky Ward that the only person he'd send drafts to outside of his immediate family was Jeffrey Epstein. Ward also notes that Dershowitz was thrilled to meet none other than Prince Andrew at Epstein's Manhattan residence one time, even letting the prince hang out in the back of his lectures.
I'm thrilled that all these papers have come out. I urged them. I went to court. I asked for everything to come out because I knew that I had done nothing wrong and the papers would exculpate me. I want to make sure every single document comes out. The public has the right to see everything.
Virginia.
Wait. Hold up.
The public has the
I
right
want to read
see
that.
Everything.
Alan Dershowitz called out for in them. Virginia alleges that they had sex at least 6 times. Holy fuck. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I've always known Alan Dershowitz is a piece of shit. Because, like, he is. Like, absolute insane piece of shit. But, like, damn, he's a piece of shit and he's a fucking, like, massive.
Virginia Giuffre first accused Alan Dershowitz of sexual abuse in a 2014 sworn affidavit, claiming under oath that she was forced to have sex with the professor on at least 6 separate occasions, even appearing to get physically sick as she tried to describe the alleged encounters to attorneys. The first time she ever met the Harvard professor, Virginia said on the record, was at the office of Epstein's Manhattan home, which we know from the Vanity Fair article Dershowitz was known to visit. While she stresses it's hard for her to remember things chronologically, she says she is able to recall the most recent time she had sex with Dershowitz, which allegedly happened on an airplane in Massachusetts, as well as the first time in Epstein's bedroom minutes after the financier had left the room. Dershowitz walked in, and Virginia claims they had sex on a red velvet chair. Afterwards, Epstein asked Virginia if he enjoyed it, to which she told him yes. She also claimed that Dershowitz participated in sexual activity in a black limousine involving herself, Epstein, Dershowitz, and another young girl on the way to Dershowitz Dershowitz's house. Virginia also emphasized just how aware Dershowitz was of all the other young girls constantly around Epstein, stating in her affidavit, Dershowitz was so comfortable with the sex that was going on that on one occasion he observed me in sexual activity with Epstein. Virginia also alleged she witnessed Dershowitz having sex with another one of Epstein's young victims at one point, a blonde girl who she assumed to be underage. Dershowitz has since lashed out hard against Virginia, who he's referred to as a borderline pathological liar out to destroy his career in pursuit of money. What happened next was a complicated years-long series of lawsuits in which Virginia went after Dershowitz for defamation, causing Dershowitz to countersue, eventually concluding with a settlement in 2022. After this settlement, Virginia told reporters that she, quote, may have made a mistake in accusing Dershowitz of abusing her. This has now given Dershowitz the green light to openly parade his supposed innocence in a barrage of media appearances, telling everyone who will listen about how wrongfully victimized he was by an attention-seeking liar, and that this is what finally exonerates him. But that's not exactly a fair characterization of the settlement, according to Virginia. As Dershowitz was taking his public victory lap, Virginia told the Daily Beast in an exclusive statement, I was shocked to read that Alan Dershowitz is claiming that our mutual dismissal of our lawsuits against each other somehow exonerated him. The litigation was very stressful and damaging to my family and to my health. We have endured years in which Mr. Dershowitz asserted my charges against him were a lie, made up out of whole cloth, perjury, and part of a purported extortion plot. He has now admitted there was no perjury, no extortion plot, and rather than making up what I said, I honestly believed the charges I made against him. Whether or not Mr. Dershowitz's admissions undermine his previous denials of the charges made against him is for others to say. The settlement agreement limits what I can say, and I will abide by it unless and until I am released from it. However, those admissions are not consistent with exoneration.
I can tell you she is still a prostitute. She is selling false stories now for money about me.
Do you have any concern calling her a prostitute when she was victimized at such a young age by this wealthy man?
She was not victimized. She made her own decisions in life.
But at the age of 15, some would say that's a little young and that she was taken advantage of.
I'm talking about the age of 19. Look, that's between her and the federal government and the people that she claims victimized her.
For what it's worth, I think it should also be said that Virginia had in fact told several people about Dershowitz being involved with Epstein's operation years before her affidavit. And for Dershowitz's part, it would seem he was totally fine with a friend of his making a quote-unquote joke about Epstein housing young girls in 2014. Virginia also reiterated to the Daily Beast that Mr. Dershowitz sued Mr. Boyce, her lawyer, for charging Mr. Dershowitz with participating in Epstein's sex trafficking and other misconduct. Mr. Boyce did not retract any of those charges, but Mr. Dershowitz nevertheless dismissed his claims against Mr. Boyce. That too hardly seems like exoneration. And if that's not enough, another Epstein victim, Sarah Ransom, also accused Dershowitz of having sex with her while she was being trafficked by Epstein. To this day, Ransom has never retracted her allegations against Dershowitz.
All the feminist groups and the radicals who think this is the worst thing in the world, that anybody ever had any contact with Jeffrey Epstein, where are all those radical feminists when it comes to the Hamas rapes of young Jewish girls, sexual abuse, beheadings? They are quiet. They are silent. The incredible hypocrisy of the Me Too movement. Me Too, except if you're a Jew.
One of the first times Jeffrey Epstein made
fucking
national headlines
shit,
was
dude.
in
Holy shit. What a fucking piece of shit, dude.
2002.
What an
In this article
actual
written by
fucking
Landon
piece of
Thomas
shit.
Jr., who, by the way, would also go
That
on to
comment
write an
alone,
extremely
fuck that
positive
guy,
piece
dude.
for the financier
Fuck
after he was
Dershowitz,
sentenced
bro.
for procuring an underage girl for prostitution. Positive article written by Landon Thomas Jr., who, by the way, would also go on to write an extremely positive piece for the financier after he was sentenced for procuring an underage girl for prostitution and before getting fired from the New York Times for admitting he was still friends with the convicted pedophile. Oh, he also asked Epstein for $30,000 in 2017, according to the Daily Beast, so that's fun. Pretty normal guy. Anyway, in this article, he uses language like he collects beautiful minds, and Epstein brings a trophy hunter's zeal to his collection of scientists and politicians. And that last part certainly isn't wrong, as subsequent data from the Center of Responsive Politics shows Epstein donated to a litany of politicians from both the right and the left, including Chuck Schumer, Bob Dole, Bob Packwood, Elliot Spitzer, and even former President President George H.W. Bush. But of those names is a politician who's long been associated with Epstein since the mid-90s. Someone who Virginia says she met on Little St. James, and someone who's already been caught lying about his connection to the late pedophile.
Newly released Jeffrey Epstein court filings revealing more alleged ties to many people, including Bill Clinton.
Epstein was hanging around the 42nd president as early as 1993, a month after he was sworn into office, according to visitor logs provided by the Clinton Presidential Library. Epstein and Ghislaine visited again in September of that year after Epstein made a $10,000 donation to help refurbish the Oval Office, according to this letter from Bernard R. Meyer, the VP of the White House Historical Association, thanking Epstein for his generous contribution. Overall, it's been reported that Epstein visited the Clinton White House a grand total of 17 times, accompanied by 8 women, 4 of which being former girlfriends, according to these logs, which show that Epstein popped in and out of the White House twice in one day on 3 separate occasions, though there seems to be no stated purpose for any of these visits. Clinton also attended a 3-hour private dinner hosted by former Revlon owner Ron Perlman and other elites in Palm Beach in 1995, a meeting that Clinton had not mentioned until a 28-year-old newspaper snippet obtained by Snopes confirmed it. In the wake of the Epstein story being revitalized by his arrest and death in 2019, Clinton has taken very conscious steps to distance himself from who he once called a highly successful financier and committed philanthropist. After all, Epstein's own lawyers asserted in court documents that Epstein was part of the original group that conceived the Clinton Global Initiative. There's fun fact about the Clinton Global Initiative, by the way, is that they once endorsed the Terra Mar Project, an environmental NGO with the self-stated goal of conserving, protecting, and improving oceans, seas, and coastlines. Who founded the Terra Mar Project, you ask? Great question. Let's check it. Whoops. I mean, Snopes has verified that Ghislaine Maxwell did also attend Chelsea Clinton's wedding in 2010, featured it right there in the middle. Not even in the background or anything. I didn't even want to hide it. After all, though, she did take the president's daughter out on a yacht trip a year earlier in 2009. Epstein was literally serving a jail sentence, while at the same time, the woman who helped him find victims was taking the president's daughter on a trip through the open seas. But whatever, I'm going insane. Let's take it back to 2002, when Landon Thomas Jr. wrote for the first time about the Clinton-Epstein World Tour extravaganza the two men embarked upon, visiting New York, Paris, Bangkok, Brunei, Norway, Morocco, Brussels, and need I go on, all in hopes of providing humanitarian aid for continents like Africa, spreading democracy, empowering the poor, and combating HIV and AIDS, according to a Clinton spokesperson shortly after the trip. Some of the other notable passengers on this famed international excursion included the likes of Chris Tucker and Kevin Spacey, who you can actually see sitting here on Queen Elizabeth's throne next to Ghislaine. According to the Daily Telegraph, they were taking a tour of Buckingham Palace led by Prince Andrew. I love recurring characters. In fact, despite Clinton originally insisting he had only taken 4 rides on the Lolita Express, flight logs indicate Clinton actually took at least 26 rides on Epstein's private jet shortly after leaving office between 2001 and 2003, an assertion that he still has not directly responded to. You wonder why that is. It's pretty out of character for him to lie to the American public, I think we all know. Virginia has never made any allegations of wrongdoing against Clinton himself, but her assertions do go a little further than what the former president has admitted to doing. Virginia stated in her sworn deposition that she personally met Clinton on Little St. James Island at least twice during her travels with Epstein, something that Clinton has long denied across the board, describing in her memoir an alleged dinner where there were only a few of us eating at the dinner table. There was Jeffrey at the head of it all, as always. On the left side was Emmy, another Epstein recruiter, Ghislaine, and I. Sitting across the table from us was Bill, with 2 lovely girls who were visiting from New York. Bill's wife, Hillary's absence from the night made it easy for his apparent provocative, cheeky side to come out, teasing the girls on either side of him with playful pokes and brassy comments. There was no modesty between any of them. We all finished our meals and scattered in our own different directions. Strolling into the darkness with 2 beautiful girls around either arm, Bill seemed content to retire for the evening. Now, to Clinton's credit, flight logs obtained through an FOIA request have presented no evidence that he attended the island. Now, yes, he flew with Epstein more times, way more times, than he originally cared to admit, but those same flight records also don't do a lot to imply he ever visited Little St. James. But along with Virginia's sworn sworn deposition. We also have former Clinton aide Doug Band, who Clinton kept in his inner circle even after leaving the White House. Band himself has even flown on the Lolita Express with the former president, just to give you an idea of how close these two were. Band has also alleged for years that Clinton has in fact visited Little St. James, specifically in January of 2003. Band did not attend this alleged visit, as he told Vanity Fair it was one of the few trips he declined. It's worth noting the Clinton camp has provided detailed travelogue entries of the period in question that do not contain a visit, as Vanity Fair goes on to clarify. But then you have Steve Scully, a former employee of Epstein's in charge of the island's telecommunication for 6 years, who not only claimed to have seen Prince Andrew groping and kissing Virginia near a pool, he says, but also stated in the Netflix documentary Filthy Rich that he once witnessed Bill Clinton sitting on a porch on the island next to Epstein. Virginia only doubling down in the documentary with, "I remember having dinner with Clinton. He was there and I never saw him do anything improper. I wish, he would just come clean about it, like, yeah, I was there, so what? Who cares? I didn't see anything going on."
Any comments on the alleged allegation of your connection with Jeffrey Epstein? No.
Now, I don't think
Yes,
I have to
sir,
tell
it
you
is.
that Republicans with a hate boner for Clinton have absolutely done everything they can to emphasize his murky relationship with the billionaire, or millionaire. I guess we don't know how much Epstein was really worth. And I don't think there's anything wrong at all with bringing up those connections. I mean, you should ask questions about it, especially when you consider Clinton has lied about it. But those on the right who only single out Bill Clinton's relationship with Epstein should probably look in the mirror.
Well, I knew him like everybody in Palm Beach knew him. I mean, people in Palm Beach knew him. He was a fixture in Palm Beach. I had a falling out with him a long time ago. I don't think I've spoken to him for 15 years.
As Landon Thomas wrote in his New York Magazine profile, Epstein likes to tell people that he's a loner, a man who's never touched alcohol or drugs, and one whose nightlife is far from energetic. And yet, if you talk to Donald Trump, a different Epstein emerges.
I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy.
Trump booms from a speakerphone.
He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do. And many of them are on the younger side, no doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys his social life.
Sorry for doing the voice. I couldn't quote him and not do the voice. This quote, which again dates all the way back to 2002, is remarkable considering what Trump has said about Epstein more recently, assuring journalists in 2019 from the White House that
I was not a fan of his. That I can tell you. I was not a fan of his.
So was he just being a fake friend all along then? You were fake for 15 years? You said he was a good hang. Alan Dershowitz, who of course represented both men in court, told the New York Times that in those days, if you didn't know Trump and you didn't know Epstein, you were a nobody. I didn't even know this until researching this video, but apparently Epstein liked to say he was the one who introduced Donald Trump to Melania. According to Vanity Fair, which also reported in 2021 that Ghislaine kept up to 16 of Trump's phone numbers in the infamous Little Black Book. She would also invite the future president to dinners and events all over the state of New York, their most infamous get-together being caught on this now widely circulated video of an extremely coked up looking Trump clapping and dancing and whispering into the ear of Epstein, who he's not a fan of, by the way. The pair standing in front of a swarm of young models at a private Mar-a-Lago party and seem to be having a grand old time. I'm sure you've seen the video, but what you may not know is that the same year this was filmed, Trump and Epstein held another private party in Palm Beach where 28 women were in attendance. The only men at this party, though, were Trump and Epstein, at least according to the man who supplied the women. George Horaney of American Dream Enterprises tells the New York Times that he actually warned Trump of Epstein's proclivities toward young women, asking Trump in disbelief, "You're telling me it's you and Epstein? I know Jeff really well, and I can't have him going after younger girls." While Horaney says he had to ban Epstein from events, Trump didn't care about that, a claim that goes directly against what one Trump campaign manager later said, which is that Trump did eventually stop letting Epstein hang around events because he was
Jeez, dude.
which in my opinion is a little out of character for Donald Trump. It's hard to deny Trump's reputation with women, especially younger women, isn't exactly the greatest. There is definitely some indication that Trump was aware of the young girls in Epstein's vicinity. Some insight coming from his future White House aide, Roger Stone, who told the New York Times in an effort to defend Trump, I think, that the former president once said the swimming pool was filled with beautiful young girls. How nice, I thought. He let the neighborhood kids use the pool after seeing Epstein's home in Palm Beach. And to make matters even more strange, journalist Craig Unger concluded his Vanity Fair examination of Trump and Epstein's relationship with the following passage. An associate of Epstein's, who asked not to be identified, told me that Epstein showed him one photo of Trump with a topless young girl. In another, the source said Trump is with two girls who are said to be laughing as they point out what appears to be a wet spot in an unfortunate location on his pants. The description of the photo suggested that it was a semen stain, but the photos have never been released. But by being in the news, it does feed into what Mark Epstein once reportedly heard from his older brother Jeff when it came to the 2016 election. As Mark told the New York Post recently, here's a direct quote: "If I said what I know about both candidates, they'd have to cancel the election. That's what Jeffrey told me in 2016. What that means exactly, we may never know." The two New York natives wouldn't stay friends forever though. While the exact reason for their split is still uncertain, it seemed to happen around 2005 when Epstein threatened to sue Trump over his purchase of a 65,000 square foot property Epstein had set his sights on, which was also once owned by Les Wexner, by the way, another fun fact. The thing never actually went to court, but it's been reported that Epstein himself once theorized that it was actually Donald Trump who tipped off local police in Palm Beach as a kind of retaliation for the threat. Sure, we know Trump is a petty guy, but authorities ultimately began looking into Epstein because of what young girls in the community had been saying. Unfortunately for them, the efforts of these prosecutors would tragically prove pretty feckless.
Breaking news in the fallout from the 2008 plea deal involving Palm Beach County billionaire Jeffrey Epstein. Just hours ago, Labor Secretary Alex Acosta, as we've reported, vigorously defended his oversight of that plea deal.
Mr. Acosta is doing everything he can to divert attention away from his own responsibility.
And tonight we are still waiting on a statement from former Palm Beach County State Attorney Barry Krischer.
So this video ended up being a lot longer than I originally planned. I'm afraid if we don't split this into multiple videos, we may not get to cover everything as extensively as I'd like. But you can expect part 2 to explore the horrendous plea agreement that allowed Jeffrey Epstein to avoid life in prison, along with the connections he maintained after he was a convicted sex offender, his second arrest in 2019, and of course, whether or not he truly killed himself in custody. That video should come out about a week after this one, if all goes well. But if not, I'll let you know on Twitter at JAubreyYT. I don't really end videos like this, so I'm not really sure what else to say other than subscribe to Ground News, read Julie K. Brown's book, and I am having no suicidal ideation.
Could you please give us your name?
Jeffrey Epstein.
Is it true, sir, that you have what's been described as an egg-shaped penis? Your penis is oval-shaped, and claim when erect it was thick towards the bottom, but was thin and small towards the head portion, and called it egg-shaped. Those are not my words, I apologize. But as Mr. Critton has stated, that this is a... I'm willing to continue.
That's fucking crazy. Damn. Nice job, Jay Aubrey. Look, what a fucking good video, dude. What a fucking good video. Damn, that was so in-depth. Yeah, holy shit. That was awesome. Ooh, I did want to see this. I wanted to see him talk about vultures.
Where he This is completely unreviewable trash, and here's...
I also listened to the Vultures album over the last couple days. Shit's kind of ass. I'm gonna be honest. It's not good. It's really bad. He also talks about hating Jews in the middle of the lyrics, which is fucking crazy.
What is even the purpose of a music review in the first place? I can say, at least in terms of my own intent, that when I do a music review, I hope to achieve a couple of things. One, give the viewer pause and cause them to think about why it is they do or don't like the piece of music or art that I'm doing an overview of. Or two, excite people to give the music that I'm talking about a try. Those are the two things I want to do. Problem, neither of those goals are possible in any scenario that involves reviewing this album. Newsflash, since 2022, Kanye has made it his mission to go full-on anti-Semite, spouting insane conspiracy theories, talking about how he loves Hitler, and at some point I think he realized how much he fucked up with all of that, so now he has to own this total dumpster fire he's created and boast about how people think he's anti-Semitic now, because yeah, they do. Even if he does genuinely apologize and like, change his behavior past this point, his public image is forever altered by all of this. I mean, you platformed a booger-eating white supremacist and have guys like this repping for you on a high...
He was the booger-eating white supremacist? So positive that he's talking about Nick Fuentes.
Way overpass. This is not a can of worms a guy like Kanye is capable of closing, not without help from someone who is willing to tell him no. But he spent this same period of time pushing away anybody who could possibly do that at this point, especially his wife, who he has now replaced with somebody who he just like kind of parades around like she's a naked body, who he has now replaced.
Oh, okay. What's really happening? Yeah, no, it sounds like Kanye West and Kim Kardashian's like relationship was
with
bad.
Somebody who he just like kind of parades around like she's a naked body with no personality, opinion, or voice. Something that on some level I think he's weirdly proud of, as on the very lyrics to this record, he calls her just a reference, which is maybe one of the grossest and most dehumanizing things Kanye has said about a woman on any of his songs, and
that's fucking crazy.
It's being directed at his wife. So this trajectory Kanye has been on as of late has left him with an interesting mix of fans. One, hateful psychos that actually agree with some of the stuff that he's been saying, and are actually in my Twitter mentions theorizing that I'm a Jew, and that's the reason I don't really like his recent music. Two, anonymous nihilistic teenagers that don't really think anything he says or does has any greater consequence in the world, and are most likely bored and lonely and will just defend Kanye because watching him unravel is more entertaining than most things, and I guess brings some kind of meaning to their otherwise meaningless lives. And three, cultish weirdos who parasocially obsess over him and everything he does and would basically follow him to the ends of the earth. Keep in mind, these individuals have always been in his fan base to some degree, but prior they were at least mixed in with genuine hip-hop heads. Now, these three types of people, and there is overlap between them in Kanye's fan base, don't want to hear anything critical about him at all, ever. They've openly rejected any good faith effort I've made to make them aware of Kanye's downward spiral into Nazi-adjacent rhetoric and now imagery in the promotion of this record. The point is, there's no hope of having any level-headed conversation with somebody who is like deep into the Kanye fandom at this point. People who literally think anything and everything he does is great and will write off any bit of dissent as just being biased and unfair to him, as if he's Jesus Christ and can do no wrong. So
holy fuck. I'm curious to see if this album was called My Beautiful Dark Twisted Vultures, you'd have given it a 6. Ah, shit. What? No, like, this is stupid. Give Kanye some justice. I don't know, dude. Like, chill out. I made the mistake of reading comments. What the fuck are people on about the big titty women line? The head shit was what made me pause y'all and listen and just go, nope, I have better things to do. Yeah, no, seriously though. Just stick with the okay. Genuinely hates the music he is hearing from Kanye. There are countless reviews of him going into detail of artists' personal lives or perspective they're shared on social media, interviews in public. Also, legal issues and criminal documents that are released on artists have come up in his reviews many times before to give his viewers an idea of the artist's mindset and content that they were expressing within their music. On top of that, Fantano does have a right to agree or disagree with an artist's behavior. Yeah, no, wait, this video and situation involves someone like Doja Cat. The people hating on this video would agree with every point. Kanye fans are a cult. He does not. He's just more involved in the progressive cause and his tedious. What? So, what, you can't make up a fake scenario for your argument. Has Melon ever hated this much on Doja Cat? You can't compare to something that hasn't even happened. He makes a video about ranting about Kanye every other day. This isn't just once off. It's clear that Melon hates Kanye with a passion. I guess he's happy to make money ranting about bipolar person's mistakes. There's artists who have done a lot worse than Kanye has done, and he has no problem getting this. No, like, that's crazy. Dude, it's like, that's just like, it's just like straight. It's just like, actually, just like a fucking straight delusion, you know? Like, what the fuck? It is crazy.
Oh, yeah, there's no convincing.
Like, they're just Kanye meat writers. Like, that's all that is. Like, yeah, okay, sure, Anthony Fantano may or may not have reviewed, like, people who have, like, killed people or whatever, right? At the end of the day, sure, that's bad. But, like, at the same time, though, you have to, like, be like, okay, look, like, A, he might not have known that about the person. B, even if he did know that about the person, there's still a difference between, like, separating the music and the artist and all that shit. Like, you can't separate this because he talks about it in the songs.
Which I will say is also the case for people who have...
And, like, Kanye is not just a bipolar guy who's made mistakes, you know? He's literally promoting Nazism on Maine constantly, dude.
Left the Kanye reservation over the past several years because there are
actually
people who are validly pissed off about everything Kanye's been saying and doing recently and feel like it's totally beyond the pale. And even if this record was somehow good, what am I supposed to do? Tell the Jews in my audience, oh, come on, man, he didn't mean it. It's not so bad. He's just a little crazy, that's all. Especially since he's not doing anything to gain forgiveness. He is very apparently not sorry for anything he's been saying or doing. And the apologies he has given aren't worth a lick of shit because he'll think nothing of saying Jesus Christ, Hitler, yay, sponsor that, not too long after. Now, there are some people who will say, Anthony, you're being unfair here. Separate the art from the artist. Come on now. You can't separate this crap from the music because it's in the music.
Yeah, yes sir, yes sir.
The lyric.
Like, crazy, bipolar, anti-Semite, and I'm the king, still the king, still they thought the headlights was like kryptonite, still the king, still the king. I would come through and just black out, keep a few Jews on the staff now. How I'm anti-Semitic? I just fucked a Jewish bitch. I just fucked Scooter's bitch. We ran here like the Olympics. Holy
fuck. Read these
dude.
words.
Like,
they have meaning and they are saying things that are not good or normal. You would have to expect me to separate my brain from my skull if you think I'm just going to ignore it. I think this comment here pretty much sums things up. We don't care as long as the album is good. His personality and what he says doesn't matter to me. I only care about the music. How do you penetrate this level of self-imposed ignorance? This person is not listening to Kanye. He's not listening to anything I or anyone has to say about Kanye. And this comment was posted after the album was released, so he's apparently not even listening to the content of the music that he supposedly cares so much about. So this argument about, I only really care about the music can't possibly be true, especially since the music too is shit. The song Paid is one of the most unintentionally hilarious tracks I think Kanye has ever put out. It's just a crappier version of Fade. Why wouldn't you just listen to Fade? You'd have to be delusional to think anything else, especially with this trash-ass verse from Ye, and Ty Dolla $ign on it is just amazing, saying that he's just here to get paid. At least he's honest. Then Back to Me with that Jay and Silent Bob chorus has to be one of the dumbest things I've heard on any Kanye album ever. I feel like I'm being punked. But nigga, beautiful big titty bitches don't just fly into the sky, you know. At least Freddie Gibbs somehow made it flow, but yeah, that dude is as good as he is at rapping, he cannot save this track. Then Hood Rat has maybe one of the most excruciatingly bad instrumentals on any Kanye album ever. The mix is a mess, and God, those repetitions of Hood Rat, Hood Rat, Hood Rat, Hood Rat. I mean, I guess it kind of drowns out all the other stuff about the track, so that's kind of a silver lining. But almost none of that matters because there is so little to praise with this record, and if Kanye's delusional fans are not hearing that this record is awful on its face as they just kind of listen to it by themselves, nothing I'm gonna say is gonna convince.
Yeah, it's like just unintelligible trash. Straight up, it's horrible.
It's that. But if you really want a general assessment of this thing, it sounds like a slightly more finished Donda 2. Somehow Jesus is King had more songs on it that sounded more cohesive, well put together, which is saying something because that was previously Kanye's shortest, messiest, most unhinged and crappy record yet, and somehow this surpassed it. And at least in my mind, has achieved the status of being Kanye's worst album. And given that the sequel tends to be a step down from the original in Kanye's case most of the time, the rest of the Vultures series from this point is not looking good. But yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you. Bye.
Or at least it's... yeah, it's like implied that there'll be a shitty one. Yeah, that was fucking crazy. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's just crazy. I don't know. All right, chat. I think I'm ready to hop off for the day. It's been 5.5 hours. It was a good stream. A lot of watching YouTube. All right. I'll see everybody later.